small, helpless girl at the mercy of men who cared for nothing and no one. All too clearly he saw Kate's father, cursing at her, blaming her, beating her. She whimpered softly, and he tightened his arms about her. It occurred to him, as he gazed down at her peaceful face, that his life had been singularly uncomplicated up to this time. He tried to weigh the enormity of the problems he now faced. Although he couldn't explain why, he felt certain that she wouldn't as yet remember her nightmare, even though his rape of her had penetrated the cloak of forgetfulness that had protected her all these years. He could well understand how a child's instincts for survival had forced her to lock away what had happened to her, to bury it so deep that there were only vague shadows, images that faded quickly, blackness that vanished with the blink of an eye. But now it could be only a matter of time until she remembered, and, he thought bleakly, such devastating knowledge could easily be too much for her, and it was his fault, all his fault. He rose slowly, careful not to disturb her, and gently laid her in her bed. Then his own physical exhaustion overtook him, and with a deep sigh he stretched out in the chair and soon fell asleep. Kate awoke, her mind alert and clear from the long hours of sleep. She sat up in her bed and looked about her. She was startled to see Julien sprawled in a chair beside her, his clothing disheveled and his head resting against his hand. She frowned in confusion, vaguely remembering being held by him. He had comforted her, had soothed away an awful fear. She shook her head to focus the jungled images, but they melted away from her. She slipped out of bed and felt a sharp pain between her thighs. She stilled. All that had happened to her came rushing back. Her eyes flew to her sleeping husband. Had told her that she'd had a riding accident. Her mind clung tenaciously to this fact. No one, save her and that man, knew what had passed between them, and she grimly resolved that Julien must never know. She walked to where he slept and shook his sleeve to wake him. Somehow it didn't seem important that she was dressed only in her nightgown. He awoke with a start and bounded out of the chair. He stared down at her, silent and pale. He pulled her gently against him. How very strange, she thought wonderingly, that she found his closeness and strength comforting. They stood thus for some time, until Julien drew back and with a gentle hand smoothed back her tangled hair from about her face. "You are all right?" She lowered her eyes, and he wanted to cry out at her look of anguish. Oh God, he couldn't bear it. "Kate," he began. He felt so bloody helpless. She looked up at him, her face now impassive, and interrupted him quickly. "I'm quite fine now, Julien. I wasn't gravely hurt in the riding accident. Gabriella must have been frightened again. It's over now. Yes, all of it is over now." He was relieved at her decision not to tell him the truth. If she were to tell him of her rape, he wouldn't be able to keep silent, and what he told her would destroy her newfound trust in him. Somehow he must find a way to banish the terrible fears from her childhood before telling her. He smiled at her and said lightly, "I fear, my dear, that if the Creightons were to witness the Countess and Earl of March in such a state of disarray, our consequence would be in dire straits." He ran a hand through his own messed hair. "Do you feel like a bath?" She mustered a tentative smile. She raised her hand to her tangled hair and said, "Oh dear, it will take Mrs. Crayton at least 30 minutes to brush out the knots." He admired her greatly in that moment. Without thought, he pulled her against him again, gently brushed his lips to hers, and released her. She didn't recoil from him, but rather stood silently gazing at him, with a confused look on her face. "Would you have breakfast with me?" "In an hour?" "Yes, my lord, I should like that very much." She stood unmoving for some moments after he had left her room. She thought of his kindness and of his gentle, undemanding kiss before leaving her. It touched her deeply. Julien found that his fondest hope, that Kate would learn to trust him and willingly wish to be in his company, was granted. In the days that followed, she became like a shadow, not allowing him out of her sight. On several occasions, he found himself ruefully explaining to her that he had to leave her for but an instant to relieve his physical needs. Her face would flame with color, but she remained where he left her, doggedly awaiting his return. It didn't occur to her that Julien would think her behavior odd, for her constant fear prevented her from understanding how much she had changed toward her husband. Somehow, it didn't even seem strange to her when, the night following her riding accident, Julien gently informed her that he would no longer pressure her to consummate their marriage, that he wanted her to have as much time as she wished. From that evening on, she no longer wished to escape her husband's company as the hour grew later. Her bedroom was no longer a solace against him, but an empty, lonely place where her guilt and fear mingled with terrifying clarity, keeping her from sleep. A week had passed when, near dawn one night, she awoke to the sound of her own cries. Vague, menacing shadows crowded about her, hands tried to grab at her, and ugly, crude voices dinned in her ears. In panic, she threw off the tangled covers and ran terror-stricken to Julien's room. He heard her screams and had just thrown on his dressing gown when she burst into the room, looking like a white apparition, her hair streaming about her face and down her back. He caught her up in his arms and held her fast against him, feeling her heart hammer against his chest. "There, it's all right. There's nothing to fear. I'm here, and I'll always be here for you." "It was so awful, Julien, yet I can't seem to remember. Why can't I remember? It must be the same nightmare as before. I'm sure of it. I just can't grasp it and hold it. It slips away from me, but it's horrible, horrible. You must trust me. Everything will be all right. I give you my promise." She looked up at him, a small frown furrowing her brow, as she weighed his words. "Please let me stay with you, Julien. I can't bear to be alone." 1. Julien St. Clair, Earl of March, flicked a careless finger over her white belly, lay back on the large canopied bed, and gazed beneath half-closed lids at the dancing patterns cast by the firelight on the opposite wall. He felt a sort of lazy satisfaction that, for the moment, relieved his boredom. "I have pleased you, my lord." She twined her fingers in his fair hair, her own body languid from the pleasure he had given her. "Of course, Yvette," he said, annoyed that she disturbed the silence he wanted. There was a flash of anger in her dough-brown eyes. She knew full well she had pleased him but a short time before, and it galled her now to see him again remote and withdrawn. But from her long experience with noblemen, she realized that reproaches would gain her nothing. She let her face soften into an inviting expression and lowered herself onto his chest, pressing her breasts against him. She slid her arms around his neck and gently tugged until he turned her face to her. She smiled knowingly as he brought his arms lazily from behind his head downward through her chestnut hair and began to explore her back and knead her hips. To Yvette's surprise, she soon felt a quiver run the length of her body, and she sighed, a low moan of pleasure. In a graceful motion, Julien rolled over on top of her. He took her mouth. He would give her what she wanted. His hand stroked her body, teasing, caressing, feeling the soft flesh of her buttocks. He watched her eyes widen when his fingers found her. Her lashes fluttered and her mouth worked, making her look very real, very human. A dull flush began to creep over her cheeks, and her body trembled. She urgently willed him to enter her, and he drew up so she could guide him into her. Though his body responded with rhythmic motion, Julien felt strangely detached from the very soft, giving woman beneath him, unable to let himself feel the passionate intensity of her need. Yet he felt his breathing quicken as she reached her final tensing. He drove deep, heard her cries of release, and let his body respond. He allowed himself to be locked to her for one long moment before falling full length on top of her, his head beside her face on the pillow. Yvette calmed, becoming relaxed and still beneath him. She was certain this time she had pleased him. Her own pleasure she discounted. She waited for him to utter some slight words of endearment, but he lay quiet above her, his breath becoming even. Her body began to protest against his weight, but she didn't move, for fear of disturbing him. "Yvette, what is the time?" he asked, his voice muffled by the pillow. "It lacks but a few moments until 10, my lord," she said with definite edge to her voice. "Be damned." He rolled away from her. Yvette watched him rise from the bed and briefly stretch his tall, muscular body. As always, she was unable to look at him without admiring him. For months she had called him her golden god. But now, she thought bitterly, he was a fickle god, leaving her with scarce a backward thought. Her frustration grew as she racked her mind for a charmingly turned phrase to catch his attention. Finding herself unable to the task, she sighed and raised herself up onto the pillow, pulling a cover over her body. He drew on his white ruffled shirt and turned to look at her. "I must leave, Yvette. I am promised to meet Blairstock at White's, and am already late." "When am I to see you again, my lord?" she asked with controlled sweetness, half rising to go to him. He halted her progress with an impatient wave of his hand, and replied with only casual interest. "That is difficult to say. I'm meeting friends in the country for hunting, and shall be absent from London for some time." She sucked in her breath, now wary. He had not told her of his imminent departure from London. He shrugged himself, not without some difficulty, into a coat of superfine blue cloth that was molded exquisitely to his broad shoulders, and strode over to her. "I trust you will find sufficient to amuse you during my absence," he said, and she could hear the warning in his voice. "I only ask that you not be too indiscreet while you are still in my keeping." A faintly sardonic look passed over his handsome face, making his gray eyes cold and hard. "I don't know what you mean." Her face drained of color, even as she spoke. "Oh, don't you, Yvette? How very strange. I had thought you would know exactly what I meant. In any case," he continued with careless emphasis, "we shall discuss the matter upon my return." He picked up his cane and pulled his many-caped cloak around his shoulders and walked to the door. As he let himself out, he said over his shoulder, "Don't, whatever you do, underestimate your value, my dear. You're as fine a possession as any man could wish." He closed the door quietly behind him and was gone. Yvette could hear his retreating footsteps as he took the stairs 2 at a time. "Damn you!" she shouted at the closed bedchamber door, wishing for something to hurl. All those fine lords, damn them, arrogant, crowing peacocks. As her anger lessened, a frown creased her white brow, and she pursed her lips, now annoyed at herself for her own carelessness. She should have guessed that her capitulation to Lord Riverton would send his boasting, vain lordship to proclaim his triumph. It was a mistake she should not have made, a stupid, ill-timed blunder that had lost her, she was forced to admit, a very generous protector. She pushed back the covers and rose slowly, her body aching from her exertions. She sat at her dressing table and began to brush out her tangled chestnut hair. She paused a moment to examine the undeniably alluring face, and felt cheered. Lord Riverton was a rich man, and appeared to enjoy her lisping English and her views of life in England, as well as the voluptuous attractions her body offered. She sighed, momentarily cast down. She was fond of Julien, and he was, after all, an earl, and dreadfully rich. She found herself gazing wistfully at her elegantly furnished room. She would miss this charming apartment, and also, she reflected, a man very nicely skilled in the art of lovemaking, and only a few of those skills had she taught him. No, when she'd first come to him, he was already a man of pleasure, a man who wasn't selfish in the giving of pleasure, despite the fact that she was his mistress. He could still surprise her by his ability to make her forget herself, make her forget all her own wiles for giving him pleasure. She rose from her dressing table, blew out the candles, and took herself back to bed. As pragmatic as she was passionate, she realized that it was just as well that Julien was leaving for the country. It would give her time to assess Lord Riverton's intentions. It did not take her long to devise a plan which pleased her, and she fell asleep confident that she could part the pinch-penny Lord Riverton from some of his precious guineas. Outside the red brick house on Curzon Street, Julien hailed a hackney and directed the driver to make all haste to White's. He sat back against the rather worn cushions and stretched his long legs. The old wooden cab swayed precariously as the horse clip-clopped on the uneven cobblestones, and Julien had to steady his position by holding the frayed leather strap. He felt now only slightly irritated that he'd shared Yvette with another man while she was under his protection. In all honesty, he knew that he had given her scant attention these last few months, his visits infrequent and for only one purpose. He had used her body to escape for brief periods of time from his growing restlessness. Yvette had been his choice recently over the lovely Lady Sarah, as he had found it increasingly difficult to speak with any sincerity at all the words of endearment and affection required of such a liaison. With Yvette, he could behave exactly as he wished, for it was her duty to please him. He thought of her unsuccessful attempt at perfidy and felt faintly amused. He had no doubt that she would take care of herself. Like a cat, she was, soft, purring, and quite able to land on her feet. He sighed and closed his eyes. He wished Yvette luck in her pursuit of Riverton. When the cab drew to a halt in front of White's on St. James Street, he alighted quickly, paid the driver handsomely, and gave Yvette not another thought. "Good evening, my lord." He was greeted at the door by one of White's renowned retainers, who, after straightening from his low bow, deftly relieved Julien of his cane and cloak. Julien nodded briefly. "Is Sir Percy here, Henry?" "Yes, indeed, my lord. I believe him to be in the card-room." Julien made his way through the dark, wood-paneled reading room, his steps muffled by the thick plush carpeting. Rich vellum-bound books lined the walls, books scarcely ever opened, truth be told, and well-read London papers lay in neat stacks on the heavy mahogany tables. He stopped a moment and thumbed through the Gazette, his eye caught by the latest bit of news of Napoleon's incarceration on Elba, an island he now ruled as he had France, the little bastard. At least now he's a tin god, his power stripped away. It is shocking, is it not, my lord, that the pompous Corsican held Europe so long in the palm of his hand? Indeed it is, Julien said, as he turned and proffered a slight bow to the arthritic Duke of Moreland. The Duke looked pensively down at the paper and continued in his slow, painstaking way. "It is quite beyond me how that upstart little toad achieved such power." He gave an eloquent shrug of his shoulders that brought a grimace of pain to his face. "But the French, you know, have always suffered from political untidiness. Yes, they've always been an unsteady race."
Julien said gently, "Perhaps it isn't so unfathomable a turn of events, Your Grace, when one considers the terrible plight of the French people, even after the beginning of the Revolution. I hope you are not becoming a Republican, my boy. That is surely something your late father would find most abhorrent. He was a stern, perhaps over-righteous man, though, as I suppose you know very well. Yes, Your Grace, my father was those things, and, naturally, more. And, being an Englishman in a country where all men are treated with at least a modicum of justice, I don't think myself at all Republican to comment with truth on the stupidity and blatant greed of the past French monarchs. Surely they were more than simply untidy." "Well said, my boy, well said." His Grace beamed, having forgotten his earlier criticism. "If your Grace will excuse me," Julien said, as he took the old Duke's hand in his. "Off with you, my lord. Do not forget to pay my compliments to your dear mother. I do hope her fragile health hasn't faltered." The Duke added more to himself than to Julien. "It is difficult to keep up with one's friends nowadays, so many of them gone, either dead or just, well, gone. My mother will be pleased, Your Grace." Julien smiled, not without a good deal of affection, at the Duke before turning and continuing his way to the card-room. He made his greetings to other acquaintances in his casual, easy manner as he progressed the length of the reading-room. But he didn't stop, reflecting with a grin that poor Percy would in all likelihood be mad as hell at him for having his dinner so very delayed. A footman opened a great paneled oak door to the card-room and quickly closed it behind Julien so as not to disturb the more sober club members in the reading-room. The card-room was ablaze with candles, in marked contrast to other more sedate rooms in White's. It was a glittering company, loud and boisterous. Footmen seemed to be everywhere, scurrying from group to group, bearing silver trays laden with quantities of drink that would bring many aching heads on the morrow. Julien gazed around the room at the various tables until his eyes came to rest on Sir Percy, sitting slouched with one elegantly clad leg swinging to and fro over the leg of a delicately wrought satin-covered chair. He stood quietly for a moment behind Percy, noting with a shake of his head the small pile of guineas stacked in front of him. As Percy shoved most of the remainder towards the faro bank, Julien dropped a light hand on his shoulder. "I see your luck is quite out tonight, Percy." He seated himself in a momentarily vacant chair next to his friend. Sir Percy Blairstock turned a pair of pale blue eyes to Julien and said with a grunt, "Well, Julien, what other choice do I have but to game away my fortune? I suppose you were in the arms of one of your fair Cyprians and quite forgot our dinner engagement." Julien smiled broadly, even white teeth flashing. "Quite accurate, old boy, but as you see, I did not forget. Just a bit late, that's all." "You conceited dog, you aren't anyone's humble servant, March. Bedamned, I'm nearly done in." Sir Percy pushed back his chair and gathered up his few remaining guineas, stuffing them into his coat pocket. "It appears that I've saved you from total ruin. Perhaps you owe me some words of thanks." Julien grinned, and at the same time shook his head in refusal at a footman who offered him brandy. "How, March, you do not play tonight?" Julien turned away from the footman and Percy and calmly surveyed the dissipated face of Lord de Valny, who appeared to be already deep in his cups. He had never liked the man, but he had been a friend of Julien's father's, and therefore, in Julien's code, deserving at least of civility. He gave a rather thin smile and said easily, "As you see, sir, I am otherwise engaged with Blairstock here." "And I, for one, am famished," Sir Percy broke in. "Do come, Julien, let us try some of Pierre's delicious fish." Julien shrugged his shoulders, rose, and bowed to Lord de Valny. "You will forgive me, sir. I must see to the pressing needs of Blairstock before he takes me to Hounslow Heath at dawn. Your servant, sir." Lord de Valny waved a thin, darkly veined hand and returned his attention to the faro bank. What a reckless old fool! Never liked him above half. Sir Percy looked back over his shoulder as he spoke. Julien merely tugged on his sleeve, and the two friends made their way from the card-room. "Tolerance, Percy, tolerance. But that wig, Julien, and he still paints his face. Did you see that ridiculous patch by his mouth? A relic, Percy, just a relic who still breathes and still walks. Just imagine how he must regard us with our elaborate cravats and artfully disheveled hair. My father used to tell me that wigs were full of lice, Percy said, stubborn as a goat chewing on a boot." Julien laughed, but said only, "I fear if you dwell on that thought, Percy, you might well lose your appetite." It was well after midnight when Julien and Percy left White's. There was a full moon. Since the night wasn't overly cold, Julien cajoled Percy into walking to Grosvenor Square to the St. Clair townhouse. Their comfortable silence was broken only by the clicking of their canes on the cobblestones, until Julien said pensively, "You know, Percy, I grow quite tired of the fair Yvette. Can I depend upon Riverton to take her off my hands?" Percy turned his head with some difficulty above his high-starched shirt-points to gaze wonderingly at his friend. "She is a tidy morsel," he said only, trying to gauge Julien's mood. As Julien's countenance remained impassive, and he offered no response, Percy said with some exasperation, "Good God, Julien, she has been in your keeping for what is it? Only 5 or 6 months? Why don't you take her then, Percy? Cut out old Riverton. Surely she would enjoy you more than that bag of wind." "Quite above my touch, as you well know, March. Unlike you, I am cursed with a father who holds a tight rein on the purse strings. Come, Percy, you know very well you could afford to maintain the fair Yvette if you were not so careless with your guineas at the gaming tables." "That's quite easy for you to say, Julien," Percy said, allowing himself some bitterness. "In control of your own fortune, and rich as Midas at 18. Good God, it makes my dinner churn at the thought." As you will, Percy, but if you change your mind, you must move quickly, for I intend to dispense with her favors upon my return to London. Well, it is thoughtful of you, March, but for the moment I and my pocketbook are quite content with less expensive pieces of enjoyment. They fell into silence once again, and Julian's thoughts were drawn back to the years he'd spent learning to manage his vast estate after his father's early and unexpected death in a hunting accident. And, of course, there had been his ever-complaining mother. It was with profound relief that he had installed her, according to her wishes, in a cozy house in Brook Street to spend her days and evenings with an assortment of dowagers in equally comfortable circumstances. I say, Julien, when do you go to St. Clair? Julien pulled himself out of his memories. Tomorrow, I think. I will expect you and Hugh toward the end of the week. And what kind of sport do you offer besides hunting and fishing? Julien looked down at Percy's expectant face and said gently, "Fresh country air, Percy, nothing more, but it is exceedingly fresh." "That's too bad of you, March. Surely you know that fresh air is bad for the lungs. All know that's the case. Of course, we shall enjoy Francois's excellent cooking to maintain our spirits in the evenings." Julien poked the head of his cane into Percy's expanding stomach. "A concession that meets my approval. Do you mind if I give Francois a recipe for cod with capers in black butter? My man is quite unable to get it just right." Julien laughed, picturing such a confrontation between Percy and his emotional, artistic chef. "You certainly may try, but be prepared for the most comprehensive of Gallic oaths. He really does them well, perhaps even better than some of his dishes." He reflected on Francois's past tirades and added, "Perhaps you had best not, Percy, for I have known the good Francois to brandish his butcher knife with maniacal intentions. I remember a poor scullery maid who chanced to make a face when she ate one of his scones. She ran screaming for her life." Percy suddenly remembered his father's constant harping on the instability of the French. He decided it best to forget any improvements in his cod and changed the subject abruptly. "I trust we will play at cards. I expect to lose a fortune to you, you know. I keep telling you, Percy, be more careful with your discards. You stake too much on the chances of winning a big hand. It's your head you must use, not that elusive entity you call intuition." Percy ignored this advice, for he'd heard it too many times before, and said with a good deal of satisfaction, "Well, I know that Hugh will put you in your place, for a better card player I have yet to find. Then we will see how well you practice your own advice." "You're right. We shall see." Julien grinned, his calm unruffled. "I just might prove you wrong this time. There will be nothing to disturb my concentration at St. Clair." Percy refused to be drawn, his thoughts turning again to the Epicurean delights he would enjoy at Julian's estate. 28, even a week ago, he would have been gape-mouthed with surprise to hear her say that. But now, no, he wasn't shocked or surprised at all. He cupped her face in his palms. "Of course you'll stay with me. I won't leave you. You're safe with me. Do you believe that, Kate?" She nodded slowly. He picked her up in his arms and placed her in his bed. He lay down beside her, pulled the covers over them, and gathered her to him. He felt a long sigh pass through her body, and in but a moment she was asleep, her head on his chest. Sleep didn't come so easily to Julien, and he lay staring at the ceiling even as gray shafts of dawn filtered into the room. His promise to her, to keep her safe, rang hollow in his ears. How could he protect her from her own fears, fears that emerged to terrify her at night, fears she didn't begin to understand? During the day, she was living the guilt that he had forced upon her, and the misery in her eyes made her writhe with self-loathing. Try as he would, he could think of no way to separate her rape as a child from his own rape of her. That's what it had been, despite his bringing her to pleasure. Rape, pure and simple rape. Only rape wasn't ever simple.
God, he'd been a fool, a conceited ass, so confident in himself and his ability to seduce his wife and then calm her into accepting him. Had he been utterly mad? And thus he, too, had to remain silent. He couldn't speak to her of one, because that could only result in her learning of the other. He had no doubt that if he told her now that he had been the man who raped her, he would lose her, and he feared she would lose herself, even more than she was now lost to what she was and who she was. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warmth and softness of her body. He stroked her thick hair, feeling the soft waves spring in his hand, as if alive. When he awoke some hours later, she was gone. He wasn't the least bit surprised. He could easily picture her embarrassment upon waking in his bed. Nor was he overly surprised to find her pacing outside his bedroom door, waiting for him to emerge, dressed in her breeches, for their daily fencing lesson. Neither of them mentioned her wild flight to his room the previous night. There were changes Julien saw in Kate that day. She hurled herself into physical activity, extending their fencing lesson until finally Julien dropped his foil, seeing her face white with fatigue. In their riding in the afternoon, she pushed Gabriella to a frenetic pace until again Julien was forced to pull her up so that her horse would not drop under her with exhaustion. She tried to maintain a flow of light, inconsequential chatter that evening, as if to prove to herself that all was well with her. But she couldn't hide the haunted look that veiled her eyes whenever she slowed her frantic pace. Late that evening, after she had lost an imaginary 200 pounds to him at piquet, he led her unwillingly to her room. "I don't really, that is, I'm truly not tired yet, Julien. I really don't think I can sleep." He himself was ready to drop, but he didn't say anything about that. He looked down at her and smiled gently. "If you find you can't sleep, come to my room and we'll talk until you're drowsy, all right?" She turned her face away quickly, and he could feel her weighing her trust in him against her fear of being alone. "It doesn't matter. Whatever you wish, my dear. Why don't you think about it? I'll be in my bedchamber. Whatever you decide, I'll be there for you." He gently pushed her into her room, not wishing to press her for an answer. He had just eased his tired body into his bed when there was a light tap on his door, and she slipped silently into his room. She stopped and stood in awkward silence, her fingers plucking nervously at her nightgown. "Come, sweetheart." He patted the place beside him. "I don't want you to take a chill. Come and get into bed. We'll have a nice talk, or whatever you wish." She walked slowly, hesitating every few steps, and with a visible effort climbed into bed beside him. She was trembling. He made no attempt to take her into his arms. He only pulled the covers over them and lay on his back beside her. After a long moment of strained silence, she said, "I don't wish you to think, that is, you must think it odd that—" He could feel her embarrassment, and so he cut off her pitiful explanation. "What I think is that you wore me to a bone today. Come, my dear, let's go to sleep." He stretched out his arms and touched her shoulders, his movements slow and unthreatening. She tensed for only a moment, and then allowed him to pull her against his chest. During the next weeks, Kate felt as if she were slowly suffocating from her guilt and shame. Julien's unflagging kindness during the days and his gentle understanding each night made her all the more miserable. She could allow no excuses for herself. That her unknown captor had forcibly drugged her and ruthlessly bound her give her no justification for herself because she had experienced pleasure at his hands and his mouth. Oh God, yes, his mouth, burning her, sending her outside herself, but making herself part of her, even as she thought she'd surely die of the pleasure. Though Head then forced her, she still thought herself guilty of betraying her husband. Her guilt ate at her relentlessly, and only her fear of losing Julien allowed her to keep her secret to herself. Her only comfort was sleeping in her husband's arms each night. The terrifying nightmare had come to her 2 more times, but her low moans had instantly awakened Julien, and had shaken her to consciousness before the awful images grew strong within her mind. She tried each time to understand the meaning of the fearful dream, but something deep within her jostled the images, as if to prevent her from grasping their significance. She developed the habit of gazing at herself in the mirror whenever she passed one in the villa. She was certain that some change must have appeared on her face, some knowing sign, perhaps in her eyes, that would reveal her lost innocence. She felt she must see the signs before Julien did so she could hide them from him. Anything, so he wouldn't know, wouldn't guess. But each time she looked, she saw only a pale, set face, her lost innocence evidently buried in the depths of her eyes. She thought occasionally of Harry, perfunctorily loving him, but his meaning to her was slowly changing. She was no longer his hoydenish little sister, spontaneously involving him in all her thoughts. She didn't know whose Kate she was. The Swiss weather remained comfortably cool during those weeks. Then it changed abruptly. The temperature plummeted, and on a Thursday morning, they awoke to a light snow blanketing the ground. Julien didn't blink an eye when Kate donned her riding habit to accompany him to the village to secure carriages for their journey back to Geneva. Upon their arrival in the village, she dogged his steps, oblivious of the curious stares cast her way by the local folk, and stayed at his side as he conducted his business at the tiny inn. Her only comment when they left was that the owner had a bulbous nose, obviously from too much drink and years of grime under his fingernails. Julien laughed. "Grime or not, my dear, he much admired you, and I'm convinced that I got a much better price because you were with me. Perhaps, Julien, I should have conducted your business. It is possible that I would have achieved even a cheaper price." Then she gave him a wonderful gift. She smiled up at him, a small smile, gone very quickly, but still it was something. 3 days later, their luggage securely strapped to the boot of their chaise, Kate and Julien took their leave of the villa. The Creightons would follow at a more sedate pace in the second carriage. How very different was their return to Geneva! As before, they stayed at the Coeur de Lion, but this time, by tacit agreement, Kate shared Julien's room. Happily, it occurred to Julien to have a screen brought to their room to ensure her privacy when dressing. He willingly played her lady's maid, buttoning and unbuttoning her gowns, and helping her to brush out the tangles in her hair, teasing her, being as light-hearted as he could manage. He didn't say a word when she whisked behind the screen to complete her dressing. "Do you recall, Julien," she said unexpectedly that evening over dinner, "when we were last here, and you forced me to take that wretched walk with you to the lake, and I nearly contracted a chill because of your officious manners? I find it very interesting that a female's memory becomes so quickly distorted. Why, as I recall, it was you, my dear, who was being stubborn and willful by refusing to wear that warm cloak I bought for you. Perhaps. But don't you see? It was your cloak. Somehow I felt that if I wore it, I'd be selling myself, that I would no longer be me." He paused, an arrested look on his face. "I hadn't thought of it like that, ever. I'm sorry for that. I wasn't much of a good friend to you, was I? Oh, yes, never think you're not. You're my best friend. That is, I couldn't—" She stopped cold, and he reached out and took her hand. "Even so, let's forget about that now. Don't you agree that it was something of an interesting argument? That did get a smile out of her. Yes, I suppose it was, particularly since you gained your ends in any case. Your wager in piquet was, I admit, a masterstroke. And you've shown great improvement. It's been some 3 weeks now that I haven't thrashed you quite so soundly. You damnable man. You'll see, I'm much the smarter and will serve you your just deserts. I admit, it's a slim possibility, a bare glimmer of a possibility, if, in the dim future, I manage to lose my wits." She was suddenly as silent as a stone. She simply couldn't imagine the future, dim or otherwise. She counted her future only in immediate days. She became aware that he was looking closely at her, and so she quickly spoke of the tastiness of the roast veal. They journeyed slowly through France, enjoying the warmer weather, halting to explore the Roman ruins in the south, particularly in Nimes, and making their way far to the west of Paris. When they reached Calais, Kate was surprised to find Julien's yacht, the Fair Maid, moored in the harbor. "Goodness, I'd forgotten that yacht of yours, Lord March." There was laughter in her voice, and he warmed to it, turning a very real, very powerful smile on her. "I hope I won't have to sling you over my shoulder and carry you aboard." He would have done it before, if it had occurred to him. Still smiling, he turned to wave to a small, portly man, uniformed in dark blue, striding toward them. "I don't think you'll have to now," she said, looking with interest as the uniformed man bowed low to Julien. "Aye, a pleasure to see you, my lord." The men were becoming a trifle restless. His voice was booming. He broke into a leathery smile and bowed to Kate. "The Countess of March, Captain Marcham." "An honor it is, my lady," the captain told her, thinking privately that he was indeed fortunate that he and his men weren't left longer to kick up their heels in Calais. Lord, were he the Earl, he would have extended the wedding trip another 6 months. The fair maid was finally appointed, with small, elegantly furnished rooms, and a deck and railing that shone to a high polish. During the 9-hour crossing, Kate spent the majority of her time contentedly bundled in fur rugs on the deck. As she sipped a cup of tea, offered by a shy young seaman, she remembered with some amusement her flight to France on the small, dingy packet. "Will dock at Plymouth within the hour, my lord," Captain Marcham informed them after what seemed to Kate an incredibly short time. "Excellent time, Marcham. I hope you now have a better opinion of my yacht, Kate," he added, turning to tuck the rug more closely about her legs. "It's quite lovely, as you well know. It's just that we've come so quickly back, and I'm not certain—" Her voice trailed off, and she stared out over the white-capped water, her mind in some confusion. "Of what, my dear?" She withdrew, giving a tiny shake of her head. "It's nothing. I'm being silly. Nothing more." Suddenly, he saw fear in her eyes, stark fear. She quickly added, "I promise you it's nothing at all. I'm fine, more than fine. I swear it." He would have howled at the moon, if only there had been one. He felt sick with guilt and fear for her, even as he admired her more than he could say. She was brave, so damned brave, but she was hiding herself, hiding everything, and there was naught he could do about it, not yet at least. When they stepped ashore at Plymouth, it was teeming with travelers, harried seamen, and many indigenous specimens lolling about on the dock. Somehow, the touch of English soil beneath her feet, and the hearty cries in the English tongue sounding on every side of her, made her feel terribly alone. Though Julien stood not 6 feet from her, giving instructions to Captain Marcham and to the men who were removing their luggage, she had the unaccountable feeling that the man whose life she had shared for the past 2 months was now drawing away from her, returning to a way of life that was alien to her. 2 months ago, she wouldn't have cared. Indeed, she would have welcomed it. But now she felt that what she wanted most was to return to the yacht and let Captain Marcham sail wherever he wished. "Come, Countess," Julien said, taking her arm. "A hearty English meal awaits us at the Wild Boar." Kate said nothing, for there wasn't, after all, anything to the point that she could say. She looked one last time at the fair maid, then moved into silent step beside her husband. 29. "Good Lord, George, you don't mean my mother is here, now, at this moment?" "Yes, my lord. Her ladyship informed me she'd had the feeling that you would be returning shortly. She has been waiting in the drawing-room, not above half an hour, my lord. I had no clue she had such powers." "Kate? Oh, yes, it's very strange." She had a headache, and she still felt a trifle queasy after their long journey from Plymouth to London. Julien looked down at her pale face. "George, call Eliza. The Countess is fatigued. I want her to rest now." She didn't disagree, thankful that she wouldn't have to meet the Dowager Countess until she had time to gather herself together and get rid of this wretched headache. "Mother will, of course, wish to meet you, Kate, but if you do not feel just the thing, I shall take you to visit her another day. Eliza, escort the Countess to her room." He patted his wife's hand, turned, and strode down the long marbled hall, disappearing through a set of double doors. "I will see to your luggage, my lady," George assured her, snapping his fingers in the direction of a footman, whose presence Kate had not even noticed. "Thank you, George. My lord is right. I would like to go to my room now, Eliza." It didn't occur to her to question Eliza's presence as her maid in Julien's house.
She removed only her cloak and bonnet before stretching out on her bed. She felt less wretched after Eliza placed a cloth soaked in lavender water over her eyes. Her stomach settled, and some few minutes later, she rose up on her elbows and said, "It's the oddest thing, Eliza, but now I'm feeling much more alive than otherwise. Please fetch me a gown, for I would meet the Dowager Countess. Something modest to suit a mother-in-law's taste, I think." Eliza chose well, and not half an hour later, Kate walked down the curved staircase, dressed in a demure, high-necked muslin gown of pale green, her hair brushed into a knot of clustered curls atop her head. She felt no particular trepidation at meeting her mother-in-law, for she really knew very little about her, save that the several times Julien had mentioned his mother, he'd spoken with a sort of affectionate impatience. The doors to the drawing-room were slightly ajar, and Kate paused a moment to smooth her gown before entering. She stopped, dismayed, upon hearing a woman speak in a reproachful, complaining voice. "Of course I scotched any scandal, Julien, after you left in such unnatural haste for Paris. But how could you chase that girl in the most shocking way imaginable? I told you there was bad blood in the Brandon family, and now you have saddled me with this wicked girl. It is too much, and I fear I won't survive the winter. Perhaps I won't even survive until the beginning of winter." Kate stood rigidly outside the door, waiting to hear Julien's response. "Really, Mamma, you've had 2 months to accustom yourself to the idea. I assure you that Katharine is a lovely young lady. You will see her for yourself soon enough. But even Sarah, my dear boy, you forget, Mamma, that Sarah is married. Surely you prefer a wicked Brandon to my running off with a married lady." Julien's voice was sharp. Kate wasn't privy to the gleam of sarcastic amusement on his face. She dismissed her immediate cowardly instinct to retreat to her room, raised her head, and, rather like a condemned martyr, strode proudly to her judgment. She drew up short as she entered, her eyes fastened on the Dowager Countess of March, a small, dark-haired woman, swathed in several fine paisley shawls. She sat on a sofa with her head pressed back against the cushions, her eyes tightly closed, as if she were undergoing the most dire of upsets. One thin hand clutched a vinaigrette to her narrow bosom. Julien sat opposite her, his hands clasped between his knees, his look one of bewilderment. Kate cleared her throat and forced her feet to move forward. "My dear, do come in. Are you feeling more the thing now?" Julien gave her a smile and a wink before turning to his mother, who was now sitting bolt upright, her dark eyes open and assessing. Kate made a pretty curtsy and said, demure as a nun, "I'm indeed honored to make your acquaintance, ma'am. Julien has of course told me much about you, your kindness, your generosity, your immense understanding. Well, at least, child, you in no way resemble that impudent father of yours," the Dowager said flatly. "I'm said to resemble my mother," Kate said. She sat down beside her mother-in-law. The Dowager was silent for a moment as she searched her memory for a picture of Lady Sabrina. She vaguely remembered bright red hair set atop a rather pale, silent face. "Yes, perhaps you do, which has to be a blessing, because Sir Oliver is a very homely man, so very unpresentationous, if you know what I mean. Oh yes, ma'am, unpresentationous is the very word for him. Ah, Mother, Kate, would you care for a glass of sherry? I suppose it would be a soothing agent to my nerves," the Dowager said with a sigh. As Julien poured the sherry, the Dowager turned back to Kate. "You seem rather on good terms with my son now, young lady. Perhaps you would be so kind as to tell me why you refused my son 2 months ago, and ran away in the most ill-bred manner possible, and by yourself, to Paris." Julien was annoyed and didn't hesitate to let it show. "Really, Mother, the past is in the past, and it's no longer of any import whatsoever.
Any misunderstandings Katharine and I have had are over and done with, and are certainly none of your affair, in any case." The dowager gasped and pressed her hands to her palpitating bosom. To Kate, Julien's measured words seemed only the mildest of reproaches, but it was not so, she perceived, to her mother-in-law. She quickly took one of the dowager's limp hands in her own and patted it. "Of course you have a right to know, ma'am. You must forgive Julien, for he is quite fatigued from our long journey. You see, my father was quite Gothic in his attitude, demanding that I wed your son before I knew my own mind. Indeed you are right, ma'am. It was most foolish of me to travel unaccompanied to Paris. I can only attribute my, confusion of sensibilities. I do hope that you will now endeavor to forgive my irregular behavior." The dowager found herself in a quandary. She saw from beneath her lashes that Katharine's prettily spoken speech had found favor with her son, and there was a kindness of expression, a warmth in his eyes that she had never before observed. Having, however, catalogued a rather impressive list of complaints, she decided to take a nip at her daughter-in-law on another matter. "My dear boy, your Aunt Mary informed me that Katharine was a lady of quality, and now I suppose that I must concur. But she also told me that you, Katharine, appear to be no breeder. Of course, I don't in general like to speak of such indelicate subjects, but I think it is a matter of great importance that an heir be provided quickly for the St. Clair line, at least one, perhaps 2 or 3, just to be safe, for life is so very uncertain, don't you think? Is it true, Julien? Does she have narrow hips?" Kate couldn't think of a word to say. She sat there like a stick, her head down, wanting to cry, wanting to scream at her mother-in-law that none of it was any of her business, and she held silent and still. Julien was at the end of his patience, his anger fanned by the misery in his wife's eyes. He stood over to his mother. "All right, mother, this time you've gone too far. It's obvious you mean only to make mischief. I won't have you badger Katharine with your tactless and altogether unnecessary comments. If you can't bethink yourself of any conciliatory words, then I would suggest that you take your leave." "Julien!" the dowager shrieked, clasping her hands to her meager bosom and falling back against the cushions. Oh, what a mother must bear, turned upon by her only dear son, to whom she gave her life, nearly her last breath. "It was only by the veriest chance that I survived your birth, and now you turn on me. Oh dear, what else will happen before I must leave this earth, possibly even before the winter? Now, Julien, surely Katharine said—" Above all things, she didn't want Julien to have a falling out with his hitherto fond parent, though the parent in question deserved a good kick. She removed the vinaigrette from the dowager's unresisting hand and waved it under her nose. "Come, ma'am, let us try to forget this unpleasantness. Julien, will you not apologize, please? One can see that your dear mother is upset, and her devotion to you is laudable." She gave her husband a significant look. To Julien's surprise, his fast-fading parent turned half-tearful eyes to Kate and uttered in a tremulous voice, "Dear, dear child, how well you understand the frailty of my constitution."
Gentlemen do not, nay, cannot, share the sensitivity of our feelings. Even my beloved son, who occasionally forgets himself and says things to wound me utterly. Julien looked from his mother to his wife, gave her a wink, then threw up his hands as if in bafflement. He strode to the long curtained French windows. "You must forgive him, child," the dowager said sadly, leaning toward Kate and patting her arm. "I'm certain that you will coax him out of his masculine mood. Alas, a mother's influence wanes so quickly. As a new bride, you have all the power that I once had, but obviously don't have any more." Kate hesitated to think of Julien's mother as a remarkably foolish woman, but the truth was the truth, and besides, Julien appeared to deal well with her. If not precisely well, the two of them together certainly did. Her husband was not only smart, he was also guileful. It was a good thing in this instance. "I shall certainly try to bring him to his former good humor. Kate said, her voice calm, without a quiver. The dowager looked rather soulfully at her son's back, and with a sigh of one sorely used, she began, with the assistance of Kate, to gather her shawls into a semblance of order about her thin shoulders. She even allowed her daughter-in-law to assist her to her feet. "Julien, your mother is preparing to take her leave. Would you not like to bid her a goodbye?" Julien turned about, a harried expression on his face, one manufactured, Kate knew, just for his mother. He walked to her and planted a light kiss on her thin cheek. "My dear son, at least your father is not here to see what you've done. Mother, for God's sake, my father's misunderstanding with Sir Oliver has absolutely nothing whatsoever to Katharine. I would that you contrived to forget it. And now, or at least very soon from now, do you understand me?" Katharine added, "Dear ma'am, I would assure you that my father was always alone in his views regarding your esteemed family. My brother Harry and I have long been in disagreement with Sir Oliver in this matter. Indeed, after your acquaintance, ma'am, I am more convinced than ever that his actions were quite ill-judged. Ah, dear Katharine, how noble you are, so refined in your observations." The dowager's dark eyes grew bright, and the thin line of her lips turned up at the corners, albeit with some effort. She turned her face to Katharine and allowed her daughter-in-law to kiss her upon the cheek. "I'll escort you to your carriage, mother," Julien said, taking her arm. He wasn't about to risk a reversal of his parents' recently acquired good humor. When he returned to the drawing-room, he was obliged to smile, for Kate wore an impish grin, which delighted him. "You're a baggage, my dear." He took her hand. "You speak of my turning Sir Oliver so sweet, and here you handled my mother like a master strategist. It was well done of you, and I thank you for it." "Oh, you're quite welcome. Oh, yes, Julien, who is this Sarah person? I couldn't help but overhear your mother speak of her, and I wondered. Oh, I'm sorry if it discomforts you, truly." "A beautiful, charming woman," he said, outrageously. She whipped her face up, her eyes darkening with sudden anger. "You wretched man," she began, only to pull up short as her own shame seared her mind. She drew a deep breath and planted a tight smile on her face. "I look forward to meeting this paragon." He was looking at her, and she quickly turned away. Sometimes she felt that he saw too much, that he could probe her thoughts. Julien dismissed further provocative comments. "Well, my dear, what do you think of my humble establishment?" She drew an easier breath and gazed about the drawing-room. "It's quite elegant. Naturally, until I see the rest of the rooms, I can't make a final judgment." It didn't take her long to applaud Julien's excellent taste in the furnishings of the townhouse, and to compliment the quiet efficiency of his staff. She was particularly drawn to the stolid butler, George, whose unruffled dignity she found comforting. It was he who eased her transition as mistress of the house, unobtrusively giving her advice on the management of the servants and the protocol of receiving visitors. In this matter she was profoundly grateful, for in the next week the knocker was never still during the morning visiting hours. It appeared that all of London society wished to inspect the new Countess of March. Because of her own inescapable abstraction, she was a great deal less nervous in the presence of her exalted guests, and many left the St. Clair townhouse to spread the gossip that, even though the Countess was, unfortunately, from the country and a mere baronet's daughter, she did seem to know her rather well. Of all the ton who paid visits to the St. Clair townhouse, it was Percy who found instant favor with Kate. After eyeing her for some minutes through his quizzing glass, he turned to Julien and blithely remarked that he was a lucky dog, and quite unworthy of his good fortune. Kate felt a tightening in her throat at what she thought to be undeserved praise, when, but a moment later, Percy turned to her and asked what Francois was preparing for dinner. She blinked several times at this unexpected question, noted that Julien was grinning widely at her, and said truthfully, "Do forgive me, Sir Percy, I really have no idea. If, however, you will be patient, I shall ring for George." "Not at all the thing, you know, Lady Kate, not at all the thing. I shall be over first thing tomorrow morning, and we shall plan the week's menus." Indeed, Percy arrived punctually the following morning, and he and Kate spent a comfortable hour devising menus that would test Francois's culinary abilities.
After all, you pay the damned fellow £100 a year. You don't want to have him lazing about. Those frogs take advantage, you know. She could find no fault with this logic, and discovered after Percy took his leave that she had quite forgotten herself while in his company. She sought him out, and more often than not, it was Percy who accompanied her to Bond Street to do her shopping, and to the park to ride at the fashionable hour of 5 in the afternoon. It was during one of these excursions that Kate chanced to see a very lovely lady, dressed in the height of fashion, raise her parasol in greeting. She was seated in an open carriage beside a gentleman who seemed to be remonstrating with her. Her piquant oval face was framed with blonde ringlets, and her eyes were a startling blue. Kate raised her hand in a hesitant reply, and observed a rather mocking smile pass over the lady's lips. She wondered whether she should turn astarte and make the lady's acquaintance. "Kate, damn it," Percy hissed, drawing his horse close to hers. "Don't." "What's wrong?" "The lady waved to me. Would it not be rude to ignore her?" "No," was his clipped response. He clicked his horse into a canter, and Kate was obliged to do the same. After some moments, she drew up beside him and tugged on his sleeve. "Percy, for heaven's sake, who was that lady?" Percy stared doggedly between his horse's ears. "Now, you're being quite cow-handed, Percy. You're jobbing your poor horse's mouth." "Cow-handed?" Percy screwed his head around, incensed at the attack on his equestrian skill. Kate chuckled. "Forgive me, my friend, but I had to get your attention. You're behaving quite foolishly, you know. There's no reason for you to be so very protective of me. It was Lady Sarah Ponsonby, wasn't it?" As Percy regarded her in silence, she added in a flat voice, "She's quite lovely, is she not?" "I suppose so, if one happens to like the China doll variety. Don't try to cozen me, Percy. We both know that the China doll variety is quite to Julien's taste. Oh, don't look at me so strangely, and don't try to deny the truth. Perhaps I shouldn't know about her liaison with Julien, but I do, and there's an end to it." "Exactly. It's ended. Julien dismissed her the moment he returned to London, before your marriage."
It appears the lady perhaps disagrees with you, Percy. Though Kate quickly changed the topic and chattered with seeming unconcern for the remainder of their ride, Percy wasn't fooled. After depositing Kate in Grosvenor Square, Percy repaired to White's, as was his habit. Although not one to let other people's concerns trouble him overlong, Percy found, quite to his surprise, that he felt it his duty to seek out Julien and inform him of what had occurred. He ran him to ground in the reading room, conversing with the portly, somewhat vacuous Marquis of Halport. It was a good 5 minutes before Percy was able to detach Julien from the garrulous Marquis. "Don't mean to be disagreeable, Halport," Percy managed to insert during a brief pause, "but I must remove March here. Need his advice on this nag up for sale at Tattersall's. Good Lord, not Otherton's slope-shouldered bay, I trust, Percy. He's a showy creature. Now, see here, March." "Devilish fine horse, if you ask me," Lord Halport said. Lord Halport turned to Percy and asked politely, "If you wouldn't mind, Blairstock, think I'll take a look at Otherton's bay. As March says, he's a showy creature. I always like to maintain a full stable, you know. Not at all, dear sir. Don't mind a bit. Servant Blairstock. My regards to your lovely countess, my Lord March." Julien and Percy returned Lord Halport's creaky bow, and when the Marquis was out of earshot, Percy said indignantly to Julien, "You, Julien, of all people, know that I would never consider that broken-down bay of Otherton's. Just couldn't think of another excuse to get rid of the fellow." Julien grinned broadly. "Well, now that we've as good as sold Otherton's bay for him, why don't you join me in a glass of sherry?" Julien waved his hand to a somberly clad footman. "Now, Percy, whatever is the matter? You're looking positively blue around your collar." Percy rearranged his elegantly clad bulk into a more comfortable position and eyed Julien in profound silence. Seeing his friend so very calm and composed, he began to doubt the wisdom of poking his nose into the Earl's affairs. "Good God, Percy, it cannot be so bad as all that. Your tailor been dunning you? Dash it, March, Kate has seen Sarah. She was bound to, sooner or later." The Earl said mildly, "I see no cause for alarm. Don't excite yourself. It raises your color alarmingly." Easy for you to say, Julien, but you didn't see the look on Sarah's face or the way she waved to Kate, like a cat with her claws curled. I swear she's up to mischief. You know as well as I do that she grows quite bored with Sir Edward. Wouldn't be at all surprised if she decided she wanted you in her bed again. You forget, Percy, that I spoke to her before Kate came to London. Just a woman's jealousy, no more. Well, Kate seems to think that you much admire Lady Sarah. Told me so, in fact. Tried to act like she didn't care. But you know Kate. She can't hide her feelings worth a tinker's dam. Julien silently cursed Sarah, but was obliged to admit, upon brief reflection, that he was not displeased that Kate was distressed. Could it be that she was jealous? A sure sign to him that she had truly come to care for him. He met Percy's gaze and said quietly, "Don't concern yourself further. I shall take care of the matter. And, Percy, I thank you for your kindness to Katharine. She is aware, I believe, what a very good friend she has in you." Percy coughed. "I say, Julien, deuced nice of you to say that, but, well, Kate is such a trump, not at all like a woman, She's like a comrade in arms, or I think that's what she'd be if I'd ever been in the army. That she is, that she is. Oh, by the by, Percy, what is Francois preparing for dinner this evening?" Percy pursed his lips in thought before replying cordially. "Thursday. Ah, yes. Poached medallions of veal in port wine sauce with mushrooms, and served with spinach noodles. Beefsteak stuffed with chicken liver, with vegetables and roasted potatoes. Many other side dishes, of course. I approved all of them. Thank you. I trust that you will grace us with your presence." Percy beamed. "Dashed nice of you to offer, March. Don't mind if I do." After Julien and Percy had parted, Julien couldn't help but wonder if he was not living in a fool's paradise, pretending that there were really no problems at all, when in fact they were growing wildly in number. He knew that there had been no recurrence of Kate's nightmare, for though she slept in her own room, he quietly opened the adjoining door each night before retiring. 30. Lady Sarah Ponsonby let her vellum-bound copy of Lord Byron's The Corsair slide off her lap onto the pale blue carpet, reached out for a sweetmeat on the table beside her, thought of her thighs, which were a bit too plump, and drew her hand back. She was bored, not only with her doting elderly husband, but also with her lover, Sir Edward. Though his adoration for her hadn't diminished over the past few months, she found him unimaginative both in love-making and in his flattery. Her eyes were bluer than the pale blue sky of midsummer. She couldn't help but make comparisons between Sir Edward and Julien, and she found in all particulars that her portly lover was a decided second to the Earl of March, who was not only a beautiful man, but an excellent lover as well. She felt a sudden knot of anger at the thought of the pale-faced girl Julien had wed. She was far too tall in Sarah's estimation, and she found it altogether disagreeable that some considered the young countess to be quite beautiful. Well, beautiful or not, she thought, brightening, the baronet's daughter wasn't enjoying her good fortune, for all was not well between the Earl and the countess. How fortunate it was that one of her lackeys was enamored of a talkative serving-maid in the Earl's household, for he provided her with a steady source of prime information. From her own experience, she knew Julien to be a passionate man, and she had first dismissed the careless bit of gossip that he didn't visit his wife's bedchamber. But then she had wondered why their wedding trip had been of singularly short duration. Now, since the St. Clairs had been more than 2 weeks in London, and many more bits of information were let slip by her lackey, she was convinced that something was definitely amiss with their relationship. Her vanity tempted her to believe that Julien realized he'd made a shocking misalliance, and was simply biding his time to again seek her out. It was an exciting thought, and she refused to dismiss it. After all, Katharine was but a girl. That rankled a bit. But she, Sarah, was an experienced woman, and a beautiful one, as she had been told countless times by countless men, including Julien. Her smooth brow furrowed in concentrated thought as she cudgelled her brains for the most expedient way possible to bring Julien to his senses. It didn't take her long to hit on Lady Haverstump's ridotto, which was but 2 days away.
What better opportunity to show Julien that he'd made a mistake in his choice of brides? She would dress as Clea Clapp had, perhaps even paint her toenails, and wear the golden sandals. Dampening her petticoat to make the flowing white gown cling to her body was a bit uncomfortable, but it would serve only to make her the more alluring. With more energy than she was wont to show, Sarah rose from her couch and rang imperiously for her maid. She found that she was even looking forward to riding with Sir Edward. "You're silent, Julien. Don't you like my costume?" He remained silent for a few moments, then said, "It's not that I don't like it. It's simply not quite what I expected you to wear." Secretly, he was appalled. He had supposed that Kate would perhaps choose a shepherdess costume for the Haverstoke Ridotto, or some such costume that wouldn't call attention to herself. Instead, unbeknownst to him, she'd attired herself as a courtesan of the last century. She powdered her hair and piled it high atop her head.
Her gown was of a heavy, dark blue brocade, with full skirts worn over panniers, and cut very low over her white bosom, a narrow row of lace suggesting more than revealing the curve of her breasts. Perhaps what shocked him most were her reddened lips and the small black patch placed artfully beside her mouth. She wore heavy sapphire earrings and necklace, and even to the least exacting taste, too many bracelets adorned her arms. He thought she looked the whore, albeit a very expensive one. "Perhaps, Kate, you've become enamored of Madame de Pompadour's portrait?" he asked, trying to check his anger at her appearance. It was her turn to be silent, and she turned the bracelets on one wrist before replying slowly, "Yes, I had the gown she wore in the portrait copied by Madame Besot. Of course, she was Louis XV's mistress, but still—" "She was a trollop," he said, more harshly than he intended. "I don't wish my wife to emulate such an example." His anger died as quickly as it had come, for her face paled beneath the rouge, and she turned quickly away from him. He realized with a shock that in some strange fashion Kate was acting out the role of a whore because it was how she felt about herself. He wondered fleetingly if she herself was aware of what she was doing. He walked quickly to her and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. "Do forgive me, sweetheart. It's just that I have no great liking for the Pompadour. It was said that my grandfather even visited her bedchamber a long time ago in Paris. Indeed, my dear, you look striking. The flamboyance of your costume serves only to enhance your beauty." He was lying, and both of them knew it, but he also knew that the Ton would see nothing amiss with her appearance, and would even applaud her daring originality. Come, it grows late, and the Haverstoke Viva is several miles from London. She turned to face him, a look of confusion in her eyes. "You don't go in costume, my lord? My concessions are a domino and a mask. Had I but known that you so admired the dress of the last century, I would have dressed as Louis XV. Oh, no, you could not have. Madame de Pompadour was only his mistress. It wouldn't have been— that is to say—" She stopped abruptly and gave her head a tiny shake. With a flash of insight, he realized that she didn't see him as her lover, so in her eyes, he couldn't be Louis XV. "I hardly think it matters, my dear. Ah, here's George. Your carriage is ready, my lord," George announced, unaware that he had rescued the Count and Countess from a trying scene. "Oh, yes, indeed. I have but to fetch my domino." She turned on her heel and brushed past George. Julien gazed silently after her before turning to his butler. "Thank you, George. Please inform Davy that we will be down presently." He picked up his black satin domino from the back of a chair and nonchalantly flung it over his shoulders. He fingered the soft black velvet mask before he slipped it into the pocket of his waistcoat. He thought grimly that he was indeed living in a fool's paradise, and it was crumbling bit by bit around him. He'd believed the stay in London would help her, and it had seemed to help, but now— He shook his head. When he walked past his butler into the entryway, his face was impassive. Kate met him presently, an even more striking picture now, enveloped in her long dark blue satin domino. She had fastened on her blue brocade mask, and not one auburn strand was visible through the white powder in her hair. If he had not known she was his wife, Julien wouldn't have recognized her. Their ride to the Haverstoke mansion occupied the better part of an hour, and after many minutes of strained silence, Julien endeavored to ease the tension between them by describing the various members of the ton she would meet. He maintained a steady stream of anecdotes, which was interrupted only at rare moments by questions from Kate. She became animated only at the mention of Percy's name. "I believe Percy plans to appear as a medieval lord of the manor, complete to battle-axe, so he told me. I do but pray that he won't drop it on his foot." "Rather on his foot than on yours when you dance with him." Julien grinned into the dim light. "And will Hugh be present?" "Certainly. Like me, Hugh will relax his caste only to the domino and mask." Kate didn't comment, for the swaying of the carriage was making her stomach churn uncomfortably. She leaned her head back against the white satin squabs and closed her eyes. The Haverstoke mansion was a two-storied pale red brick structure, dating from the Restoration, set back from the main road by a rather rutted gravelled drive. Lights blazing from every window and countless carriages lining the drive gave ample evidence of the success of the ridotto. As Bladden opened the carriage door for his master to alight, his eyes veered to the lighted servants' hall, where he was certain he and Davy would enjoy frothy mugs of ale and the smiles and teasing of some of the maids. Lady Haverstoke had rigged out her entire staff in the formal livery of the last century, a startling yellow and white, and had insisted, much to their consternation, that each wear a wig of sugarloaf shape. Thus it was that her hawk-nosed butler was busy grumbling to himself and twitching at his wig when the Earl and Countess of March were ushered into the main hall. Elkins, his second in command, looked like an exotic yellow bird, a canary, the butler decided with a curl of his thin lips, for a canary sounded both exotic and yellow. And the way he was fluttering about, ingratiating himself among the guests, his strutting manner was simply not to be borne. The butler grimly resolved to put the little creeper in his place the moment the guests departed. He was obliged to cloak his violent intentions as the Earl and Countess approached. The butler's bow to the Earl was of the perfect depth, though his knees trembled in complaint as he straightened more slowly than he had descended. "If your lordship and ladyship will please to accompany me." The Earl nodded briefly, and the butler smiled smugly as he conducted them up the winding stairway to the large ballroom on the second floor. Elkins, with his thin, high-pitched voice, would never be able to perform this duty with such a deep, rich baritone. He managed to glance surreptitiously at the new Countess of March, and was disappointed that he couldn't make out her features through her mask and her powdered hair, as white as his sugarloaf wig. "The Earl and Countess of March," came his booming voice. He hoped that not too many more guests would arrive, for the assembled company was so boisterously loud that he was growing quite hoarse in trying to be heard, over the laughing chatter and that wild German music. The waltz, it was called, Elkins had condescendingly informed him. Kate had only a few moments to scan the startlingly colorful sea of guests for a familiar face, before a large woman with a more than ample bosom, swathed in yards of purple satin, swooped down upon them. Her hair was tightly crimped, and a myriad of tiny sausage curls fluttered about her heavy face. Kate blinked at the two enormous purple ostrich feathers implanted atop her head, which swayed precariously as she walked. "Ah, my dear March, and your new Countess. So delighted you could come. Quite unusual you look, my dear. Marie Antoinette, I dare say. And you, my Lord March, so disobliging of you not to come in costume, but no matter." She beamed at them, revealing large, protruding teeth. "You look quite dashing, Constance," Julien said when the lady halted her monologue for a moment. "Yes, this is Katharine, my wife." Lady Haverstoke favored Kate with a tap on the arm with her ivory brise fan. "The hair creates quite an effect, my dear. So very white. Ah, but you are in good company." Lady Haverstoke pointed her ubiquitous fan in the general direction of a small knot of elderly women, each attired more outrageously than the other. Lady Waverley and that monstrous pink wig.
That lady in the lavender silk, Elsbeth Rothford. How very youthful she would like to appear. And of course there's Lady Ponsonby, surrounded by her gallants, her court, as I call it. She looked expectantly to see some signs of agitation in Katharine, but seeing none, hid her disappointment and added for effect, "Scandalous, in my opinion. Cleopatra," she informs me, and gobbed in that clinging wisp of material, and her toenails painted gold. Still observing no noteworthy response from either the Earl or the Countess, she contented herself with the fact that the evening was far from advanced. My dear Lady Ranelagh! And Lady Haverstoke was gone with amazing speed away from them, soon lost to view among a throng of guests. Lord Haverstoke must be either a man of great forbearance or deaf, Kate said, staring after their hostess. Lord Haverstoke had the good sense to depart this world some years ago. Julien wished he could see behind her mask to see what effect Lady Haverstoke's malicious and quite calculated words had on her. "Come, sweetheart," he said then, taking her arm. "I believe I've located our Lord of the Manor, battle-axe and all. Oh, and there is Hugh, Julien. He looks terribly sombre, does he not? All that black satin. Don't I look equally as sombre? How ridiculous. Of course not. You look rather dignified, perhaps like a very young statesman. High tribute, certainly. If ever I take an active role in the House of Lords, my first act will be to condemn auburn hair. Then you will find that your bills for white powder will grow monstrously. Julien, at least have the decency to tie on your mask," Percy said, thrusting forward his hand and shaking Julien's heartily. "You look like some sort of hell-fire parson bent on destroying the world." "Kate tells me I appear more like a statesman," Julien said, smiling as he got the full effect of Percy's grandeur, his noble proportions encased in a jerkin of light yellow wool. His battle-axe dangled from a large leather belt about his waist. "How grand you look, Percy! So very impressive." She laughed in delight when he tried to favor her with a gallant bow. "Ah, good evening to you, Hugh. Katharine, if my memory doesn't fault me, you have copied Pompadour's gown. I must commend your originality and the skill of your modesty. An unusual lady the Pompadour was, to say the least." Kate sensed more than observed a stiffening in Julien at Hugh's appraisal. She said quickly, "The portrait took my fancy, Hugh, but you know the black patch is most bothersome. It itches excessively. Well, I would most willingly exchange your patch for this deucedly cumbersome axe," Percy said, shooting a look at Hugh. "Never should have let him talk me into it." "Me talk you?" Percy continued, ignoring Hugh's astonishment. "You don't mind if I dance with Kate, do you? If Kate doesn't fear for her toes, I suppose I can make no argument. Not at all." Percy bore her off, and soon they took their places beside other equally colorful couples on the dance floor. "Well, Hugh, which do you prefer, parsons or statesmen? Considering the regent's problems with retaining statesmen of worth, I believe we should choose the latter and offer our services. And would you recommend our good Percy to command the army?" Hugh tied on his mask. "'Twould give me great pleasure to see our dandy mount a horse in that get-up." Julien's deep laugh dissolved into a grunt of impatience as he chanced to look up and see Sarah beckoning to him in a most imperious manner. Hugh's eyes followed Julien's, and his nostrils quivered in anger. He frowned as he appraised her in her Cleopatra's costume, trying to remember if it was an asp or a viper that brought about the queen's demise. He became even more indignant when Lady Sarah blithely detached herself from her knot of admirers and calmly approached them. Don't be so obvious, Hugh, in your condemnation. Percy informs me that Sarah grows tired of Sir Edward, and if she chooses to seek out old quarry, it must be dealt with. The two men's eyes met through the slits in their masks, and though Hugh was uncertain of Julian's intent, he was obliged to hold his peace. Do excuse me, Hugh. I hope this won't take long. Julian walked toward Lady Sarah. My dear Julian, such a bore that you didn't come as Caesar or perhaps Mark Antony. What a very attractive couple we would have made together. She raised wide, wistful eyes to Julian's face and sighed with soulful innocence. He thought it was a good act, one she'd perfected over the years, but it was getting a bit frayed now. He wasn't moved a whit. Indeed, he found it silly, truth be told. You have need of no one to further enhance your image, Sarah. Does your barge await you outside? Though he'd been scandalized by Kate's costume, he was rather amused by Sarah's outrageous daring, and was unable to prevent his gaze from traveling the length of her flimsy clinging gown. And the gold toenails, quite the crowning touch for a queen. Yes, are they not? She was pleased at his masculine response, but not at all surprised. All men were alike, after all. Julian had just lost his way for a little while, nothing more. She laid her bare hand on his arm and said softly, "Won't you dance with Cleopatra, my Lord March? I vow she's awaited your coming all this evening. If you wish, Sarah. It's just as well." He slipped his arm about her slender waist and whirled her into the throng of dancers. 31. Lady Constance Haverstoke watched with glittering eyes as Lord March led Lady Ponsonby to the dance floor. She turned to her companion, Lady Victoria Manningley, and remarked complacently, "What is the saying about moths flying forever to a flame?" "Lord March should take care, I dare say," Lady Victoria said with pursed lips, "else he will find himself quite at odds with his new bride. That is she, is it not, over there?" She pointed to Kate's gracefully swaying form, rendered less so by Percy's ungainly costume. "She's a very proud girl, I've heard it said, but of course not unbecomingly so," she added quickly, remembering suddenly that for some strange reason Mrs. Drummond Burrell, that terrifying officious old goat, had taken an unaccountable liking to the girl. Lady Victoria judged from Lady Haverstoke's brazen attempt to draw attention to the Earl and Lady Ponsonby that she wasn't privy to this bit of information. It would serve her right, Victoria thought, if the Earl's bride were to cause a commotion. Certainly that cat Sarah Ponsonby wouldn't show to advantage in the eyes of society. She wondered if perhaps she should drop a hint in Constance's ear. She was surprised suddenly from her meanderings by the touch of Lady Haverstoke's hand on her wrist. "Do but look, Victoria. March and Lady Sarah are leaving the floor." Both ladies watched in silence as the Earl led Sarah to the large curtained windows at the end of the ballroom, parted them, and slipped outside behind them. "Perhaps it's not moths to a flame, after all," Lady Haverstoke mused, with the superior grin of one who has accomplished her goal. "More like bees to the honey-pot." "Lord March is unwise," was all that Lady Victoria Manningley said. "My dear Julian, how very thoughtful of you. It was growing so terribly close. I was longing for a breath of evening air, but only with you." "Did you, indeed, Sarah?" He was very much aware, for one unwanted moment, of her hand stroking his sleeve, and the pervading odor of her musk scent. He said coolly, "I understand, Sarah, that Sir Edward has lowered in your estimation. Really, my dear, you are too fickle. He mounts a horse well. Does he not mount you as well?" It was crude, but it didn't deter her. "I've missed you, Julian." Her lips were parted in the most provocative way. She felt the strength of him through the black satin of his evening coat, and raised her hand to touch his face. "Ah, my dearest, however could you have tied yourself to that whey-faced girl? Whey-faced, Sarah. Surely you can't have looked closely at her." She tossed her golden curls. "Very well. Perhaps she is passable-looking in a provincial sort of way, but, Julian, she is but a girl, a green, ignorant, cold girl. A girl, yes, indeed, my reputation would suffer were it otherwise. Come, you know very well what I mean. Why, it's common knowledge that—" She ground to a halt as Julien's hand gripped her wrist. "Just what, I pray, is common knowledge?" Sarah drew back at the coldness of his voice. "Well, it is not precisely common knowledge. I know, Julien. I know that she's cold. I know you don't sleep with your bride, that you don't even visit her bedchamber." He said nothing. She was emboldened to continue. "It's a mistake, my dear Julien, to have wed an inexperienced chit. Is she frightened of your passion? That is why, is it not, that you returned so quickly from your wedding trip?" In the dim moonlight, she couldn't see Julien's pallor or the hardening of his mouth. She thought him to be struggling with himself, and she pressed her body against him and slipped her white arms up about his shoulders. "Oh, my dearest, can she give you this?" She stood on her tiptoes and pressed her mouth to his, her hands entwining in his curling hair and pulling him down to her. Percy swiped his forehead with a fine lawn handkerchief that was oddly at variance with his woolen jerkin, and heaved a sigh. "Lord, Kate, it will take me a bloody hour to regain my breath. Too deuced fast, that damned German music. Enough to send a fellow toppling early into his grave, or at least toppling onto his battle-axe. You were magnificent, Percy." As she spoke, she was searching for Julien and Hugh. Drat, how vexitizing this patch is. She lightly rubbed her cheek around the offending black satin. "Ah, there you are, my dear." Kate and Percy turned at the commanding voice of Lady Haverstoke. "How terribly feudal you are, Lord Blairstock." She looked around her complacently. "It's such a sad crush, isn't it? I dare say we will have some ladies swooning if the space becomes too tight." "Yes, indeed, ma'am," Kate said without a moment's hesitation. It was an expected compliment, surely. Lady Haverstoke lowered her voice and said in a conspiratorial whisper, "How charming Lord March looked, dancing with Lady Sarah." Several of the ladies were disappointed when they left the floor. "They left the floor, ma'am?" Kate asked, suddenly feeling nausea rise in her throat. "For a breath of fresh air, no doubt," Lady Haverstoke said in a pitying way that made Percy want to slap her fat face. "Well, it is deuced hot in here, Lady Constance, deuced hot. What the devil was the smug old tabby up to?" It came as a bit of a shock to him that Julien would commit such a folly. "Come, Kate, let us try some of that excellent champagne." Percy took Kate firmly by the arm, nodded briefly to Lady Haverstoke, and propelled her toward the punch bowl. "Don't listen to her. The old biddy's just trying to stir up some mischief, that's all." "Is she, Percy?" Kate asked, stopping and gazing up at his perspiring face. "Good Lord, Kate, don't be a fool. Julien is your husband, not some old roue to sport around with every pretty face." "You're right, Percy. It is overly warm. If you will excuse me." She felt the words choke in her throat as she sped away from him before he could form a protest. Damnation! Percy accidentally bumped his battle-axe against a lady's elbow. "Apologies, ma'am." When Kate broke away from Percy, she thought perhaps to seek out some quiet room where she could be alone. But somehow she found that her legs were quite at odds with her mind, and moved her resolutely the length of the ballroom toward the long windows. She was beginning to feel quite ill, her stomach churning uncomfortably, and a steady pounding growing in her head. She silently cursed her own physical weakness and stopped to press her fingers against her forehead. Her lacings were too tight, that was it. Eliza had tugged and tugged until Kate had gasped for breath. She smoothed the tight brocade about her waist, drew a deep breath, and wondered as she pulled aside the heavy curtains what was happening to her, what was so overwhelmingly compelling her to search out her husband. She found that she was quietly pleading to some divine power that she would find Julien alone. As she slipped through the narrow opening, she felt as though someone's fist had struck her hard in the stomach, for she saw Julien and Lady Sarah standing very close, the lady's hand possessively holding her husband's arm. She heard Lady Sarah say with devastating clarity, "Is she frightened of your passion? That is why, is it not, that you returned so quickly from your wedding trip?" "Oh, dear God, Julien," she cried silently to herself. "Please, please." She couldn't see her husband's face, but his continued silence dinned in her ears. "Oh, my dearest Julien, can she give you this?" Kate pressed her face against the window pane to blot out the picture of Lady Sarah locked tightly against Julian's chest, her mouth upon his. She was filled with sudden fury, and without thought she stepped forward, her hands balled into fists. Her long gown caught itself on the hinge of the window and pulled her up short. She bent down and gave the skirt a vicious tug, and found that her anger was dissolving into a dim haze of misery. She looked down at her dress. A whore's gown, was it not? Nothing but a whore's dress. Good God, what right had she to rain down curses on Lady Sarah's head? She pressed her hand against her mouth and turned about quickly. Hurrying back into the ballroom, she made her way to a more distant row of windows and slipped out quietly. She ran along the flagstone balcony until, unable to help herself, she leaned miserably over the railing and lost her dinner. She sat huddled against the railing until she was brought to her senses by voices quite near her. She panicked, thinking that it was perhaps Julien. He mustn't find her like this. Remnants of pride patched themselves together. She rose slowly to her feet, pressing her lace handkerchief to her mouth and gritting her teeth against a new wave of nausea. With automatic motions, she smoothed her gown and forced her face into an impassive mask as she sought out an antechamber to bathe her face and mouth. She felt strangely empty, as if nothing now mattered to her. She was grateful for the numbness, the feeling of detachment, for when Julien later approached her, as she chatted with the utmost unconcerned with a young matron dressed in the acceptable shepherdess costume, she was able to greet him with a semblance of calm. "Lady Ridgelow," Julien said, with a slight bow, before turning to his wife. "My dear, Percy isn't quite a taking, claiming that you abandoned him at the punch bowl. Come, you must make reparations before we take our leave. A pleasure to see you again, Lady Ridgelow." As Julien guided her through the now thinning company, he said quietly, "Actually, Percy wasn't quite a taking over my behavior, not yours." "Your behavior, my lord?" She looked up at him, striving for calm, for a show of indifference that he would believe. He saw too much always, and now she simply couldn't bear it if he saw her misery. "Yes, and undoubtedly I owe you an explanation. By taking Lady Sarah to the balcony, I evidently gave the gossips a delectable topic of conversation. You, I am persuaded, must know my reason for doing so." "Indeed, my lord, it isn't for me to question your actions." She wouldn't look at him. She couldn't. She kept her eyes straight ahead. "Come, Kate," he said sharply, frowning down at her profile. "You've taken me to task on practically every one of my actions since the day I met you. That I perhaps chose an awkward place and time to set Lady Sarah straight is very much your affair. I am sorry for it, but at least it's now at an end." Kate felt a deep bitterness invade the comforting numbness that surrounded her. "Yes," she thought sadly, "I saw just how well you handled the lady. I see I'm to judge by your continued silence that you either understand my motives or you are jealous." "Which is it?" He grasped her arm and pulled her up to face him. "As you say, my lord," she said finally, her voice wintry and far away. "I understand your motives perfectly. I assure you, there's no need to explain further. You're a man, after all. Just what the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you not a man? Damnation. No, this is quite ridiculous." He regarded her steadily and said at last, "It will be as you wish, at least for the moment. We haven't yet danced. Would you like to?" "No. That is, I'm very tired. It's been a long evening, and so many people, and all of them talking and talking. If you wouldn't mind, I would just as soon leave." He studied her pale face. She did look exhausted and unhappy. Damnation, what was he to do? Gray flecks of dawn penetrated the darkness of the room when Julien awoke at the sound of a piercing scream. He bounded from his bed, threw his dressing gown about him, and rushed through the adjoining door into Kate's room. She screamed again, tangling herself among the heavy bedclothes. He leaned over her and grabbed her shoulders, shaking her none too gently. "Kate, come on now. Wake up. That's it. You must wake up. It's a nightmare. Nothing more. Just that damned nightmare. Come, sweetheart." A long shudder passed the length of her body, and she forced her eyes open. Julien was balanced over her, his face pale in the dim light, his hair tousled, beard stubble on his chin. She cried out in protest as he shook her again. It was the nightmare again. Oh God, I hate it. It's so frightening because I can't see what's there, can't see anything, but the evil is there, I know it. She struggled up and pulled her hands from beneath the covers to push damp masses of hair from her forehead. She threw out her arms to clasp him to her, to burrow against him, but as she did so, Lady Sarah's face rose in her eyes. She fell back against the pillows and turned her face away. Julien drew back, baffled. Always before she'd wanted him to comfort her, to hold her. Slowly he straightened and automatically began to smooth out the tangled covers. He saw that she was trembling uncontrollably. "Sweetheart," he said quietly. She made no response, and he eased himself down beside her. Above all things, he didn't want to frighten her, and thus he contented himself with gazing at her averted face, satisfied, for the moment at least, that he was close to her. Gradually, the trembling lessened, and her breathing became more regular. She turned her head back to look at him. "I thank you, my lord, for waking me." Her voice was dry and crackling in the silent room, like fragile autumn leaves falling from branches. "I'll stay with you now, all right?" He reached out his hand and lightly touched her damp cheeks. She whipped her head away as if his touch repelled her or frightened her. "No, no, my lord, please. I promise you that I'm quite all right now. I'm sorry to have awakened you. Forgive me. I won't do it again." "Bloody hell, that's quite enough." He sounded angry to her, and she closed her eyes tightly, turning back within herself. But there was only a vast, lonely emptiness there. She heard him rise from her bed. She could feel him looking down at her as he stood beside her. Dear God, what was he thinking? Would he go back to Lady Sarah? What would he do? Good night. You know very well you have but to call if you have need of me. She didn't trust herself to speak, and so she lay in stiff silence until she heard his retreating footsteps. She opened her eyes, and unbidden tears welled up and rolled silently down her cheeks. She tried yet again to piece together the nightmare, but as always, it escaped her, drifting in vague shadows back into unknown depths of her mind. Waiting there, she felt it would never be gone from her. She took an edge of the covers and wiped the tears from her face. Sleep didn't again come to her, and she pushed back the covers. She eased her feet into her slippers and padded to the windows. She curled up in the window seat, her face pressed against the blue brocade curtains. It was some hours later that Eliza found her, huddled and shivering, asleep in the embrasure. 32, damn it, Julien, you're a fool, and if you weren't my friend, and a better shot, I'd bloody well call you out. Hugh looked just as angry, only his anger was cold and still. He said finally, "I'd be his second if he were a better shot." The three men stood outside White's, their overcoats buttoned high to their collars to keep out the blistering winter wind. You must have known that Constance Haverstoke would take the first opportunity to fill Kate's ears with Sarah. And you, damn your hide, you had to parade her in front of everyone onto the dance floor. As a gust of wind threatened to whip Percy's beaver hat from his carefully pomaded locks, he momentarily shut his mouth. "It's quite true, Julien," Hugh said. "Kate's so young, you should have realized that she would find out and what she would feel. Kate assured me that she quite understood my motives." But he knew it was a lie. He bloody well knew he'd hurt her badly, but he hadn't meant to. Besides being young, she is quite proud. Julien threw up his gloved hands. "All right, that's enough from both of you." He raised haughty brows and added sarcastically, "You're acting as if Kate were your sister. I was on the point of telling you both, before Blairstock here ranted at me like a madman, that I intend to leave London with Kate on Friday. We go to St. Clair. Does that satisfy your chivalrous meddling?" "And Sarah?" Percy said, his eyes dark, for once undaunted by Julien's show of sang-froid.
Neither of you has further need to trouble yourselves about that lady. Ah, so you came to an understanding with her when you took her outside to the balcony. Is that what you're telling us? Julien jerked his head around. It appears that my actions are quite common knowledge. Lord Julien, you may be a fool, but Kate isn't. As I told you last night, Lady Constance gave her an earful, and enjoyed every minute of it, the old besom. Julian's anger died as he pictured Kate in the dim morning light, silent and withdrawn from him. He raised weary eyes to his friend and said quietly, "The matter is settled. Do not, I pray, call me out, Percy," he added with a glimmer of a smile. "Now, I suggest, if you gentlemen are quite through telling me what a fool I am, let's go inside and have a glass of sherry." It was strange, Hugh thought, as they were divested of their greatcoats in the cloakroom of White's, how very serious life had become since Julien had gotten himself wed. And to see Percy so impassioned over something that didn't involve his personal pleasures made him wonder uneasily if he knew more of the situation than he had disclosed earlier that morning when he unceremoniously burst in, most effectively dampening Hugh's appetite for his breakfast. He gazed from beneath hooded lids at Julien and noted the tense lines about his mouth and eyes. No, he decided finally. Julien was too close-mouthed and, like Kate, too proud to unburden himself to anyone. They drank their sherry in silence, each feeling acutely strained in the other's company. Hugh thought the sherry tasteless. "It's like you could cut the air with a blade," George said behind his immaculate white-gloved hand to Mackles, a young footman who had just received a blistering set-down from a usually polite, calm master. "It ain't so much is lordship," Mackles said, after ruminating over George's comment for several moments. "It's her ladyship. Like a ghost she's been, so pale and quiet-like, if you know what I mean." He glanced sideways toward the breakfast room, thankful that the door was firmly closed. George knew very well what the footman meant, but he was suddenly aware that such a conversation, even though it be with a superior servant, was unseemly. "Well, just never you mind about all that, my boy," he said formally, bending a stern eye on the hapless Mackles. "You just help Eliza with her ladyship's trunks."
His lordship and ladyship should be finishing their breakfast shortly, and will wish to leave. On the other side of the breakfast parlor door, Julien was sitting across from his silent wife. "Do at least try some of your eggs, my dear. It will be a long time before luncheon." She nodded, her head down. She didn't feel at all well this morning, and the thought of the eggs made her stomach churn. But as she didn't want him to know, she raised a morsel to her mouth, chewed with her eyes closed, and forced herself to swallow. "Your gown is very smart, Madame Giselle." Kate nodded, thinking privately that the dove-gray dress emphasized her pallor and the dark shadows under her eyes. She looked dowdy and sallow. She'd pulled the gown from her wardrobe to the sound of Eliza's disapproving clucking. "How long do you intend to remain at St. Clair, my lord?" she asked, seeing her husband frown at her nearly full breakfast plate. "If it pleases you, at least until the new year. You do have a say in the matter, you know." She knew the look she shot him was disbelieving, but she only nodded. She could remember no occasion when any opinion of hers had affected his decisions. Indeed, she had learned but 2 days before that they would be leaving for St. Clair. Not many minutes later, the Earl and Countess of March said hasty goodbyes to the assembled servants in the marble entranceway. "Have a safe journey, my lord, my lady," George said in his superior butler's voice as he opened the front doors. "I'll keep you informed as to the date of our return, George," Julien said. Kate looked with something akin to dread at the open carriage door. "Maintain a snart pace, Davy," she heard Julien say to their coachman. "Well, stop at the inn in Bramford for luncheon." "Yes, my lord," David said, giving the Earl a smart salute. He shot a smug smile at the gimlet-eyed Bladen, who was not to accompany the Earl on this trip. Julien assisted Kate into the carriage and handed her 2 fur rugs to wrap about her legs. Then he swung in and, after settling himself comfortably, tapped the roof with his cane. He briefly looked out the carriage window to ensure that the other carriage, containing Eliza and Timmins, was also in motion. Satisfied, he sat back and stretched his long legs diagonally across from him. "Are you warm enough?" "Yes, my Lord March," she answered, not turning her head to face him. "So formal, sweetheart. Shall I call you my Lady March?" She watched Grosvenor Square disappear behind them before saying with a forced smile, "If it suits your fancy. With all those servants at your command, it seems more natural for you to be a Lord March and not a simple Julien. They're also your servants," he said, steadily regarding her. "Very well. As you will, Julien." Not a very auspicious beginning, he thought glumly, watching his wife from the corner of his eyes. As the carriage rumbled through Hounslow Heath, Julien said, "It looks quite barren, does it not?" He directed her attention to the forlorn leafless trees set against a gray, fog-laden landscape. "Our most famous highwaymen have frequented this place, and still do, for that matter. I myself was stopped here some years ago." "You were robbed?" she asked incredulously. "Well, not precisely. I had to send the Bow Street runners for 2 of them, and the other fellow managed to escape with a bullet in his arm." He chuckled. "You should have seen Davy. Foolishly brave he was, waving his blunderbuss about and screaming curses at the villains. You weren't hurt, were you?" "Oh, no, merely late for Lady Otterley's drum." He didn't add that the lady who was accompanying him flew into the most damnable hysterics. "It must have been quite exciting," she said, her voice wistful. "I've never met a highwayman. They're a most unsavory lot, not at all dashing or romantic, as the stories puff them up to be." She shivered. He leaned forward and tucked the rugs more securely about her. "Are you cold?" She drew back. "No, no, I was merely thinking of Harry and hoping he's unharmed." The carriage lurched over an uneven stretch of road, and Kate gritted her teeth against a wave of nausea. Even as she closed her eyes tightly and prayed that she wouldn't be ill, she was forced to say in a strangled voice, "Julien, please stop the carriage. Oh dear, I'm going to be sick." He took one look at her strained, pale face and drove the head of his cane hard against the roof of the carriage. The carriage pulled to a halt, and Julien threw open the door and jumped to the ground. "Give me your hand, quickly now." She stumbled toward him, her handkerchief pressed hard against her mouth. He took a firm grip on her arms and swung her to the road beside him. She leaned heavily against him, the world spinning unpleasantly about her. He let her slip to her knees at the side of the road and held her shoulders as she retched violently. He silently cursed himself for forcing her to eat what little breakfast she'd had. The retching eventually subsided into dry, heaving spasms that shook her whole body. Julien ruthlessly pulled off her fashionable bonnet so she could rest her head on his thigh, and drew his greatcoat around her to protect her from the blowing west wind. "My lord," Davy said quietly, "perhaps her ladyship would feel a mite better with some of my medicinal brandy." "Thank you, Davy, the very thing." Julien took the flask from his coachman, wet his handkerchief, and gently wiped her mouth. "Come, sweetheart, this will make you feel much better." His calmness steadied her, and though she was now consumed with embarrassment, she slowly raised her head and allowed Julien to put the flask to her mouth. She took a long draught and felt the fiery liquid burn its way down her throat. Her stomach churned anew at the unwelcome intrusion, but to her profound relief, it quieted after a moment. She felt too weak to struggle when her husband lifted her into his arms. Nor did she protest. Once inside the carriage, he held her firmly on his lap, her head resting against his chest. "My lord, is her ladyship well enough to continue now?" Davy poked a concerned face through the carriage door. Julien took quick mental stock. "How far are we from Carrisford?" "But a mile or so, my lord." "Good. There's an inn there, the White Goose. I think the Countess should rest there before we think of continuing. Drive slowly, Davy," he added, tightening his hold about her shoulders. Kate burrowed her face against Julian's chest. Between bouts of the wretched dizziness, she felt there could be no greater shame than being vilely ill in front of someone else. "Why didn't you tell me you were sick?" "It's just a touch of something, I think. Nothing to worry about, truly." He felt inordinately guilty that he hadn't guessed that her unnatural silence and pallor reflected more than her unhappiness. He frowned above her head, wondering why the devil Eliza hadn't told him. "If you had only told me, we could have delayed our trip to St. Clair." "Oh, no. That is, I didn't want to stay on London." He felt her tense. "Hush, sweetheart. It's all right. It doesn't matter." He let his chin rest on her hair.
If you're not feeling better this afternoon, I'll send Davy back to London for a physician. Please don't, Julien. I shall be fine, you'll see. I don't want to cause you any more inconvenience. It's not an inconvenience to want my wife to be in good health, damn it." She sighed and was silent. 33. The White Goose was a staunch red brick inn nestled amid elm trees across from the village green. The landlady, unused to quality visiting her humble establishment, quickly wiped her large hands on her apron and bustled forward, waving imperiously at two of her sons as she did so. "Be quick about it, Will. Open the carriage door." A large ambling boy of about 17 years hurried forward. Not with some difficulty, Julien alighted with Kate in his arms. "Davy, stable the horses and keep your eyes sharp for the other carriage." "Right this way, my lord." Mrs. Mickelsfield hurried to stand beside the open doorway for Julien to enter. He had to duck his head, for the smoke-blackened beams were perilously low. "I require a bedchamber for my wife," he said, looking about him at the dim but cosily warm taproom. He hoped there would be no bugs in the mattress. For a large woman, Mrs. Mickelsfield moved with amazing speed up the worn wooden staircase. She opened the door at the top of the stairs to a small but sparkling clean bedchamber, containing only a large, old-fashioned tester bed and an ancient oak armoire. Kate didn't particularly want Julien to put her down. She met his eyes as he laid her on the bed. She was a good deal surprised to see a frown of worry furrow his brow, for, in truth, she'd rather expected some sign of impatience at having his trip so disrupted. He leaned over her and plumped the pillow beneath her head. "Now, my dear, Mrs. Mickelsfield, my lord. Yes, Mrs. Mickelsfield will undress you and tuck you up. I'll be back in a bit to see how you're doing. As you will, Julien, but you will see, I'll be fine in a few minutes." "Stubborn Kate," he said, squeezing her hand, and walked from the room. Soon, Kate lay snug beneath a soft down quilt. "Thank you, Mrs. Mickelsfield. That is indeed much better." "I should think so, my lady. Now you just rest, and I'll fetch you some food and a warm chicken broth. It's just the thing to make you feel right as a trivet." Kate felt dubious about the food, but she was too wary to quibble. She closed her eyes and concentrated on righting her disgruntled stomach. Julien stepped out of the taproom a few minutes later to see Mrs. Mickelsfield preparing to mount the stairs with a tray of covered dishes in her arms. "Ah, my lord, quite knocked up her ladyship is, but I've just the thing to make her feel better." She beamed at him in what Julien thought to be an uncommonly motherly fashion. "But food, Mrs. Mickelsfield, surely she was quite ill but a short time ago." "But of course, my lord, a lady in her condition must keep up her strength. All that racketing about in a carriage unnerved her. It is to be expected. Just a bit of food and she'll feel better." "A lady in her what? If I may be so bold as to wish your lordship my congratulations." Her leathery face softened. "But truly, my lord, as your wife is breeding, you really mustn't rush her higgledy-piggledy about the countryside, if you will allow me to say so." It took a moment for her words to penetrate Julien's befuddled mind. Kate pregnant? He felt as if he had just stepped into some bizarre play, in which he was the main character, and Mrs. Mickelsfield his audience, and he had no idea of the lines he should speak. As all the torturous implications of this bizarre situation flashed before his eyes, he found that he was leaning heavily against the door, his eyes fixed dazedly on Mrs. Mickelsfield. There can be no greater irony, he thought. My wife pregnant by a wild German lord, who is I? Yet, in the same moment, he felt a certain sense of masculine pride. He remembered his blithely spoken words to his Aunt Mary Tolford. He'd promised her an heir within a year. It was his audience of one who forced him back to the complexities of reality. "Shall I take the tray up to her ladyship, my lord?" "No, Mrs. Mickelsfield, I'll take it up." It occurred to him that Kate might not know she was pregnant. "Mrs. Mickelsfield," he said very slowly, choosing his words carefully, "you didn't mention her ladyship's condition to her, did you?" "Why, no, my lord. I assumed. Excellent. I pray that you will not.
You see, the Countess isn't quite used to the idea as of yet, and her illness, it's upsetting to her, and I wouldn't want to see her disturbed any more today." Mrs. Macclesfield nodded slowly. As the Earl mounted the stairs, she shook her head, puzzled. Breeding was breeding after all. Natural it was, she thought, remembering how her own 5 children had slipped so easily into the world. The quality were peculiar, she concluded, and turned toward her kitchen, where a freshly plucked chicken awaited her ministrations. Julien paused for a moment outside Kate's door. He felt convinced that she hadn't yet realized she was pregnant. After all, she had spoken so earnestly about not feeling just the thing. But, good God, how could she not know? Didn't women understand these things? Surely when she missed her monthly cycle. No, he thought, it was entirely possible, nay, practically certain, that she didn't know, caught up as she was in her own unhappiness and her dreaded nightmares. He made rapid calculations in his head back to that day, to that small cottage in Switzerland. It couldn't be much longer before she must realize that she was with child. Several days, a week perhaps. It didn't allow him much time. He schooled his features into those of simple concern and tapped lightly on the door. He entered to see her struggling to pull the covers over her bare shoulders. He found that he was regarding her closely, perhaps expecting to see some change in her. But, if anything, from the brief glimpse he was allowed of her arms and shoulders, she seemed more slender than before. "Well, wife, Mrs. Macclesfield has kindly prepared some food for you. It will make you feel healthy as a stoat, so she informed me." He set the tray beside her and picked up a smaller coverlet. "Here, would you like to wrap this about you? I don't want you to catch a chill." As she modestly wrapped the coverlet about her shoulders and pulled herself to a sitting position, she turned to Julien and said with some surprise, "It's very strange, you know, but I find that I am really quite famished. I've never had this particular illness before, but it's quite odd the way it affects one." Oh, dear God, he thought. He fought the urge to gather her in his arms and tell her that she was pregnant, but he thrust his hands into the pockets of his breeches instead. He must first get her to St. Clair. Then, as much as he abhorred the notion, he must see Sir Oliver. He was convinced that he himself had first to know all that had happened to her. Then, perhaps, he could help her to understand and forget. Kate consumed every morsel of food on the tray and lay back with a sigh of contentment. Poor Francois would be positively unnerved if he witnessed the quantities of food you just consumed. He's forever burying the most delicious foods in those outlandish sauces of his. He could take a few hints from Mrs. Macclesfield, I think. How very normal we're acting toward each other, she thought. Julien walked to the windows and gazed out onto the gray afternoon. A light drizzle had begun, and raindrops were running down the glass in zigzag rivulets. "Julien, you wouldn't want me to quack myself like your dear mother, would you? I hardly think that resting after you have been vilely ill qualifies as quacking. Well, I feel quite marvelous now, and if you wouldn't mind, I would that we continue to St. Clair." She did indeed look the picture of blooming health, color in her cheeks, her dimples briefly appearing. "Please, fetch Mrs. Macclesfield. I can be dressed in a trice." It wasn't beyond a half-hour later that Julien assisted his pregnant wife into the carriage and climbed in after her. Despite the drizzling rain, she waved her hand out the carriage window and smiled brightly at Mrs. Macclesfield and her grinning son Will. It was Kate who urged that they push on to Hucklesthorpe before they halted for the night. Though Julien would have preferred to leave early the next morning, he judged from his brief experience that she needed time after breakfast to settle her stomach. She didn't seem to notice that he ordered a light meal for her, nor did she take exception at their delay in leaving. They were both rewarded by his careful planning, for she didn't suffer a moment's illness throughout that day. It was well after nightfall when their carriage finally turned from the main road down the long elm drive to St. Clair. Mannering wasn't expecting them, but Julien knew there would be cozy fires in their rooms and a warm dinner ready for them within an hour of their arrival. "My lord, my lady, how very grand to see you both." Mannering at first edged the great doors open and then flung them wide. "Ah, Lady Catherine, to see you here as mistress of St. Clair, such an honor, such an honor. Allow me to offer my congratulations, my lord. Dear me, how very late it is. If your lordship and ladyship will allow me to escort you to the drawing-room, I shall inform Mrs. Cradshaw. Whatever cook has available, Mannering, will be fine. I do hope dinner won't be long in coming," Kate said as she stripped off her lemon kid gloves and tossed them on top of her bonnet. "On that score, you needn't worry," Julien smiled. He knew that the mild-spoken Mannering, when confronted with an emergency, bullied, cajoled, and otherwise threatened mayhem on all his staff who didn't immediately perform in the most exacting and speedy manner possible. After a footman had unobtrusively laid a fire, Julien seated himself opposite his wife next to the fireplace and stretched out his legs toward the crackling logs. As always, he felt a sense of deep contentment at being in his ancestral home. "It feels so very strange to be seated in this room, as if I belonged here," Kate said, more to herself than to Julien. She ran her hand tentatively along the deep red brocade of the armchair. Julien shook out the ruffles over his wrists, pondering, it seemed, the great ruby signet ring on his right hand. "It would seem to me that you're far more at home here at St. Clair than at your father's house." "Perhaps. I certainly look more elegant now than that poor wretchedly dressed girl at Brandon Hall did." She paused a moment, a frown puckering her brow. "Julien, we don't have to visit Sir Oliver, do you think? I'm certain a genuine welcome is simply not in his nature, despite the amount of your guineas that now reside in his pocket." Julien thought of his impending visit to Sir Oliver. Whatever the outcome, he himself didn't imagine that it could be in any way cordial. It was likely that Sir Oliver would be the one to sever all relations. He shifted his position in his chair and crossed one gleaming Hessian over the other. "Let's see what the next few days bring, all right? And as to that poor wretchedly dressed girl, as you so unkindly call her, I thought she showed a great deal of spirit and a goodly dollop of sheer nerve. I can't but remember your breeches with a certain fondness. The combination of your breeches, leather hat, fishing pole, and pistol were altogether irresistible." A slight smile played over her lips, and he could very nearly picture the laughing dimples. "Well, at least in that instance, Julien, you must admit I bowled you over completely, quite left you stunned and speechless. Would you accept a challenge to duel with me, breeches and all? Only if I find my leather hat. But, Julien, it's quite possible that your masculine pride may be hurt. Just think, you could be beaten by a mere female." "Another dream in your sweet female's head," he said. "Just another dream." "Your dinner, my lord," Mannering announced as he entered, followed by a footman staggering under the weight of several covered trays. As Kate settled herself beside a small table to enjoy baked chicken and warm bread, she heard Mannering clear his throat and inform his lordship that the second carriage had succumbed to an unfortunate mishap. "The axle sheared clean through, my lord. They're all stranded, my lord, in Tortlebend. It will be several days before the axle is mended." Julien turned to Kate, who was in the process of wiping her fingers. "I hope you don't mind Mrs. Cradshaw looking after you. It appears Eliza is enjoying a holiday." Not at all. She felt relief, truth be told. Sometimes it seemed that Eliza saw too much. "As to the work you ordered, my lord, it was completed just last week. An excellent job the carpenters did, if you don't mind my saying so." "What work was Mannering talking about?" she asked after Mannering had bowed himself out of the room. "I merely ordered that our bedrooms be connected by an adjoining door, that's all." He chose to ignore the sudden flush on her face and made an elaborate pretense of eating his chicken. 34. "The Earl of March is here, my lord, and awaits your presence in the drawing-room." Sir Oliver ceased tugging at his boot for the moment and looked up at Filbur. "He is he?" The deep-cut lines that slashed down the corners of his mouth lifted, and to Filbur's surprise, he gave a grunt of amusement. Then he wet his hands with his spittle and ceremoniously slicked down his frizzled gray hair. Filbur quickly dropped his eyes and looked down at the toes of his black shoes. He hoped that his repugnance at Sir Oliver's distasteful habit would go unnoticed by his master. Sir Oliver rose, picked up a cravat from the dresser top, and carelessly knotted it about his neck.
He peered at the result in the mirror, seemed satisfied with what he saw, and turned toward the door. "Let's go, Filber. After all, we wouldn't wish to keep my illustrious son-in-law kicking up his heels, now would we? Such a proud young man he is, so very proud. But not any more, huh? No, no more. He's been quite brought down by now." He gave a cackle of mirth and thwacked the stoop-shouldered Filber on the back. There was an air of suppressed excitement about Sir Oliver, that and his strange words about the Earl of March. It was barely 9 o'clock in the morning, a time when his master was at his most dour and disagreeable. It was strange, too, he thought, that Lady Catherine hadn't come with her husband. Not that he blamed her, given how her father had always treated her, the poor little mite. "It's gracious of his lordship to pay us a visit, don't you think, Filber? And such a grey, unpleasant day it is, too. Cold in winter, don't you know?" Filber quickened his pace in front of his master down the staircase. Now that he thought about it, the Earl, though polite as always, had acted differently, rather too serious, perhaps, even abstracted. Why wouldn't the Earl be proud any more? Filber reached the drawing-room and flung open the double doors. "Sir Oliver, my lord." "My dear sir, how very pleasant to see you." A common enough greeting, Filber mused, as Sir Oliver brushed past him into the room and firmly closed the doors behind him. Julien turned from the window to face his father-in-law. He nodded only slightly in answer to Sir Oliver's greeting. He didn't move forward to take his outstretched hand. Sir Oliver was not at all perturbed by his son-in-law's coldness. In fact, he grinned broadly, rubbing his hands together. "So cold, isn't it, my lord?" He got no response and continued. "Cut right to the chase. Is that what you want to do? Very well. You're a long time in coming, my lord. If the truth were to be told, I expected to see you much sooner. Won't you be seated?" Sir Oliver flipped up the tails of his coat and eased himself down into a thread-worn chair. "Well, how very well you're looking, my lord. What do you think of this cold weather? I'm not here to discuss the merits of the weather, but I'm sure you already know that. And how is my dear, dear daughter? Is she well? Happy? No use shilly-shallying around, my lord. That's why you are here, is it not? Catherine enjoys good health, and as you say, it is because of her that I am here." Sir Oliver dropped his eyes from his set face and smiled, pretending to study his knuckles with rapt interest. "Now, my dear boy, there was nothing in your most thorough marriage contract about the return of damaged goods, though I must say you thought of everything else. When you took her, you got quite a shock, eh? Not at all what you expected." He looked up and met Julien's gaze, a malicious gleam drawing his eyes more closely together. He chuckled. "Well stated, is it not, my Lord Earl? Actually, I'm surprised she's well. Didn't you beat her, at the very least? Demand to know who all her lovers were." Julien drew a deep breath, and for the moment kept his anger in check. What the miserable old bastard said was exactly what he'd wanted to do. Was he such a shallow fool? He felt ill with guilt. But now it didn't serve the purpose. Catherine's purity and innocence are not, I assure you, in question. A look of deadly contempt passed over his face. "I would add that I now marvel at this, considering that she sprang from your seed. Has it occurred to you that you're speaking of your own daughter? If your Methodist preachings allow it, I would suggest that you look within yourself, for if you have a soul, it is withered and rotted. God, but you're despicable. How dare you, you damned... Ah, don't tell me you haven't taken her, haven't realized she was a slut. I'll never believe that." Sir Oliver jumped, panting to his feet, his face mottled red with fury. "Damn you to hell! Sit down!" Sir Oliver sagged back into his chair. Julien planted himself in front of Sir Oliver, gripped the arms of his chair, and leaned close to his face. "Now, you will listen to me, you filthy old man. It's quite obvious that you knew I would come, that you have indeed looked forward with a twisted delight to spewing your venom in my face. Did you honestly expect that I would return Katharine to you, spurned then disgraced?" He straightened quickly, repelled by the closeness of this man. Sir Oliver's face was still blotched with his anger, but now his eyes were wary, and he was licking his lips. "Why are you here, then, if not to return the little slut to me? To beg me to take her back?" Julien nearly struck him then. He forced himself to be calm, for he had to find out what had happened. He made his hands unfist. "At last we make progress." He walked to the fireplace and leaned his shoulders against the mantel. "You know, I presume, that Katharine has no conscious memory of her rape and your subsequent treatment of her. But did you know that it haunts her like an elusive specter, emerging with terrifying confusion in her dreams at night? She is close to unlocking the truth, yet it eludes her still, and she lives in a suffocating dread. And that is why I am here, to learn all of the truth, so she can finally be cleansed of this ugliness." Sir Oliver's pent-up hatred of his daughter took full rein. "My God, you blind fool! You defend her! You believed her a defenseless child! She's made a fool of you, aye, indeed, my Lord Earl! Well, I will tell you, she is a slut, and she was a whore even then. Those wild green eyes, and that hair as red as all the sins of Satan hanging loose down her back. God, she shamed me, just her being born shamed me, and my doting wife, blind to the evilness of her own daughter, let her flaunt her wilds to the countryside. Oh, yes, I remember well that day, the lying little strumpet, screaming that those men had hurt her. She deceived my wife with her tears, but I saw through her pretense. I beat her, yes, thrashed her to an inch of her life, to scourge the evilness from her, and I nearly succeeded, but my wife stopped me. Then the little harlot feigned illness. Lifeless she lay in her bed, those evil green eyes of her just staring, only staring at me, blaming me. And her damned fool mother, half crazed, crooning over her, praying to God all the time to save her little girl. How I hated that, praying to God. And she trucked with evil, with the devil. Suddenly, Sir Oliver felt his voice choked off by a painful tightening in his chest. The blood pounded in his temples, and for several agonizing seconds he couldn't breathe. As quickly as the pain had come, it receded, and he gulped in the precious air, feeling his chest expand again with life. He tried to remember what he had been saying, and the image of Katharine as a child rose before him. Her large, silent eyes staring at him, so much fear in those child's eyes, then that damned blankness that she had to be feigning. He heard himself give a crack of laughter. When she recovered, she forgot. But I reminded her. Yes, I didn't tell her what she'd done, but I beat her, to keep the wickedness out of her, so she wouldn't do it again. Sir Oliver's eyes blazed again in sudden passion. "Don't you understand? All I tried to do was save her soul from eternal damnation, but I failed. I know I did." He paused, and looked up to see the Earl still standing motionless by the fireplace, a curious, unreadable expression on his face. "She fooled you too, my dear Lord Earl, did she not? You believed her so very innocent, so guileless. Indeed, you probably admired that evil red hair of hers, those green eyes that just stared and stared when she was lying there." Julien didn't answer, just waited, for there would be more, and he wanted to hear it. Sir Oliver sat forward in his chair, a look of grim satisfaction marking his mouth. "Allow me to wish you much pleasure with your virgin wife, my lord, but beware that she doesn't cuckold you before your precious heir is born." Julien looked dispassionately at the leering old man before him. He felt moved by a deep tenderness for his wife. He felt a helpless sense of pity and regret at her having spent so many years with this twisted man. If only it wasn't too late for her now. It happened at the copse, in the wooded area close to Brandon Hall. He was pleased at the continued calmness of his voice, but it was difficult, one of the most difficult things he'd ever had to do. Eh? Sir Oliver looked with confusion at his son-in-law. The copse, the place where Katharine was raped, Julien repeated. One of her favorite haunts, that copse. Sir Oliver's voice rose suddenly. It was her own private kingdom, I would hear her say to her mother. But I know why she went there, yes, to traffic with the devil, to learn the evilness of her body, to let those men come to her and play with her and defile her. Oh God, it was enough, too much. Julien pushed away from the mantel. He wanted now nothing more than to leave this suffocating room that held only twisted hatred. I have no more to ask you. You have provided me with all the information I need. Julien straightened and walked quickly to the door. He added softly as he turned the knob, "Of course, you will understand that Katharine won't be paying you a visit. Indeed, I doubt you will ever see either of us again. And don't you, Sir Oliver, attempt to see her. What you've done to your own daughter, never mind. You're beyond help, twisted and perverted. It's too late for you, but not for her. I won't allow it ever to be too late for her." As he pulled the doors closed firmly behind him, he saw Sir Oliver gazing blankly down at his hands. He found that he didn't want to kill the man, or even strike him. He just wanted to get away from him, and his venom. "Your coat and hat, my lord." "Thank you, Filber." Julien shrugged himself into his greatcoat, and moved rapidly to the front doors. "Is Lady Katharine well, my lord?" Filber asked, his voice softening. "She will be much better soon, Filber." He couldn't prevent his eyes from straying momentarily to the closed drawing-room doors. "If you pardon my saying so, my lord, all of us here wish Lady Katharine the very best. If you would be so kind, my lord, as to give her our regards." Julien strode down the front steps, and without a backward glance, mounted his horse. It was late in the afternoon when the sound of Julien's voice reached Kate through the half-open door of her bedchamber.
She heard his sure stride on the staircase, the sound of his Hessian boots, and she stood rubbing her sweaty palms on her skirt in an agony of indecision. Oh, dear God, she couldn't see him, not yet. Her instincts for survival drove her into action. "Milly, quickly, go to the door and tell his lordship that I'm not well. No, that I wasn't well, but I am well now. Yes, now I'm asleep. Go, now, hurry." She tugged off her dressing gown, threw it to the floor, and scrambled into her bed. "Yes, my lady," Milly said, moving as quickly as her plump figure would allow to the door of the Countess's bedchamber. She shot a furtive glance over her shoulder at her young mistress, now burrowed beneath mounds of covers, her eyes tightly closed. Milly gulped and stepped into the hallway, her nervous fingers closing the door behind her. Like most of the newer members of the St. Clair household, she was completely in awe of the Earl, and as he approached nearer and nearer to her, she began to feel almost incoherent, her tongue lying thick in her mouth. She couldn't lie to him, she couldn't. But what choice did she have? "Good afternoon, Milly," the Earl said politely. She bobbed in front of him, not once, but at least 3 times. He motioned with an elegant gloved hand to the closed door. "Is the Countess in her room?" "Yes, my lord." As the Earl made to move past her, she rushed into desperate speech. But her ladyship isn't well, my lord. That's it. She's quite ill. At least she was a few minutes ago. But now she's sleeping. Soundly, my lord. Very soundly." Milly bore up rather well, she thought later, under the Earl's close scrutiny. But at that moment she was aware only that her stays were much too tight. She shifted her weight to her other booted foot and looked at him hopefully. "Very well," he said. Milly breathed a sigh of relief, but to her consternation, the Earl moved to the door and quietly opened it. She wondered frantically whether she would be able to secure another such excellent position as this. He looked into Kate's room, now bathed in the somber gray late afternoon light.
A lone candle cast its withered light above the mantel, blending in curious patterns with the smooth orange glow of the fire. He could still picture his mother sitting on her favored spindle chair, a damned uncomfortable chair, remorselessly plying her needle into a swatch of material that never seemed to become anything. Only Kate's collection of hairbrushes scattered across the dresser top gave proof that another now occupied the bedchamber. He stood silently, hoping to see some movement from the bed, but the blue velvet goose-down quilt remained firmly in place. He could make out only the general outlines of her still figure, the rich hair fanning out about her face on the silk pillow, giving her Kate's identity. He stepped forward, stopped, and again retreated. Her dressing gown was on the floor. That was odd, surely. He frowned, started forward again, then halted. No, it would be better not to awaken her, he decided, pulling the door closed behind him. The maid, Millie, still stood where he had left her, like a small, plump pug, parading like a watchdog at his mistress's door. He raised an inquiring brow. "Yes, Millie?" Millie gulped. "Nothing, my lord. That is, if you wish me to remain with her ladyship? No, let her sleep. She will undoubtedly ring if she has need of your assistance." He nodded dismissal, turned abruptly, and walked to his own room, his greatcoat swirling about his ankles. Millie bobbed a curtsy to the Earl's back, cast an uncertain glance at the closed door, turned, and fled down the hall to the servants' quarters. There was a prayer of thanks on her lips. 35. Although Julien forced the sniffing Timmins to go slowly in helping him to change into evening clothes, no word came from Kate that she would join him for dinner. Hunger finally drove him to the library, where Mrs. Cradshaw brought him covered trays, doubtless piled high with every imaginable dish, enough to feed a battalion. "Has the Countess kept to her room all day, Emma?" he asked, uncovering a richly spiced lamb stew. "Yes, she has, my lord," Emma said, comfortably, peering over Julien's shoulder to make sure the kitchen maid had put a salt shaker on the tray. He swiveled about and looked at her sharply, but was greeted only by a bobbing of her head, for the girl hadn't forgotten about the salt. "Everything is quite nice, isn't it? Will that be all, my lord?" There was an odd smile on her broad face that crinkled up the wrinkles about her eyes. A damned disturbing smile, he thought, searching her eyes for some clue, with no idea of what he expected to find there. No, she just continued to look at him with unnerving complacency. He felt irritation as he waved her from the room and turned his attention to his dinner. The tasty stew did nothing to alleviate his mood, which was brooding, just plain black brooding. Good Lord, to be faced with his lunatic father-in-law, a smug housekeeper, and an absent wife, all in one short day, was enough to dampen anyone's spirits. Still hopeful for a message from Kate, he endeavored to while away the long minutes by penning a letter to his fond parent. As no neutral phrases leaped from his quill, he gave up the attempt. With a sigh, he rose and stretched, and cast an unenthusiastic eye toward the rows of leather volumes meticulously lined up on endless shelves. He finally selected a volume of Voltaire's Candide. He made his way upstairs, pausing a moment outside Kate's door. No light shone beneath the door, and there was no discernible movement from within. He raised a hand to the door, thought better of it, and continued slowly to his own room. The hands on the mantel clock moved inordinately slowly. It seemed an eternity before they softly chimed 12 strokes. He looked down at the few pages that his fingers had relentlessly turned, but couldn't seem to recall a word he'd read. He snuffed out a gutted candle and lit a new one. At least he didn't have to concern himself overly with his wife's health, since he knew the cause of her illness, which wasn't an illness at all. But Sir Oliver, if only he could rid himself of the distorted, leering features, the twisted, damning words. He gave up the attempt to sleep and resolutely turned his wandering attention back to Voltaire. He didn't know what caused him to look up. Perhaps the veriest whisper of movement, or a change in the soft shadows cast by the candlelight on the walls. His book dropped to the covers unnoticed. She stood motionless at the foot of his bed, clad in a white satin gown that shimmered in the flickering light.
Her hair was unbound and cascaded about her face and her shoulders, falling in shiny, deep waves nearly to her waist. Her eyes rested calmly and steadily upon his face, the pupils so enlarged in the near darkness that they seemed black. "Good God, Kate, are you all right? What's the matter?" He sat bolt upright in bed. Her dark eyes widened, but she remained silent, her pale lips parted only slightly. She began to move stiffly toward him, her gown clinging to her in gentle folds, her eyes never leaving his face. It was as if she were willing him to look at her face, not at her body. "You had the nightmare again?" He pulled back the covers, realized that he was naked, and covered himself again. He had no intention of scaring her witless. But what the hell was she doing here? She stood quite close to him now, and his eyes were drawn to her full breasts, clearly outlined by the shimmery material. He felt desire stir strong in his groin. By all that was holy, I didn't trust myself to speak, or do anything else for that matter. Damn her, what did she want? "Julien, may I stay with you tonight?" Her voice was soft, a tantalizing whisper from deep in her throat. He had to be dreaming, that was it. Never had he heard her speak like that. The nightmare, yes, she'd come in here afraid, that was all.
He blinked away what surely must be an apparition, but the apparition that was his wife didn't move. He felt a gentle hand on his bare shoulder. "May I, Julien? Let me stay with you." He drew a deep breath, knowing he was hard as a stone, but he wouldn't frighten her. What did she want? Why did she want to stay with him? She wasn't acting at all like she had when she'd had the nightmare. Slowly, he took her hand in his. "Sweetheart, I don't understand you. You can talk to me, you know, about anything. Really, what's the matter? I will help if I can, you know that." Then her fingers fastened about his hand, and he forgot that he didn't understand anything. Her lips curved into a smile, a gentle, tentative smile, yet one so provocative he jerked. She slipped her hand out of his and took a step back. Her white hands moved to the white ribbons about her throat. Slowly, she began to pull them loose, one by one. There were 6 of them. The gown parted in the wake of her fingers and revealed to him the full curve of her breasts. Her hands dropped to her sides, and she stood motionless for what seemed an eternity to Julien. She lowered her eyes from his face, and in one long, fluid moment, shrugged the gown from her shoulders. The soft satin floated down about her waist and rested momentarily on her hips before falling light as a feather about her feet. Almost defiantly, she tossed back her head, her long hair swirling about her face, and gazed at him. "You haven't answered my request, Julien. May I stay with you tonight?" Somewhere in the back of his mind, Julien dimly realized that he was being seduced, not an altogether new experience, but one that could not but be ironic, given that the lady who was doing the seducing was his wife. What the hell did it matter? "Come, sweetheart," he said simply. He tossed the now meaningless novel into the dark corner of the room and moved toward the center of his bed. "I trust, my love, that the pleasure will be both of ours. I surely intend to do my damnedest to please you." He held back the covers, and without pause, she slipped in beside him. He balanced himself on an elbow above her, not yet touching her. He needed to savor the fragile moment, one that he had awaited for so long. His wife coming to him. It was almost too much to take in. Dear God, her body, her beautiful body, all of her, here now. "You're exquisite, do you know that?" His hand smoothed waving tendrils of hair away from her face. "I want to give you pleasure, my lord." A discordant note sounded sharp in his mind, but dissolved as she lifted her arms and wrapped them around his neck, pulling his face down to hers. He kissed her, trying to keep it light, not demanding at all, but he couldn't help himself, for he wanted her, had wanted her for longer than he could remember, for longer than he'd even known her, perhaps. For an instant, his lust overcame good sense, overcame the excitement, the hope he'd felt to look up to see her standing there, wanting him, peeling that nightgown off herself, standing there, naked for him to look at her.
He tasted the sweetness of her mouth and grew more demanding, probing possessively for her tongue. He felt her stiffen and slowed yet again. Damn, but it was difficult. He forced himself to release her. He came up on his elbow above her and simply looked down at her. He saw a flicker of fear in her eyes before she quickly lowered her lashes. "Sweetheart, if you would rather not." He sensed a hesitancy in her. He gently touched his fingers to her cheek, and she raised her eyes to him again. With a fierceness that made him forget his own name, she arched her back upward, letting the covers fall from her breasts, and pressed herself against his chest. She held to him tightly, her hands sweeping down his back. "Oh yes, Julien, please, please. This is what I want. You're what I want. No other man, just you, only you." Her voice was breathless, somehow unnatural, but now he was aware only of her and his nearly savage need for her. Impatiently, he threw back the covers and gathered her to him. He swept his hands down through her hair to her hips and pressed her hard against him. She buried her face against his shoulder, and he felt an exquisite rippling of pleasure as she dug her fingers into his back. "Dear God," he whispered against her ear, "you don't know. You can't know. I've wanted you for a very long time." He buried his face in her hair, savoring the rich softness. He felt her fingers, feather light, touch his hair. "Don't you want me, Julien? You said you did, but you're not doing anything. Can't we just get it done? Truly, I want to very much." He smiled, cupping her chin in his hand so that he could gaze into her full face. "I think the answer to your question should be fairly obvious." He grinned at her and moved gently on top of her. She paled at the feel of him, pushing against her belly, moving down now so that his sex was hard against her woman's flesh. Her hips lifted, but he didn't move, just continued to hold her chin firmly. He kissed her lightly. "Don't be so impatient, sweetheart. I would give you pleasure first. That's the way of things, you know. I want to see your pleasure very badly. Oh no, please, Julien, please don't do that to me. Please don't. I would that you—" Her voice trailed off, and he sensed again that something was very wrong. "Hush, sweetheart." His mouth closed over hers. He remembered her pleasure. Oh yes, remembered it all too well. The heat of her, the clenching of her muscles, her urgency. He drew up, and now his hands were on her breasts, kneading them very gently, for she was carrying his babe, and surely her breasts were tender. Perhaps they were even fuller, but he couldn't remember. He looked down to see other signs of her pregnancy. Her waist was still slender, but there was, he saw, a slight fullness to her belly. She lay perfectly quiet in the crook of his arm as his hand moved at will. She stiffened against him only when he closed his lips over a soft pink nipple. He felt exquisite delight as the nipple grew taut at the touch of his probing tongue. He willed himself to go slowly with her. He had to do this. He had to. The quickness of her response surprised him, a long quiver that rippled the length of her body. "Oh no, Julien, no, please don't." He looked into her eyes now, studying her. "Would you truly rather that I stopped?" She bit her lip and looked away. "Would you?" No. That single word, so great in its significance, nearly made him a wild man. The silence of the room was broken, at first by a low moan of pleasure that she couldn't keep buried. As she arched against him, her hands moving frantically over his shoulders and through her hair, she cried out once more, and he thought he'd die with the pleasure of it. His fingers changed their rhythm, now stroking her soft flesh more quickly, more deeply. It was enough and too much, for she reached her climax in that instant, twisting beneath his hand, and he held her still, his hand on her belly. He gave her that instant, intensifying her pleasure to the fullest before moving quickly astride her. His fingers parted her, and he felt himself engulfed in the warmth of her body. He didn't hurt her, for she was ready for him, and it seemed she wanted more of him, and thus he pushed deep, closing his eyes against the pleasure, feeling her arms tighten around his back. She repeated his name over and over, arching her hips to draw him deeper into her. He found he couldn't control himself. It had been too long. He covered her lips with his and felt long-awaited release, moaning his own pleasure into her mouth.
Am I crushing you, sweetheart? He drew himself above her on his elbows. He was still deep inside her. He felt almost absurdly happy, a sense of warmth and caring for her that rivaled his release. He was held in the curiosity of the feeling, for had never before experienced with any other woman such deep satisfaction following sex. Perhaps that was it.
This hadn't just been sex. This had been love-making. Her lips parted, but before she could respond to him, he closed his mouth over hers. It would appear, my love, that I am quite unable to allow you conversation. Your lips are much too inviting. He kissed the tip of her nose and smiled into her eyes. He touched a finger to the corner of her mouth. You may smile, however, for I wish to see my favorite part of your person, your dimples. God, how I've missed those dimples. Slowly, she curved her lips into a deep smile, and the dimples appeared as if by magic. He kissed each one solemnly. She shifted her weight slightly beneath his body. He'd believed his need for her sated, but at her movement, he felt himself grow hard within her once more. I have a solution that both of us, I hope, will approve. He slipped his hands beneath her back and, in a swift motion, pulled her over on top of him. Cascades of auburn hair buried his face. He smoothed her hair back and was tenderly amused to see a flush of embarrassment on her face. He grinned. Here I am, giving you the upper hand, so to speak. It doesn't please you? She tried to slip away from him, but he gripped her shoulders. By all the laws of God, if I were to let you go now, I would have myself hanged from the nearest elm branch. Don't you know how you feel to me? Sit up, sweetheart. I would look at you. She seemed to struggle with herself for a moment before she slowly pulled her legs up to straddle him as he settled her atop him, penetrating very slowly until he was high and deep inside her. Do I hurt you? He lifted up her hips slightly with his hands as she tried to shift her position. Tell me, did I hurt you? I'm very deep. Masses of hair swirled about her face as she slowly shook her head. Suddenly, she paled. Her eyes darkened. Oh, Julien, I must tell you. Her voice broke off, strangled, and she stared at him numbly, naked misery in her eyes. He couldn't allow her to speak. Not yet. He could picture the horror in her eyes at what she would think his betrayal of her, his animal lust. No, not yet. He pushed her hard down against him, and she moaned, whether in pain or pleasure, he wasn't certain. He wound his hands in her thick masses of hair and pulled her face to his and captured her mouth. There were no more words between them. He possessed her body as completely as if she were a part of him. With infinite patience, he brought her again to pleasure, willing her, for the moment at least, to forget. 36. When Julien awoke the next morning, he reached out for Kate. She wasn't there. He was alone. For a brief instant, he wondered if he had dreamed her coming to him, dreamed her standing there, looking at him, shrugging out of her nightgown, letting him love her and caress her. Yes, a dream, a fantasy, woven from his deep need for her. Then he smiled, a deep, satisfied smile, stretched to his full length, and brought his arms up behind his head. No dream. It had happened, all of it, and he'd given her pleasure. Twice, he'd given her exquisite pleasure. And now he wasn't overly concerned that she'd left him before he'd awakened. It was quite likely that she felt deeply embarrassed after having initiated their lovemaking. Just thinking of her now, naked in his bed, with him over her, made him hard, made his heart speed up. He quickly rose and rang for Timmins. He took a long drink of hot black coffee and stared out of the morning room windows onto the gray winter day. If only it wouldn't rain, today of all days. There was much to be done. There was a light tap on the door, and Mrs. Bradshaw eased through the doorway. "A good morning to you, my lord," she said, all bright cheeriness. He watched her gently lay several covered dishes on the sideboard. "Such quantities of food would certainly make Sir Percy's eyes light up, Emma," he remarked, as he buttered a slice of hot toast. She chuckled. "I dare say it would, my lord. Do you know that cook has never enjoyed herself more? Despite the presence of the Frenchman, of course." She hovered near the table as if she were unwilling to leave the room. Julien granted her the privilege of an old retainer and did not dismiss her, sensing that she wished to speak to him of other matters. "The Countess will be down presently," he said. Although she hadn't stayed with him, she wasn't a coward, and he didn't believe it in her character to purposely avoid his company. Well, perhaps he wasn't completely certain about that. "Oh, that's natural, my lord, that she be a trifle late in the mornings." Julien momentarily forgot the slice of crisped bacon on his fork and looked intently at Mrs. Bradshaw. She looked back at him comfortably and smiled, saying, "But another 2 or 3 weeks, and her ladyship will be enjoying an early breakfast again with you." Her look was placid. Then she beamed at him like a damned mother who knew something he didn't know. He forced a smile. She'd been fussing over him since yesterday, he thought. And that sentimental look. Dear God, she knew last evening. He didn't know how he got the words out, but he did. "I suppose you have been giving her ladyship all sorts of good advice and time-honored remedies." "Oh, yes, indeed, my lord. I'm so happy she's told you. Made me promise, her ladyship did, not to say a word to you. Wanted to tell you herself. Such wonderful news it is, my lord. Fancy, opening up the nursery again." He cursed himself silently for a blind idiot. That was why she'd come to him last night. Her motive wasn't to finally enjoy her husband because she wanted him. Oh, no. He could imagine the hours she'd spent arriving at such a desperate and daring solution. But he realized he couldn't allow her to discover just yet that he too knew. He cleared his brow and his throat. "Emma, the Countess doesn't need your assistance. Indeed, I expect her momentarily. I would much prefer that you meet with Nurse and inspect the nursery." He spoke firmly, and she at once responded to the authority in his voice. She brightened. "What a wonderful idea! Old Nanny is getting on in years now. So long it's been since you needed her, but her brain's sharp as a floor tack. Ah, she'll be so excited, my lord, so pleased." And she was gone even before he could nod dismissal. He rose slowly and walked to the windows. Poor Kate. How could she have been so naive as to believe she could deceive him into believing the child was his? Did she not even realize that a man could tell whether or not a woman was a virgin? Evidently not. But why, and how should she know? He turned abruptly as the door to the morning room opened, and his wife walked in as slowly as a person being forced to the gallows. With a palpable effort, he said calmly, "Good morning, my dear. Do come and have your breakfast. Cook must have threatened the chickens, for there are mountains of eggs. As for the pigs, I dread to contemplate their fate. The bacon is crisp, as you like it." He realized he was rambling on, but he wished to give her no clues as to his own thoughts, and to lessen her nervous embarrassment at seeing him. Her eyes didn't quite meet his, and she mumbled an unintelligible greeting as she slipped into a chair. He continued, all cheerful as a choir boy, "When you have finished, I would that we ride this morning. I don't think it will rain, and the fresh air will be invigorating." He saw agreement register on her face before she spoke. Riding, she wouldn't be obliged to speak much with him. He wasn't a threat to her riding. "Yes, I'd like that, Julien." "I'll leave you to your breakfast then, my dear, and see to having the horses saddled. Would an hour be sufficient for you to finish your breakfast and change?" "Oh, yes, thank you, my lord." She couldn't prevent the look of relief that swept her features as he left the room. Dressed warmly, a thick, lined velvet cloak buttoned to her throat, Kate ventured past Mannering out onto the front steps, where Julien held Astarte and his own powerful stallion. "Stay, Thunderer." He released the stallion's reins to toss her into the saddle.
"They're restless and ready for a gallop," he said over his shoulder as he mounted. "Take care that Astarte doesn't get away from you." Although he didn't think riding at a sedate pace could harm her in her condition, he had felt a moment's hesitation about their outing on horseback. "I suggest, my lord, that you see to your own horse," she said, eyeing the sidling and prancing Thunderer. "Astarte is far too much a lady to give me a moment's worry." "Just so," he said mildly, and reined in his horse beside her to canter side by side down the graveled drive. He was relieved that she wasn't paying any particular attention to the direction they took. It wasn't until their horses broke through the woods into the small meadow bordering the copse that she suddenly reined in Astarte. "Julien, whatever are we doing here? I don't want to be here. Let's go to the lake, all right?"
He pulled up beside her, and before she knew what he was about, he grabbed Astarte's reins from her gloved hands. He looked at her steadily. "It's time to bury old ghosts, Kate. Pastime." "Whatever does that mean? Old ghosts? I don't know what you're talking about. Please, let's leave here now. Look around you. The copse, Kate. We must go there. That's where the old ghosts are, and this morning we will bury them. Trust me, please." He whipped the reins over Astarte's head and urged Thunderer forward. "No! Damn you, no!" She tugged furiously at the reins, trying to pull them from his closed fist. He quickened their pace, and she had to grab the pommel to retain her balance. "Stop now!" He heard the rising hysteria in her voice, but held firm. Jesus, he prayed he was right in what he was doing. He drew in at the edge of the copse, jumped from Thunderer's back, and walked quickly to her side. She tried to pull away from him, but he grabbed her arms and pulled her down to the ground, holding her for a moment hard against his chest. He shook her lightly. Her face was growing more pale by the moment. She was beginning to look afraid. "Listen to me, please. You can no longer live in dread of this place. Haven't you guessed that your nightmare had its beginning here? Look about you. There is nothing for you to fear here. Not now, not any longer. And you're not alone. I'm with you. There's nothing here. Do you remember the small girl who played in this copse? It was her fairy kingdom, her private world, a place of security, until that day when the men came upon her. Look, Kate, damn you, open your eyes. Look. Do you remember?" He gently pushed her away from him, into the depths of the copse. Her hands twisted at the folds of her cloak, and she stared ahead of her, unseeing. "Was it summer that day?" he asked quietly, moving to stand beside her. She didn't answer him, and he saw that she was looking fixedly at an old tree trunk that was very nearly covered with thick ivy. She raised a gloved finger. "That was my throne," she said softly. "How overgrown it has become." She walked quickly toward the tree stump and gazed down at it. He stood motionless and watched her in silence. She fluttered her hands about her, and she seemed to move more lightly, her step shortened. "The mushrooms still flourish, that's good, and they're so very lush. The palace guards picked them for the queen. They should be flogged. The floor of the throne room is such a mess. All those brambles and that wretched encroaching ivy. And the queen's musicians, playing soft music through the green swaying leaves." She sank down to her knees, her cloak billowing about her, and slowly began pulling away the tangled masses of ivy. She began to hum in a faraway voice, a child's lilting song, as she brushed away the dead leaves from the top of the tree stump. The men came, Kate. She became suddenly quiet and crouched over, turning on her heels, to gaze through him. "Oh, no! Be quiet, all of you! Do you not hear the sounds? The strange noises? Heavy wooden boots. Strangers coming here. Quickly, stop your playing. Your music will attract their notice." She put a finger to her mouth and looked furtively about her. "Oh, no, they're here. Hide, all of you, quickly. Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm still to be seen." A hard, proud look froze her eyes into bright slits, and her mouth was a straight, tight line. "I'm the queen. I will be safe." A spasm of uncertainty, then open fear, crumpled her features. She swayed back and forced on her heels, gazing mutely ahead of her. "Kate, do you remember what happened? The men burst in upon you, didn't they?" He moved silently to her and went down on his knees beside her swaying form. She shook her head slowly back and forth, as if willing herself not to remember. She closed her eyes tightly and averted her head, willing herself not to see. What did the men do? Did they hurt you? Did they laugh and mock and admire themselves for finding you? Her eyes flew open, and she thrust her hands out in front of her to ward off something he couldn't see. "No, no!" Her voice was a child's, shrill and loud. She was shaking her head violently from side to side. She tried to scramble away from him, but Julien clasped her shoulders and held her firmly. "What do you want here? This is Brandon land. You must go. Do you hear me?" The fear in her voice, the pathetic defiance, made gooseflesh rise on his arms.
Through her eyes he could picture the men, rough, perhaps drunk, coming upon the beautiful child, their dirty hands clutching at her long hair, ripping at her clothing, savagely exposing her. She stiffened suddenly, pain suffusing her pale face, and cried out, a shrill, terrified cry that rent the silent woodland. She crumpled forward, and he caught her against his chest. Julien was beyond words, helpless and impotent in a fury that grated on her very soul. No retribution, no reckoning, and now it was too late, years too late. With shaking hands he pressed her against him, trying somehow to make her feel his understanding, his compassion. Over and over he whispered her name. He was long aware of the damp, chill air creeping through his greatcoat before she stirred in his arms, pushed against his chest, and raised her white, tear-stained face. "It's over now, love. There's nothing more for you to fear. Do you understand?" The naked pain in her eyes made his belly cramp. "Listen to me. You've got to face it now. It's been over now, over for years upon years. The child's pain can no longer be your pain. You must banish it from you. The ghosts are dead, Kate. All of them. Put them in the past where they belong. Let them go." "Ghosts. Bury the ghosts. That's what you said when you forced me here, isn't it?" "Yes. They're no longer part of you, no longer a part of us. Let them go." He gently brushed the tears away with his gloved fingers. She gave her head a tiny shake, her eyes narrowed in confusion. "But I don't understand, Julien. How did you know? For I did not. How?" "The nightmare. You remembered and spoke in your sleep. To be certain, I spoke with your father." To his surprise, she flung away from him and rose shakily to her feet. "Why didn't you tell me? Why did you force me through all this? Damn you! Why, Julien?" "I wanted to, but I thought that if I told you, simply recounted what I knew, I couldn't be sure you would remember or understand. There was, well, now you have your confession, my lord. Did Sir Oliver give you every sordid detail? Did he tell you all about his slut of a daughter? Did he tell you how he would beat me for really no reason at all, just to purify me? How he'd yell as he wielded that damned whip of his, just to save me? Well, did he gloat and laugh and tell you everything?" He rose to his feet. "Oh no, sweetheart, you don't understand. All this drama, if you wish to call it that, I did it for you, to help you remember, so you could banish the past, so you could be free of it." She sneered at him, her hands balled into fists on her hips. "For me? Dear God, how you lie to yourself, just as you've always lied."
There weren't any nightmares until you forced me to wed you. There weren't any ghosts until you resurrected them. Did I play my part well, my lord? Damnation, you're being ridiculous. You know I love you. You will listen to me. No, I have your full measure now, my lord. Do you intend a second visit to my father to tell him he was correct about his harlot of a daughter? Don't think he'll take me back. Or do you still believe my innocence? Do but recall how very passionate and abandoned I was in your bed last night. Come, Julien, was your precious Sarah ever more eager for your mouth caressing her body than I was? That's quite enough. By God, you will stop this damned nonsense." He moved quickly forward to grab her, to shake some sense into her, but she evaded his outstretched arms and rushed to Astarte. She tugged the reins from the withered branch and threw herself onto her horse's back. "Stop! Damnation! Don't be a fool!" he yelled even as he was running toward her. He lunged forward to grab the bridle, but Kate jerked up on the reins, and Astarte snorted in surprise and plunged backward. Kate wheeled the startled horse about and dug in her heels. Cold, desperate fear gripped him. The child! Dear God, she had to remember the child. Astarte was galloping erratically, crashing through the undergrowth of the woods, naked winter branches ripping at both horse and rider. Kate's riding hat was torn from her head, drifting gently earthward, buoyed by the vivid blue ostrich feather, until it lay stark and helpless on the mossy floor of the woods, ground but an instant later into bright shreds by Thunderer's pounding hooves.
The woods ended, and both horses cannoned onto a narrow lane, beset with deep, treacherous ruts, gaping wide, an arm's length, many of them. Astarte veered off the road, as if sensing herself the dangers of those yawning holes, into a barren field. Agonizing minutes passed as Thunderer strained to close the distance. A long, low stone wall, for many years a meaningless boundary between properties, cut across the field to either side, its cold, gray edges stark against the clouded sky. Surely now Kate would stop. She must stop. Kate, no! Astarte doesn't jump without command. His yell filled the empty space. He made a last desperate attempt to reach her, but she evaded his outstretched arm. 37. Astarte, over! The futile command hung about him, muting his hearing, a command shouted too late, perhaps a command Astarte wouldn't have obeyed in any case, for Astarte had been her horse since the moment she'd patted her nose and crooned words to her that he hadn't begun to understand. He watched in helpless despair as Astarte reached the stone wall, gave a frightened snort, and veered sharply, grazing the jagged stone edges. Kate cried out as she lost her hold and was thrown, strangely huddled and small, across the wall to the ground beyond. Julien whipped Thunderer forward, and the horse sailed gracefully over the stone wall. Julien leaped off his back and ran to where she lay motionless. On her back, the velvet cloak fanned out about her, a soft blanket of deep blue against the hard, rocky earth. He fell to his knees beside her and quickly felt for the pulse that was beating steadily in the hollow of her throat. Thank God. He felt her arms and legs, then gently eased her into his arms. Her lashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes, filled with dumb fear. Julien, the child. He acted without conscious thought and quickly slipped his hand up underneath her riding habit to the soft shift that covered her belly. He had no practical notion of what he should do, but instinctively he gently pressed his hand against her belly. She was soft and smooth to the touch. "Do you feel any pain? Is there any cramping?" He continued to probe gently with his fingers. No, no pain. She sucked in her breath and gazed at him in consternation. In a voice devoid of emotion, she said, "You knew of the child." Yes, he knew now that he couldn't keep the truth from her any longer. For better or worse, it was over now. "You remember when you were ill, the morning we left for St. Clair? The landlady at the inn where you rested told me." "Ah, Mrs. Mickelsfield. Then you also know that the child isn't yours." Her words were low and dull. The hopelessness in her voice wrenched at his heart. "No, sweetheart, the child is mine." "Damn you! No more mocking, do you hear me?" "Is there nothing you don't know?" He gently shook her shoulders. "You must listen to me now. I know this will seem incredible to you, but it's true, I swear it. I was the wild German lord who drugged you, who abducted you. It was I who forced you. I had foolishly thought to teach you pleasure, to make you admit to yourself that you cared for me, indeed, that you wanted me as your husband in every way. Oh, no." Even as she spoke, memory stirred deep within her. Memory of that man's hands on her body, his mouth against hers, against her breasts and belly, possessing her, and Julien's touch the night before, creating in her the same frenzy, the same urgency. That first time, it was as if her body had recognized him, but she hadn't. She'd been too afraid, too numb with memories that blanked her mind. "I was so frightened last night. I thought I was the most horrid of women to react so wildly. Oh, God!" She pressed her fist against her mouth. "No, love, don't think that of yourself, for I knew, as I knew why you came to me last night. I've hated myself for the deception, for forcing you to live with this misery. Please, perhaps you can forgive me for what I did to you. I didn't know what had happened to you, didn't realize." She seemed not to hear his words, and she searched his face with dazed, anguished eyes. "But why did you hurt me?" He drew a deep breath, and for an instant he couldn't meet her gaze. The truth, he thought, it must be only the truth now. "When I entered you, I realized that you weren't a virgin. A virgin has a maidenhead, you see, and you didn't. I thought your fear of me was a sham, that you had given yourself to someone else before me.
I cursed you in that moment and sought only to give you pain. I wanted to hurt you as I thought you had hurt me. It was only later, that night, when I realized the truth. The nightmare, Kate. My rape of you made you remember, but only in that tortured dream. You spoke in fragmented images of the men, of the cruelty of your father. You became the little girl again, and I saw it all through your eyes, saw it all through your pain. You remembered nothing of it the next morning. He saw in her eyes the gulf of misunderstanding that separated them, and he hurried to answer her unspoken question. I wanted to tell you, but I knew I couldn't. Suddenly you trusted me. I feared the consequences of speaking the truth. That's why I brought you back to London. I thought, foolishly perhaps, that you would forget. You couldn't tell me, she repeated dully, the woman struggling with the child's pain. She fumbled to grasp the child's horror, to bring her through the intolerable years, to somehow make her part of herself. As she opened her lips to speak, a long, sharp pain tore through her belly, and her words, jumbled and fragmented, tore from her throat in a jagged cry. She was held in senseless surprise as the pain dissolved, freeing her mind for a brief instant, then seared again through her, its force doubling her forward. The child, dear God, the child. I've got to get you back. She looked at him blankly, her eyes dulled with shock and pain. He pulled her cloak closely about her and lifted her into his arms. The stabbing pain engulfed her once again, and she clutched at his arms, her cry muffled in his greatcoat. She became aware of her hair whipping about her face, the loud din of horses' hooves pounding in her ears. The pain was becoming a steady rending part of her, and only dimly did she realize that she was crying aloud.
She tried to bring her knees up to her chest, but couldn't move against the strong arms that held her. Julien tightened his fierce hold on her, her cries of pain making his face set and grim. It isn't much farther. You'll be all right. I swear it by everything I hold sacred. You'll be all right. The words had no meaning to her. All understanding plummeted into a void of pain, dissolving shreds of reason. Incredible forces were tearing her apart. She screamed her pain, thrashing wildly against the arms that held her. Voices, loud voices, coming as if from far away, shouted, babbled, incoherent sounds. Suddenly, a great lassitude numbed the agonizing pain, scattering it apart from her, making her once again at one with her body. She wondered, almost inconsequentially, if she was dying. How strange that death would be like this, a creeping, paralyzing darkness that closed so gently over her mind. She whimpered softly to herself, a sense of undefined regret, a brief, shadowy flicker blending into the darkness. Her head lolled from his shoulder as Julien carefully dismounted from Thunderer. He cradled her in one arm, freeing the other to feel for her pulse. He blinked in dazed shock at his hand. It was covered with blood, her blood. A sharp command burst from his mouth. His groom was running ahead of him, throwing open the front doors, quickly stepping out of the way, his mouth agape. The set-down that automatically rose to Mannering's lips at the undignified impertinence of the groom was swallowed in consternation. "Mannering, fetch Mrs. Cradshaw immediately," Julien shouted over his shoulder as he bounded up the stairs. "The groom is off for the doctor. Send him up the moment he arrives." "Yes, my lord. Right away, my lord." For a moment, Mannering stood staring after the Earl, unable to remember where to find Mrs. Cradshaw. In frustration, and for the first time in his well-ordered life, Mannering threw back his head and bellowed, "Emma! Emma!" Julien passed the maid, Millie, on the upper landing. "The Countess has suffered a miscarriage. Bring hot water and clean linen, quickly." He carried her to his bedchamber and laid her gently in the middle of the large Tudor bed. She was so deathly pale, too pale, so much blood, too much blood. He pulled off her cloak and cursed his shaking fingers as the small buttons refused to open. He ripped off her habit, his fear lending speed to his movements. There was so much blood, clots of dark purple, covering her legs, weighing down her shift and skirt. He threw the soaked clothing to the floor and stripped off her stockings and riding boots. He heard a sharp intake of breath behind him. "Emma, bring me towels. She's still bleeding heavily." He didn't turn away from Kate, and only the rustle of Mrs. Cradshaw's black skirt told him of her movement. He could recall nothing, not a shred of information about miscarriage, a subject never spoken of in a gentleman's presence. The bleeding was now a purple pool, stark against the pale green of the bedspread. He had to stop the bleeding, he knew that, else she'd die. He ran to his armoire and grabbed several fine lawn shirts. With all his strength, he pressed the shirts against her to stem the flow of blood. "My lord, the towels." "No, Emma, I don't think it wise to lessen the pressure. Bring blankets. We must keep her warm." His arms were buried by the covers, and though they began to ache, he pressed his hands all the harder against her. Mrs. Cradshaw stood away from the bed, her gaze drawn to the bloody, torn clothing on the floor. She lost the child. Ah, the poor lamb, she lost the child. "Yes," he said, not looking up. "I'll remove all the clothing," she said, leaned over, wrapped the soaked material in the towels, and rose, somewhat shakily. "Would you prefer that I remained, my lord?" "No, Emma, it's not necessary. Take the clothing and burn it." The sharp command was cold, impersonal, but there was misery in his gray eyes, and she hated it, hated the finality of it. She moved slowly to the door. Dr. Quayle should be here shortly. He eased one hand from between her thighs and rested it briefly on her abdomen. It was an absurd gesture, for he had no idea of what he was probing for. He moved his hand to her breast and flattened his palm to feel her heartbeat. Though rapid, the beat seemed regular and steady. He'd begun to despair of his actions when the door was suddenly thrown open and the portly, red-faced Dr. Quayle bustled forward, his stark black cloth suit proclaiming his profession. He was panting from his exertion at running up the stairs. "She's lost the child," Julien said. "I wasn't certain what to do for the bleeding. It wouldn't stop." He slowly pulled back the blankets. "As you see, I've pressed the cloth against her, hoping to stop the bleeding. There's been so much blood. Jesus, so much blood, and she had such pain." "Excellent, my lord, excellent." His voice was calm, reassuring, gentle even, as he drew some frightening instruments from his worn leather bag. "You've done just right. Now, if you'll allow me to examine her, I'll fix it up. I swear it to you." Still, the young Earl didn't move. Dr. Quayle said even more gently now, "You've done just as you should, my lord. I myself couldn't have contrived better under the circumstances." Julien slowly removed his hand. His shirts were soaked through with blood. He winced and said in a voice of despair, "It seems I've failed, for she still bleeds too much, doesn't she?" "No more than I expected. Would you care to wait outside, my lord?" He saw the young man's pain, his fear, boundless fear and helplessness, but he didn't want him to stay and witness what he was about to do. "No," the Earl said only. Dr. Quayle had no choice but to proceed. He removed the shirts from between the Countess's legs. There was little new blood now. "As you see, my lord, your stratagem worked. The bleeding has nearly stopped." Julien watched tight-lipped as the doctor plied some of the more unpleasant-looking instruments of his trade. Thank God Kate wasn't yet conscious. There was a sharp, insistent rap on the door, and Julien moved swiftly to answer. Mrs. Cradshaw, Milly, and 2 footmen laden with tubs of hot water and mountains of clean linen stood in the corridor, their faces white and stricken. The mirror image, Julien thought, of his own. "Ah, excellent." Dr. Quayle looked up as Julien set the tubs on the floor beside the bed. To Julien's relief, he tossed the instruments aside and rose. "You need worry no more, my lord, for the Countess will soon be on the mend again, in large measure due to your quick thinking. But the bleeding—" Julien frowned down at the scarlet cloths. "It's natural for the bleeding to continue, in fact for several more days. And I would add, my lord, that my examination indicates no internal problems. What I mean is," he amended, seeing the questioning look on the Earl's face, "the Countess is young and quite healthy. You will have as many sons and daughters as you will want. Of that I'm certain." "My thanks, sir," Julien said simply.
Now, my lord, I suggest that Mrs. Cradshaw put the Countess in her nightclothes. Then we shall awaken her. 2. Julien's journey to St. Clair occupied the better part of 2 days. As he tooled his curricula at a smart pace on his way north, with only his tiger, Bladen, for company, he felt again an unsettling restlessness that even the promise of excellent shooting and the thought of comfortable evenings spent with his friends did not lessen. A faint crease on his forehead was the only visible sign that anything disturbed the Earl of March. Had Bladen seen his master's face, he would probably have thought him displeased with a new hunter, or perhaps with a wager lost at cards. But he did not have an opportunity for such speculation, for the Earl kept his gaze fixed on the road ahead, over the heads of his beautiful matched bays.
As Bladen handled the payment of tolls at the various stages, brooking no nonsense from the toll-takers, Julien was left to his thoughts, undisturbed. He hadn't traveled to St. Clair for some months, and his visit now was prompted not by the cares of the estate, but by motives he himself could not define to his satisfaction. He thought to break free of the admittedly comfortable restraints that were binding him to a round of activities that held little pleasure for him, for there was a growing emptiness that nagged at him whenever he slowed his frantic pace. Perhaps, he reflected, as he flicked the thong of his whip over the head of his leader, he would be able to speak to Hugh. Unlike Percy, Hugh Drakemore, Lord Lonston, was an older, settled man who seemed to know his way. In their long years of friendship, Julien had never known Hugh to react with anything but an amiable equanimity to the vagaries of his fellow man. But then, what would he say to Hugh? Certainly he could not complain that he was tired of his wealth and title, for he most assuredly was not. No, it was something else, something elusive, just out of his reach. He had found himself looking searchingly at Percy the night before, noting the small yet obvious signs of dissipation about his eyes, the once athletic body that was now running to fat. Percy had quizzed him often about being a fixture at Gentleman Jackson's boxing salon, a pursuit, however, that kept Julien's body hard and muscular. Percy seemed to devote his energies, indeed his life, to gaming, women, and drink. Now it occurred to Julien that he was being a hypocrite, criticizing his friends. How was he different from the pleasure-seeking ton, flitting about brightly in the evenings, hurling themselves into the gaiety? Surely his head ached just as abominably as his friends' heads did, the mornings after evenings spent in consuming quantities of brandy. Beyond making this silent observation, Julien found that this train of thought was inordinately frustrating and inconclusive. Perhaps, he thought, this visit to St. Clair was just what he needed. But his lips twisted ironically at this wishful conclusion. He was still seeing St. Clair as the place of happiness and innocent adventure of his boyhood, with dragons to slay and fair maidens to rescue, though in all truth there hadn't been any maidens, fair or otherwise, to rescue. He urged his horses to a faster pace. Fine blood cattle, they jumped forward, a well-trained extension of his arm. They forced him to concentrate on his driving, for the road was narrow, even dangerously so. The slightly built Bladen hung on tightly, shaking his head. His master always drove to an inch, but he had never seen him increase his horse's pace on such a winding, narrow road. He thought fleetingly that his master was driving as if demons were after him. He paused, alarmed by this thought, and swung his head around quickly to search the road behind them. Seeing nothing but clouds of dust raised by the curricula, he shrugged his shoulders and wondered whether demons were invisible. He turned his attention on the road ahead, thankful now more than ever that his master was an excellent whip. Late in the afternoon, 3 days after leaving London, Julien drove his curricula through the village of Dapplemore, which lay but a few miles to the west of St. Clair. The village seemed practically empty, save for a few ducks that swam lazily in a small pond at the center of the green. "Everybody be home having their dinner, my lord," Bladen said, surveying the quiet village. "And you'll be having your own dinner soon enough, Bladen," the Earl said over his shoulder. "We'll be at St. Clair in but a short time now." "Aye," Bladen agreed, reflecting with some pleasure on the meal that would be ready for him. He tightened his grip once again as his master passed out of the village and spurred his horses forward. Julien felt a quickening within as they entered St. Clair Park. Giant oak trees lined the drive, forming a lush green ceiling of leaves.
Only slight beams of sunlight penetrated the dense covering. He mused that these giant oaks would remain as they were long after the St. Clairs were dead and forgotten. The oaks came to an end when the curricula burst onto the graveled drive that wound around in circular fashion in front of the mansion. Julien drew his horses to a halt in front of the great stone steps. The last rays of sunlight cast their gold hue on the thick stone walls that rose up 2 stories, extending at the 4 corners to form round Gothic towers. Julien was seized by a feeling of agelessness, of being drawn back in time, away from the modern society of London. As he gazed at his home, he could not but respect his hard-willed ancestors who had ensured his birthright. St. Clair had been gutted on 2 occasions, the last being over 150 years ago, during the interminable battles between Charles I's royalist troops and Cromwell's Roundheads. But the Earls of March had simply scrubbed down the smoke-blackened stone and rebuilt the interior. Julien knew as a simple fact that if war again ravaged England, he would do just as his ancestors had done. St. Clair must never be allowed to fall into ruin. No sooner had Julien alighted from his curricula than the great doors were thrown open, and Mannering, the St. Clair butler for over 30 years, made his way down the ancient stone steps to greet his master. Julien's eyes lit up at the sight of his old retainer. He knew full well that the smooth running of St. Clair resulted in great part from the competence of the faithful Mannering. Mrs. Bradshaw, St. Clair's housekeeper, followed closely on the butler's heels, her plump, simple face alight with pleasure. "Ah, welcome home, my lord," Mannering boomed in his rich, deep voice, bowing low. "It's certainly good to be home, Mannering. I trust all goes well with Mrs. Mannering." "As well as can be expected, me lord, considering the years are making us all a bit rickety." Mannering beamed at the young Earl, pleased that his lordship was never too high in the instep to be concerned about those in his employ. It was true that Mrs. Mannering had hidden the Earl once years before, when he'd unloosed all his father's hunters into the formal St. Clair gardens. He could still remember the Countess's hysterical screams. "Master Julien!" Mrs. Bradshaw bustled forward and swept Julien a deep curtsy. Julien encircled the small, plump woman in her arms, a wide smile on his face. "Your prodigal has returned, Emma. Is it too much to hope that there will be some blueberry muffins beside my plate this evening?" He gave her a gentle hug and released her. "Fancy that, Edward," she said, turning to Mannering. "Master Julien never forgets his blueberry muffins. It's a good lad you are." Indeed, this lad would never forget. Moreover, Francois will not be arriving until well after dinner tonight, far too late to turn up his artistic nose at my tastes. What can you expect from those frogs? Why, I had it on the best information that the Frenchies are so ignorant the ladies crush up blueberries and rub them on their eyes. Why, Mrs. Bradshaw, Julien said, I have it from my best sources that the French think blueberries fit for only pigs and Englishmen, and perhaps as coloring for the ladies' eyelids. She laughed and laughed, lightly tapping him on his arm. "Now, Emma," Mannering said, "his lordship looks worn to the bone, and it's time we got everything ordered away for his comfort." He turned to Julien and continued formally, servant now to master. "Your rooms are all ready, my lord. And since I do not see your valet," he paused slightly to leave no doubt that he found Timmins an unnecessary encumbrance, "I myself will attend your lordship tonight." Julien was amused by the rivalry between his 2 households, but managed to maintain a serious expression. Poor Mannering. If he only knew that Timmins considered himself quite put upon to be dragged into the wilds of the north, into the company of persons he considered to be outlandishly uncivilized. Julien gave a brief moment's thought to the dusty state of his normally gleaming Hessians. He could almost hear Timmins' high, reedy voice reproaching him. It was remarkably irritating. Julien nodded his agreement to Mannering and made his way through the great front doors, past several footmen and 2 giggling maids who had peeped around a corner to peer at him. "I always feel that I should be removing my armor rather than a meagre cloak and hat," Julien remarked, as Mannering gently removed the many-caped greatcoat and the beaver hat. "Indeed, my lord. Isn't it just grand?" Pride rang in his voice, perhaps as much as in the Earl's.
Like many great houses of its age, St. Clair opened its oaken doors directly into a magnificent hall, whose walls were covered with ancient tapestries and brightly lit flambeaux. Suits of highly polished armor stood upright around the great room. Julien had always the impression that at a moment's notice they would spring forward into action to defend St. Clair, and as a boy he had joined them in many an imaginary battle. A wistful smile played over his lips, and it was with a conscious effort that he turned his attention to Mrs. Bradshaw. "I find myself quite famished. Could I have my dinner, with, of course, the blueberry muffins, in about an hour?" "Certainly, my lord." She gave him a sideway glance, as if to remind him that he was no longer among that rackety pack of good-for-nothing servants in London who could not be trusted to take proper care of his lordship. Julien strode to the main staircase, a dark oak affair that dominated a goodly portion of the hall. He touched the ornately carved railing, aware that it glowed shiny and bright under the careful ministrations of Mrs. Bradshaw. He slowed his step halfway up the stairs, turning his gaze for a moment to the portraits of past earls and their wives on the wall beside him. They had been a prolific line, he thought, mentally adding to this number of portraits the scores of others that hung in the gallery. The portraits reminded him that the St. Clairs had inherited father to son in an unbroken stream of earls from the mid-16th century until the present, an unusual occurrence in itself. Julien could readily imagine his father hurling abuse at his head for all eternity if he not marry and produce the necessary male child. It had seemed rather absurd to trouble himself with such thoughts, for he was young and quite healthy, certainly more so than his nominal heir at present, a distant, sickly cousin who would become the 8th Earl should Julien depart this world without a son. On his next birthday, Julien would be 28, a reasonable enough age to take a wife and beget a future Earl of March. He was certain that this decision would please his Aunt Mary Tolford, sister to his mother, who had been voluble on the subject of his marriage from the moment he had passed his 25th birthday. He could always count on her, after all formal amenities were done, to look at him with narrowed eyes and inquire after his plans to modernize the nursery wing at St. Clair. Over the past 3 years, whenever he had crossed the portal of her rather dark and airless house in London, he knew that in the drawing-room he would face a nervous young miss, elegantly clad, pale with anxiety, awaiting his inspection. Julien looked up, surprised that he had reached his room. A footman appeared and quickly flung open the massive door. Like the hall below, the master bedchamber was amazing in size and filled with heavy furniture that dated from Tudor times, when that particular St. Clair had been the 2nd Viscount Beresford and the 5th Baron Hertford. It had crossed his mind to wonder how the diligent Mrs. Bradshaw managed to move the ponderous pieces in order to sweep beneath them. But it was the huge canopy bed that Julien most appreciated. The Tudor St. Clair responsible for its construction must have been a giant of a man, for the bed was nearly 7 feet long and almost as wide. Julien could not be displeased at this, for he himself was 6 feet tall and suffered unending discomfort at inns and at his friends' houses. While Mannering directed footmen in the preparation of the bath, Julien walked over to a brightly burning fire and eased himself into a large leather chair. He negligently loosened his cravat and with a sigh of comfort stretched his long legs out before him. What more could a man wish for, he wondered lazily. Somehow, the thought of a wife's domestic chatter intruding on the majestic silence of this ancient chamber was unimaginable to him. In any case, he thought with a grimace, its sole purpose would be to grate on his nerves. Having done justice to cook's innumerable dishes, Julien rose, sated, and walked from the formal, rather somber dining room to the 6th Earl's library. Julien never felt quite at his ease in this room, for it was uniquely his father's. All Tudor influence had been swept away, replaced by pale blue satin hangings and light, delicately carved French pieces from the last century. Lush, light blue-patterned aubusson carpets covered the cold stone floor, and even the massive carved mantelpiece had been removed and replaced by a light-colored Italian marble one.
He could still picture his mother, a descendant of a long, proud heritage of draughty castles in the north, casting scathing comments at her husband's folly. Since his father's death, some 10 years ago, this room, and indeed all of St. Clair, was Julien's alone, to do with as he pleased. But he had vowed long ago that the library would remain just as it was, the only tangible expression of his father's taste at St. Clair. An overly large wing chair stood near the fireplace, quite out of place with the other exquisitely wrought pieces. It was his father's chair, and Julien always found himself grateful that his sire had made this one exception to the room's decor in the name of comfort. It was in this chair that, if he only knew that Timmins considered himself quite put upon to be dragged into the wilds of the north, into the company of persons he considered to be outlandishly uncivilized. Julien gave a brief moment's thought to the dusty state of his normally gleaming Hessians. He could almost hear Timmins' high, reedy voice reproaching him. It was remarkably irritating. Julien nodded his agreement to Mannering and made his way through the great front doors, past several footmen and 2 giggling maids who had peeped around a corner to peer at him. "I always feel that I should be removing my armor rather than a meager cloak and hat," Julien remarked, as Mannering gently removed the many-caped greatcoat and the beaver hat. "Indeed, my lord, isn't it just grand?" Pride rang in his voice, perhaps as much as in the Earl's. Like many great houses of its age, St. Clair opened its oaken doors directly into a magnificent hall, whose walls were covered with ancient tapestries and brightly lit flambeaux. Suits of highly polished armor stood upright around the great room. Julien had always the impression that at a moment's notice they would spring forward into action to defend St. Clair, and as a boy he had joined them in many an imaginary battle. A wistful smile played over his lips, and it was with a conscious effort that he turned his attention to Mrs. Bradshaw. "I find myself quite famished. Could I have my dinner, with, of course, the blueberry muffins, in about an hour?" "Certainly, my lord." She gave him a sideways glance, as if to remind him that he was no longer among that rackety pack of good-for-nothing servants in London who could not be trusted to take proper care of his lordship. Julien strode to the main staircase, a dark oak affair that dominated a goodly portion of the hall. He touched the ornately carved railing, aware that it glowed shiny and bright under the careful ministrations of Mrs. Bradshaw. He slowed his step halfway up the stairs, turning his gaze for a moment to the portraits of past earls and their wives on the wall beside him. They had been a prolific line, he thought, mentally adding to this number of portraits the scores of others that hung in the gallery. The portraits reminded him that the St. Clairs had inherited father to son in an unbroken stream of earls from the mid-16th century until the present, an unusual occurrence in itself. Julien could readily imagine his father hurling abuse at his head for all eternity should he not marry and produce the necessary male child. It had seemed rather absurd to trouble himself with such thoughts, for he was young and quite healthy, certainly more so than his nominal heir at present, a distant, sickly cousin who would become the 8th Earl should Julien depart this world without a son. On his next birthday, Julien would be 28, a reasonable enough age to take a wife and beget a future Earl of March. He was certain that this decision would please his Aunt Mary Tolford, sister to his mother, who had been voluble on the subject of his marriage from the moment he had passed his 25th birthday. He could always count on her, after all formal amenities were done, to look at him with narrowed eyes and inquire after his plans to modernize the nursery wing at St. Clair. Over the past 3 years, whenever he had crossed the portal of her rather dark and airless house in London, he knew that in the drawing-room he would face a nervous young miss, elegantly clad, pale with anxiety, awaiting his inspection. Julien looked up, surprised that he had reached his room. A footman appeared and quickly flung open the massive door. Like the hall below, the master bedchamber was amazing in size and filled with heavy furniture that dated from Tudor times, when that particular St. Clair had been the second Viscount Beresford and the fifth Baron Hedford. It had crossed his mind to wonder, aside from the fishing and shooting, the time he would spend in their company promised to be no different from his activities in London. Julien frowned. He decided, after a long drink of claret, that he was simply becoming hermetic. A ghost of a smile played over his lips as he pictured Percy's boredom at being incarcerated in the country. He found himself, without much regret, that in all likelihood, Percy and perhaps even Hugh would leave St. Clair after just a few days. The claret curled about warmly in his stomach, and he began to grow drowsy. He eyed the muffins with a marked lack of enthusiasm and admitted that he couldn't manage even a nibble. He decided to take them to his room and down several the next morning before breakfast. He fell asleep not long thereafter, comfortably stretched at his full length on the large Tudor bed, his head clear of the effects of too much drink. It was a pleasant condition, one he had seldom experienced in the past several months. 38. After Mrs. Bradshaw left the room with Dr. Quile in tow, cook having prepared a light luncheon for him, Julien dragged one of the tubs of hot water into his dressing room, stripped off his bloodied clothing, bathed, and quickly dressed. He walked back into his bedchamber and looked up at the clock on the mantel, surprised that it was only early afternoon. There was no movement from the bed. She was still asleep. A healing sleep, he had assured Dr. Quile. Reluctantly, the doctor had replaced the vinaigrette in his black bag. Julien tugged his cravat into a more or less acceptable shape, drew up a chair, and sat himself beside his wife. For perhaps the fourth time, the morning's events made a tangled procession through his mind, violent emotions jostling against each other, so intensely destructive that he began to despair of a resolution that would bring about forgiveness. She sighed, suddenly, then buried her face in the pillow, as if loath to leave her dreamless sleep. Strangely, it was the total absence of pain that forced her to awareness. How very odd. I'm not dead. At least, I don't think I'm dead. That, Countess, I would never have allowed. He smiled, clasping her hand in his. How do you feel, sweetheart? Is there any pain? Do you have any more cramping in your belly? Her mind planted itself firmly into her body. She heard his voice, soft and gentle. That voice, felt his warm hand holding hers. No, there's no more pain. The question seemed foolish to her, but she'd answered, out of habit, she supposed. What she felt was a great soreness, as if someone had battered at her, but of course she couldn't speak of it. Her hand moved as if by purposeful design to her belly. It was smooth, empty. He watched her pale as she realized what had happened. He heard her voice break as she whispered, "The child?" He squeezed her hand more tightly. "I'm so sorry, Kate. There wasn't anything I could do. Dr. Quile assures me that the accident hasn't harmed you in any way, that, if you wish, we can have as many children as you desire." Odd, she thought, staring silently away from him. He speaks of children, and yet I knew of the child for but one day. The poor wee thing, never really existing. She felt, somehow, strangely suspended in a vague present, where painful memories, ghosts, Julien had called them, and now the loss of the insignificant small being that was inside of her, didn't quite touch her. The future, the tomorrows that must irrevocably weave themselves into the present, were mercifully clouded. She looked at her husband and turned her eyes quickly away. The past was mirrored in his eyes, wrenching pain, deception, and misery. She didn't want to remember, to feel. She struggled to pull herself up on the pillow. "Go easy, sweetheart, easy." She gasped, fear suddenly filling her eyes. There was a warm stickiness spreading between her thighs. What's wrong? He was leaning over her in an instant. "I think I'm bleeding." "Lie still." Before she knew what he was about, he jerked back the covers. Small patches of purple stood out starkly against the white of her nightgown. He quickly slipped one hand under her hips and with the other stripped up her gown. His hand stilled. The pads of cloth had simply slipped away in her effort to pull herself up. "Oh no, please don't, Julien, please."
Hush, don't be embarrassed. The bleeding is natural, and nothing for you to fear. Your sudden movement dislodged the cloths, that's all. She tried to draw her legs together as he straightened above her. Hold still now. I'm going to bathe the blood from your legs. No, please don't. I can do it, Julien, please. After this morning's events, it's absurd that you should be embarrassed with me. Surely you wouldn't prefer a stranger. She made a choking sound and lay tense and rigid as he gently bathed her. He seemed a stranger to her. All she knew were strangers. She felt alien even to herself. That wasn't so bad, was it? He said, not expecting her to answer, and she didn't. As he tucked the covers about her shoulders, he let his fingers gently brush across her pale cheeks. Would you like to see Dr. Quile now? He's been cooling his heels waiting for you to wake up, but Cook did feed him. After he's satisfied with your progress, then I'll fetch you some lunch, all right? He was another stranger, yet she had known him from her childhood. Why could she not be left alone? She wanted no more orders, no more gently veiled commands for her care. She raised bleak eyes. She wanted somehow to lash out at him, but she said only, "You take much for granted, Julien." You're wrong there. I take nothing for granted, at least not anymore. I wish only to see you well again. Then we will see what there is left. Damn him. She didn't want his kindness. She watched wordlessly as he strode from the room. Ah, my dear Lady Katharine, there is color in your cheeks already. As I assured your husband here, you'll be much your old self in a few days' time. One of the many advantages of youth and your glowing health. He clasped her hand and wasn't surprised to find her pulse rate still rapid. You are the most fortunate of women in your choice of husbands, let me tell you. Seeing her look of bewilderment, he added with a smile, "But for his lordship's quick thinking and intelligent actions, you might have suffered severe complications." Dr. Quile is overgenerous in his praise. His lordship's natural modesty, my lady. But in any case, I don't wish to overtire you. He patted her hand in a fatherly way and straightened. I've given his lordship instructions for your care. No running up and down the stairs now. I'll come to the hall tomorrow to see you. Dare say you'll be much more the thing then. Ah, and, my dear, there will be other children. Don't blame either yourself or your husband for this. It was an accident, nothing more, nothing less. These things happen. I'm sorry, but there it is. Dr. Quile executed 2 swift bows, and Kate heard him exclaim to Julien as he passed through the bedroom door, "A most delicious luncheon, my lord. The ham slices so wafer thin. A delight, my lord, a delight. Now, you're not to blame yourself either. It's just as I told her ladyship. These things happen quite frequently. Is it true, Julien, what the doctor said?" She asked when he returned some minutes later. She wouldn't look at him. He said merely, "I acted as I thought best, that's all." How calm he is, how very self-assured, she thought. "As you've always acted for the best in my regard," she said, her voice a blend of sarcasm and bitterness. "Perhaps, in this instance, it would have been better had you not succeeded so well." There, it was said. Oblivion, she thought. Yes, I would have preferred oblivion to the pain of my gratitude to you, to the pain of your knowledge of what happened to me. She'd finally pushed him over the edge. He leaned over her, his face close to hers. "Listen to me, and listen with both ears, and your damned brain. Don't you ever say such a thing again, else I'll beat you."
Whatever follies I've committed in the past, whatever pain I've brought to you. He broke off a moment at her distraught face. Perhaps you won't believe me, but yes, I've always acted toward you as I thought best, for both of us, for our life together. She didn't move, simply stared up at him, and said low and mean, "How glib you are, my lord. Deception? Why, it's nothing, an everyday thing, in fact. And forcing me, lying to me? Why, my dear, it was for the best. Certainly you see that. But of course you're not but a woman, and thus not privy to the mysteries of men's minds. All for the best, yes, that's it." She couldn't stop the sarcasm, the destructive words. They overflowed as from a cup full to brimming. He straightened, his lips a thin line. "You're in no condition to speak of such things now. You're becoming overwrought. I don't want you to make yourself more ill than you already are. When you have regained your health and are capable of speaking more calmly, damn you, I'm not overwrought or hysterical or anything except bloody furious. Even though you don't want to face it, I just happen to be in full possession of my meager faculties. You've remained silent for so long now. Is it that you've forgotten the rational motives for your behavior? Must I give you more time to weave reason into your worthless arguments? She fell back, panting against the pillow, appalled at the rising note of hysteria in her voice. God, she was overwrought, damn him. Oh God, why didn't you just let me die? Unwanted, scalding tears streamed down her cheeks. "Here is her ladyship's lunch, my lord," Mrs. Bradshaw announced as she came into the room. "Oh dear, I didn't know." She stood frozen in the doorway, the big silver tray balanced on her forearms. It was with an effort that Julien tore his eyes away from his wife and walked to Mrs. Bradshaw. "Give me the tray, Emma. Her ladyship will be all right presently." He added under his breath, "Fetch me the laudanum, it will calm her." He returned to the bed and stood above her. "Are you hungry?" "I'm not at all hungry. Give it to the dogs or the pigs. Give it to Dr. Quayle. He was so pleased with the so very thin ham slices." "Very well. You will take your medicine then, and rest." "I don't want your laudanum. I would rest quite well were it not for your presence." "You will have your wish as soon as you drink your medicine." When Mrs. Bradshaw reappeared with the laudanum, Julien dismissed her and carefully measured out the drops into a glass of water. Kate took the glass from Julien's outstretched hand and quickly downed the clear liquid. There would be forgetfulness in sleep, and that was something. For at least a short while, it was something. "Now, as you wish, madam," he said flatly, "I shall relieve you of my presence." He turned and walked from the room, not looking back. He returned some 30 minutes later, saw that she slept, and sat down beside her. He had lost her at last. The admission cost him dearly. There were no more plans, no new strategies to make her understand. At least with the secrets, the necessary deceptions, he'd been able to nourish hope. "Deuced strange to think that my sister lives here," Harry said, all goodwill, stamping freshly fallen snow from his top boots. He whipped off his many-caped greatcoat, stood proudly a moment in his scarlet regimentals, and clicked his heels together in grand military fashion. "A fine figure you present, Master Harry," Mannering said fondly, removing the greatcoat from Harry's outstretched hand. "I dare say I do look rather dashing," Harry said with a wide grin, looking to his brother-in-law for confirmation. Julien had no problem rising to the occasion. "A regular rake in soldier's clothing. Have you left a score of broken hearts in your wake, Harry?" "Not more than half a dozen." Harry stripped off his heavy leather gloves and gazed about him. "Always thought this place was like a tomb. But trust Kate to like it. Always did, you know. She used to stand, mouth agape, mind you, staring at those ridiculous suits of armor. Claimed she would have been a fine figure of a knight, jousting and that sort of thing. Such a sweet little nit she was, and mouthy too, always wanting to do exactly what I did." Harry pulled up short in his monologue. "Speaking of Kate, where the devil is she? Surely she ain't out fishing in the snow. Ah, I have it. I'd wager she's on one of your favorite stallions, careening all over the countryside." Julien put a firm hand on Harry's sleeve. "No, Harry, Kate is here. Before you see her, though, I must speak with you privately." "Eh, what's this? Is she brewing some new mischief? I warned you about that, my lord, before you married her. Never boring my sister. Ah, I know. She's got all sorts of grand treats planned for Christmas." Christmas? Julien thought blankly. He hadn't given it a single thought. "Come, Harry, let's go into the library." Harry shot his brother-in-law a puzzled look and said with an insolence that Mannering readily forgave, "Do see that my hack gets stabled, will you, Mannering?" "Certainly, Master Harry, certainly." Harry followed in Julien's wake into the library and moved quickly to the blazing fire to warm his hands. "Will you join me for a brandy, Harry?" "Don't mind if I do. Hellish weather, but to be expected, I suppose, it being winter and all." "No doubt," Julien said, handing Harry his glass.
When must you rejoin your regiment? Not until after Christmas. Harry deposited himself with practiced grace onto a rather fragile settee, which groaned in protest under his weight. Wanted to see what Kate is about. And then there is my father, of course, he added with a marked lack of enthusiasm. If you prefer to stay with us, I'm sure Kate would welcome your company. Harry sensed suddenly a tenseness in his brother-in-law's voice. Never one to tread warily, he demanded, "What of Kate? She's not ill, is she? Never been sick a day in her life, and the things she's done, they'd grizzle your hair." "No, Harry, not precisely," Julien said slowly. "She suffered a miscarriage 3 days ago. She is much better now, but is still confined to her room." Good Lord! Harry jumped to his feet, forgetting for the moment the dignity he owed to his rank. "I had no idea that she was— well, she is your wife after all, and I suppose it's natural enough that— oh my God, my poor Kate! She wasn't far along in her pregnancy, but as I'm sure you'll understand, it was quite a shock." He gazed at Harry speculatively from beneath half-closed lids. Unexpected though his visit was, it could not have been better timed. Perhaps Harry would succeed where he had failed. Damned shame. Harry brightened almost immediately. "I've just the thing to cheer her up. I brought her a present, you know. A trifle, really, but I fancied she would like a real Spanish mantilla. All the ladies drape them over their heads in Portugal, you see. Doubtless she'll be delighted, Harry. Now, if you like, you can visit with your sister. Mannering will take you up. I won't intrude on your reunion." Kate lay languidly on a sofa near the fireplace, a finely knit cover spread over her legs and a paisley shawl draped about her shoulders. She heard a light tap on the door and quickly lowered her head, as if suddenly preoccupied with her stitching. It was Julien, and she couldn't face him. She simply couldn't. She didn't move when she heard the door open. "Well, I say, Kate, that's a fine way to greet your only brother, your older brother, who, I might add, you should honor and respect." Harry was the picture of cheer as he stepped into the room. "Harry!" She struggled into a sitting position, her initial shock at seeing him giving way immediately to a tearful smile. "Oh, my dear, it's so good to see you again. How very fine you look, so handsome and dashing." She alternately clasped him tightly against her and pushed him back, as if to verify that it was indeed he.
"Oh, Kate," Harry protested after several of her fierce embraces. "Don't want to wrinkle my coat, old girl." He patted her pale cheek, endeavoring to keep the worry from showing on his face. Lord, but she looked pale and drawn, and dreadfully thin. Had never thought of a pregnant woman being thin, but she was. On the other hand, Julien had said she wasn't very far along. Still, it scared him witless. To Kate, who knew her brother perhaps better than she knew herself, Harry's thoughts were mirrored in his wide blue eyes. She forced a smile and said lightly, "Do sit down, my love. As you see, I'm still a trifle weak, but it will pass, Harry, and there is naught for you to worry about. Come, my dear, pull that chair closer and tell me about your regiment and all your adventures." Harry could find no fault at all with her suggestion, as it appeared she had no wish to speak of herself. He'd give her thoughts another direction. That's what he would do. "Deuced hot in Spain and Portugal," he said, stretching himself easily in the chair opposite her. "Was there much fighting, Harry? I was very worried about you." "Oh, no, just scattered packs of ruffian bandits. We routed the scurvy lot, let me tell you. No match at all for our men." He sat forward in his chair, warming to his story. "We had a couple of native guides, though. Of course, we really didn't need them. Just had them along to point us through the scrubby paths. Damned rocky terrain, you know. Ground dry as a bone. But our men were hardy goers, rounded up the villains, no matter how cunning they were." Kate sighed. "Oh, Harry, how I wish I could have been with you. I wouldn't have minded the heat, and goodness, all the excitement. Now, that's not something for a countess to wish, old girl. Cursed rough work, you know." He paused and gazed around the elegantly furnished chamber. "Lord, I never thought to see you so regally placed. It does seem strange. I dare say, though, that Kate Brandon never wanted or sought such honors. Ridiculous, sister. Don't you remember we couldn't find a solution for you and Sir Oliver when I left for Oxford? Then the Earl of March, dashed fine fellow by the way, swoops down and rescues you, just like in those romantic novels. She lowered her eyes and drew her lips tightly shut. Harry eyed her with a frown. I can see you've indeed fallen into a depression, and that isn't good for you. Now, my dear, trust me to cheer you up. Harry, you will stay here at St. Clair, will you not? She thought to ask, her voice pathetically eager. Think I very well might. The Earl already asked me, you know. Sir Oliver won't quite like it, but I shall pay him a visit or two. Surely 3 visits to him would be overdoing it, don't you think? You must call him Julien, Harry. He would not care for such formality from his brother-in-law. At the mention of her husband's name, she lowered her head and asked with forced lightness, "You've seen him, then?" "He met me downstairs and told me of your accident. I'm sorry, my dear. Bound to have more children." He felt suddenly that he had stepped into uncharted land and was quite out of his ken. He could not unsay the words had already spoken, so he merely looked at her hopefully. "Of course, Harry," she said, her voice as dull and gray as the overcast day. As he could think of nothing to say for the moment, Harry picked up a periodical from the table at his elbow and casually flicked through the pages. Kate sought to divert his attention, chiding herself for making him feel awkward and uncomfortable. It will be Christmas in but 2 weeks. If you don't think your military dignities will suffer, we could decorate the hall. There are holly and berries in abundance in the homewood. Harry readily agreed to her suggestion, though secretly he thought it would be a dead bore. He suddenly remembered the mantilla carefully wrapped in tissue paper in his portmanteau. Kate loved presents. Surely it would be just the thing to cheer her up. He rose and tried for a mysterious air. "Don't want you to move, Kate. I have a surprise for you." He was rewarded, for Kate's eyes lit up, quite in the carefree manner of his hoydenish little sister. "A present, Harry? Oh, how very kind of you. May I have it now?" "Of course you may. Let me fetch it, and while I'm about it, I'll see if the Earl, Julien, will now join us. Said he didn't want to interrupt our reunion, but we've had plenty of it by now, I'd say, and I'm sure he would enjoy seeing you. He's very worried about you, you know." Kate said nothing to this suggestion, and Harry strode in his finest military fashion out of the room, feeling a bit more encouraged than he had only minutes before. Dear Harry, she thought, so innocently does he step into the boiling kettle. She planted a smile on her lips, for Harry's sake. 39. By the time Christmas Day arrived, St. Clair had undergone a magnificent change. Under Harry's very nominal direction, the servants had festooned countless bunches of bright green holly, dotted with deep red berries, all along the walls and beams in the hall, even going so far as to fasten clumps, most disrespectfully, Mannering thought, atop the armored knights. Colorful paper strings of red and green garland were hung in deep scallops over the doors, and much to Kate's delight, Julien and Harry had hauled in a mammoth Yule log for the giant fireplace. On Christmas morning, after Julien and Kate had ceremoniously dispensed gifts among the staff, they went to the library to join Harry. Julien presented Kate with an elegant pair of diamond drop earrings and a narrow gold bracelet dotted with small, exquisitely cut diamonds that matched those of the earrings. She accepted them with a smile, conscious that Harry was watching at her elbow. "Just the thing to go with your mantilla," Harry said, all innocent enthusiasm. "You're right, of course. Thank you, Julien," she continued, with pained correctness. "They are quite lovely. I'm sorry that I didn't have the opportunity to. My birthday is in January, Kate. I shall expect 2 presents from you on that date. It's the 16th. Don't forget now. If you like, I'll even give you hints. Perhaps write them down and put them under your pillow." Harry gazed at them baffled. He had felt acutely uncomfortable more than once during the past 2 weeks at being in their company. Several nights, as he had made his way quietly to the kitchen, he had noticed a light shining from beneath the library door. He'd walked quietly to the door, cracked it open, and seen his brother-in-law sprawled in a large chair, gazing fixedly into the dying fire. He had recalled Kate's aversion to marriage with the Earl, quite inexplicable to him, and her flight alone to France.
But, be damned, she'd married him, and for a while at least, carried his child. Certainly no aversion there. That wasn't possible, was it? Late one night, as Harry proudly at his scarlet uniform, pressed by Timon's careful hands, he was drawn by the sound of loud voices coming from far down the hallway. Blessed with a lively curiosity, Harry quietly opened his door and looked down the darkened corridor. He realized with a start that the loud voices were coming from Kate's room. It came as something of a shock to him, for during the length of his stay, Harry had never before heard Julien and Kate raise their voices to each other, much less argue, and in such an unrestrained way. He retreated back to his room and closed the door, reflecting as he did so that perhaps marriage wasn't the divine state it was touted to be. It made him shudder. Above all things, Harry disliked problems, particularly those he didn't understand. It occurred to him that staying with Sir Oliver might not be so bad after all. Certainly at Brandon Hall, he knew exactly what to expect from his dour parent. But he didn't want to have to put up with Sir Oliver's endless and continuous sermons that touched on everything from the cleanliness of his linen to the number of girls he'd seduced.
Odd that, such extremes in his father, who wanted everyone to see him as being a very holy, righteous man. But Harry was totally unprepared the next morning when he walked down the front stairs to see his brother-in-law in the hall, his head bent in conversation with Mannering, his luggage stacked near the front doors. "Ah, Harry, there you are," Julien said pleasantly, turning to face his flustered brother-in-law. "I've decided to return to London. There are pressing matters that require my attention. Kate has decided to remain here at St. Clair a while longer before joining me." He ignored the look of patent disbelief on Harry's face. "I'm driving my curricle. Would you care to join me?" Harry would have liked very much to yell at the Earl, to defend his sister with scathing demands as to the Earl's reasons for such an abrupt departure. But under Julian's cool, inquiring gaze, he was made to feel that such an action would be grossly impertinent. He fidgeted with a gold button on his scarlet coat and said finally, with stiff formality, "As you wish, my lord. I will accept your offer." Actually, I didn't really want to visit Sir Oliver anymore, or stay with him. He looked for the world like a ruffled bandy rooster, Julien thought as he turned his attention back to Mannering. He wondered if Harry would drop his reserve and question him on their journey. He really had no idea, at the moment, how he would respond to questions from a brother. They ate their breakfast in strained silence. Julien carefully laid down his fork, drew out his watch, and consulted it. He transferred his gaze to Harry, at once amused and rather touched by his obvious agitation. "I applaud your sentiments, Harry, but you must understand that it is Kate's wish. I am certain that you have noted an atmosphere of tension between us. Yes, as a gentleman, you must know that I cannot divulge the reasons. To do so would be a great injustice to your sister. Is it because of her miscarriage? Perhaps, in part." Julien turned the subject. "I've already said my goodbyes to your sister. I will await you in the curricle. I believe Timmins has packed your bags, and Mannering has seen them brought down." Harry wasn't much relieved, but he felt that to persist would make him appear boorishly forward. He rose slowly and laid his napkin down beside his half-empty plate. He was taken aback by the hard glint in his brother-in-law's eyes. He turned nervously and walked to the door. "Yes," he said over his shoulder, "I'll say goodbye to Kate." He wondered, as he slowly mounted the stairs, if he appeared meal-mouthed to the Earl. He knitted his brow a little over this, but by the time he lightly tapped on Kate's door, he'd managed to reassure himself. Julien was her husband, after all. It was in a heartening voice that he called, "It's I. May I come in?" "Of course, my dear." As he walked into the room, she rose, shook out her skirts, and stretched out her hands to him. Harry pulled her rather gruffly into his arms and said in a low voice, "If you prefer that I stayed with you. Don't be silly. You know very well that you would pine away within the week for want of your laughing, gay companions. But the Earl, Julien, Kate, he's offered me a place in his curricle to London. It doesn't seem the thing to leave you alone.
He ground to a halt, seeing in her eyes the same hard look had so shortly before witnessed in his brother-in-law's. Oh, damnation, Kate! I didn't want to see you unhappy. God, to see you this way after all those years with Sir Oliver. Isn't there anything I can do? This isn't a Greek tragedy, Harry. You just don't understand about people who are married, that's all. The Earl merely journeys to London on business matters. There's nothing more to it than that. Your husband's name is Julien, Kate, not the Earl. He would have said more, but he checked himself at the sight of her drawn face. She looked up at him, the merest hint of a smile on her pale lips. Never a fool, my dear, never. Now I know you must be off. Pray don't concern yourself further about my stupid affairs. He eyed her dubiously for a moment, and to her profound relief, said nothing. Take care, Harry, and don't wallow in too much mischief. She dropped a light kiss on his cheek, hugged him briefly, and drew back. You will write to me if there is anything you— Yes, of course. She felt quite calm at the moment, and didn't want to risk any faltering on either of their parts. Some moments later, from her vantage point at the window, Kate watched the footman strap the luggage onto the boot of the curricle. Julien and Harry, scarves knotted securely about their throats against the light flakes of falling snow, climbed into their seats. The groom handed Julien the reins, and Kate fancied she could hear the crunch of hardened snow beneath the wheels of the curricle. She maintained her vigil at the window long after new snow filled in the wheel tracks on the drive. Although the household staff were astonished at the Earl's abrupt departure without the Countess, no word reached Kate's ears. To the casual observer, there was no sign of disruption in the daily activities at St. Clair. Privately, of course, there was endless speculation, even by the second footman and the tweenie, a circumstance that Mannering heartily deplored but was unable to curtail. That the Countess roamed through the various rooms, silent and aloof, was obvious to everyone, even those of little to no sensitivity. Never sure how long the Countess would wish to remain in any one room, footmen scurried to lay fires against the chill, only to discover, not many minutes after their efforts, that the room was empty again. Luncheon and dinner trays were returned to cook, with scarce a morsel taken from the plates. A firm believer in the benefits of pork restorative jelly, cook artfully hid spoonfuls of the thick gray substance beneath a cutlet or among the sauced vegetables. The only one who's benefiting from my jelly is that miserable Tabby, she said to Mrs. Cradshaw as she dished yet another uneaten plate of food into the cat's bowl. Kate had no idea that she was unwittingly adding to the culinary pleasure of the kitchen cat, so closely was she locked into herself. One afternoon, after wandering into the estate room, she returned to her room and huddled into a chair close to the fireplace, pulling a cover up to her chin. She had tried so hard not to think, not to remember, that she felt as if her mind was weaving itself into circular patterns. Finally, unable to withstand the onslaught of the bitter, shadowy memories, she allowed her mind to dwell upon them, each of them in turn. As once she had sought frantically to forget, she now forced herself to recall every detail, vividly recreating the past 5 months from the moment she'd fallen dead at Julien's feet in her duel with Harry. She rose reluctantly some time later to light candles against the early winter darkness. As she carried a branch to a table near her chair, the glowing lights blended for an instant with the orange embers in the fireplace, creating a lifelike shadow that loomed upon the wall in front of her. She could almost feel Julien's presence near to her. It was almost as if she could reach out and touch him. She had but to listen closely to hear him speak to her. The large shadow flickered and flattened into an insignificant blur. She sank into her chair and buried her face in her hands. With appalling clarity, she remembered their last night together, when she'd taunted him until finally his calm, impassive facade crumbled. With a fury that matched her own, he had shouted at her, "You speak so scathingly of my unbridled passions, but listen to yourself, madam. You rant like an uncontrolled hysterigant. You can't say that you were mistaken in my character, for indeed you have never exerted the slightest effort to determine what sort of man I am."
The acted childishly, ignoring the needs and distress of everyone else around you. Your arrogance is amazing, your assumptions even more appalling. Damnation, woman! Stop acting the shrew 1 minute and the victim the next. Damn you! How can you say such a thing? How dare I what? Speak the truth? Make you realize that this mockery of a marriage is not only of my making? How many times you have hurled at my head that you dance to my every tune? I will tell you, madam, that the piper no longer plays. She rushed at him with clenched fists. You lie, just as you've always lied, just as she raised her fists. Don't do it, Kate, he said in a voice of deadly calm. Nothing would give me greater pleasure at this moment than to thrash some sense into you. You've quite nearly pushed me over the edge. Don't give me the excuse to do it. Yes, your pleasure. She drew up, panting. I've been naught but an instrument for your bloody pleasure, your token countess, whom your gentleman's code forbade you to seduce. You were forced to marry me so you could bed me, nothing more. Forced to marry you? He looked at her thunderstruck. Is that what you believe? You witless little fool. Hear me, Kate. I could have had quite an admirable selection of women for my wife. My choice of you for my wife as the Countess of March had very little to do with the gratification of my sexual appetites. Only your irrational refusal of me caused me to act in the way that I did. That and the dreadful way you were forced to live by that maniacal father of yours. How very fortunate for you, my lord, that women find you so irresistible. Else you would be forced to expend considerable energies staging your elaborate scenes. I seem to recall, madam, that it was you who staged our last so memorable seduction scene. And if my lamentable memory serves me correctly, your own passion rivaled mine. No, damn you, that's a lie. I didn't feel a thing. It was all imagined. No, I merely feigned feeling for you. She clapped her hands over her ears. No, I won't, and I haven't said all that I wish, he said, feeling like a savage now, nearly lost to control. He forcibly pulled her hands to her sides. Damnation, listen to me. The young girl who was brutally raped no longer exists. You have seen her again, felt her misery, but now you must let her go. You are a woman with a woman's needs and desires. You will destroy yourself if you do not banish that child's fears. She wrenched herself free of him, her eyes grown dark and enormous. She gulped convulsively, and the hated tears sprang to her eyes. Ah, sweetheart, he whispered, and extended his hand to her. Please, come back to me. When she backed away from him, mutely shaking her head, he dropped his hands to his sides, and his face hardened. Would that I never see you again, Julien. If that is what you wish, he said grimly, his eyes boring into hers. It is what I wish above all things. Then I bid you goodbye. Without another word, he turned and left her bedchamber. Kate raised her head from her hands, realizing inconsequentially that they were wet with tears. She rose slowly and placed more wood upon the dying fire. The snowstorm ceased during the night, leaving a thick white blanket in its wake. Soft flakes fell about Kate as the steady pounding of Astarte's hooves shook the low, snow-laden branches. She didn't slow Astarte's pace until they'd crossed the small meadow that bordered the copse. She waited for the gnawing fear to come as she slipped off her mare's back and carefully tethered her. Watchful of her footing, she walked into the small hollow and stood there looking about her. Several inches of fresh snow were piled high on the familiar tree stump. The small patch of mushrooms was buried. She bent down and swept the snow from the stump. It seemed so much smaller than she remembered. Her two hands could almost span its surface. She felt nothing except a slight chill from the crisp winter air. She sat down and pulled her riding habit and cloak close about her. She waited silently, still expectantly, but she could not recapture her child's excitement, nor her child's terror. There was nothing here for her, not the soft, sighing music woven from her child's thoughts, not the sound of the men's heavy wooden boots coming upon her, their glee at finding her there. The copse was simply a place, a small hollow of land, of no account really, not to her, not to anyone. She rose finally and walked back to Astarte.
She didn't look back as she retraced her steps. 40! My lady! Oh my goodness, what a surprise! What an utter and complete surprise! We had no idea that you— Well, you're here, and isn't that something? Good evening, George, Kate said brightly, sailing past the flabbergasted butler, waving as she did so to 2 lackeys. They staggered into the entrance hall under the weight of several trunks, portmanteaus, and bandboxes. I find myself without a guinea, without even a shilling, she said with a disarming smile. Would you mind, George, settling with that excellent coachman and, oh yes, that very stern-looking fellow, who, I was informed, was an excellent outrider? Yes, my lady, certainly. He had sounded calm, even though to his own ears his voice had risen a good octave. He motioned to a silent footman who moved forward somewhat clumsily, bumping one of the Countess's bandboxes. George shot him a look that promised retribution, and, after giving the hapless fellow instructions, and paying the coachman and the evil-looking outrider, he turned back to the Countess. He took her ermine-lined cloak, her gloves, and a dashing bonnet. "It's been a long time, George. I trust all goes well with you?" "Yes, indeed, my lady. So very well until just a moment ago." "No, that's not really true, since you're here, and that's an unexpected pleasure." A nervous tic had formed in the past few minutes in the corner of his right eye. "Is the Earl here, George?" She followed his gaze up the long circular staircase and cocked her head to one side in question. He tugged on his cravat. Yes, my lady. His lordship is indeed here. It's just that he—" George faltered and died. "Yes, George. That is to say, my lady, his lordship is not alone, my lady." "Well, no matter," Kate said kindly, patting him on his arm. "I'm certain his friends won't mind a visit from his wife, do you think?" "It's not exactly his friends, George," said in desperation. "Oh, not his friends? How very curious. I wasn't aware his lordship admitted his enemies into his house. Come now, George, who is with his lordship?" He realized that the Countess of March wasn't the same young lady she'd known but a month before. This Countess wasn't about to be put off. This Countess was clearly in charge. He said, "Lady Sarah is with him. She arrived not 15 minutes ago, demanding to see his lordship. Surely you see it's not his lordship's fault that she's here. Why, he would never admit a lady to this house, except you, naturally. But you're not a lady. Well, you are, of course, but you're his wife, and surely that's more important." "Yes, far more important." She smiled at him, and he started at the decided militant look in those eyes of hers. Then she gave the most sublime shrug. "Is that all? I dare say the lady who is not his wife is just this moment on the point of leaving." Definitely the quiet, rather biddable young lady was long gone. No tears, just this calm indifference, this somewhat amused hauteur. It was astounding. He quite appreciated it. Perhaps, just perhaps, life would change for the better around here. It certainly couldn't get any worse, what with his lordship moping about, silent and withdrawn, drinking too much brandy, just sitting in the library, staring into the flames in the fireplace. He got hold of himself. "Do allow me to inform his lordship that you're here, my lady." He had this sudden horrible vision of a scene that would make his own hair absolutely gray. "Oh, no, George, that's not the way to handle this. Do trust me."
"I believe I shall surprise his lordship. He's in the salon upstairs?" He darted a look upstairs, gave her an anguished look, then just stood there like a dumb stick. At least that's how he characterized his own behavior to himself later over a glass of the Earl's best brandy. Kate turned and walked to the stairs, as bouncy as a child fetching a treat. She heard George say in a decidedly pettish voice, "Get about your business, my lads. Don't stand there gawking. Oh, yes, I must find some money for the coachman. No, I already paid them. Thank God for something, even a too small something." She walked purposefully up the stairs. Poor George's distress at Lady Sarah's tête-à-tête with the Earl had, strangely enough, given her confidence. Trepidation is for fools, faint-hearts, and butlers, she decided, not for countesses, at least not for this countess. Had she lost him? No, she wouldn't consider that. No, indeed not.
The door to the salon stood partially ajar, and Lady Sarah's repulsive voice reached Kate's ears before she actually saw the lady. "Oh, Julien, let her stay in the country. She will be much more in place there. I always thought her awkwardly uncomfortable in society. She was always so pale and uncertain of herself, and our friends didn't know what to do with her. They were polite only because of you." She waited, but Julien didn't say anything. Well, there was nothing for it. She marched in, head high. "How very kind of you, Lady Sarah, to have my welfare so much of heart. Do you really believe that everyone dislikes me? Is it because I'm such a bore? I don't believe I'm particularly pale now." She spoke in the sweetest voice imaginable. She hoped it was as repulsive to Lady Sarah as her voice was to Kate. Actually, she wanted to kill the lady, since her arms were around her husband's shoulders. Oh, Lady Sarah jumped back, dropping her arms in stunned surprise. "Good evening, my lord. I trust I find you well." She gave her husband a dazzling smile. Julien was staring at her, not smiling back, not frowning, just staring, as if she were a specter. He said easily, "I go tolerably well, my dear, tolerably well. Now, my dear Lady Sarah, although it is perhaps comforting to think that one's husband is in such capable hands, I think it time to have a changing of the guard, so to speak. I dare say your own husband would much appreciate such a fond display of affection." Although Sarah had never before been confronted by such a calm, contemptuous lady, she was made of sterner stuff than Kate imagined. Yes, she would quickly reduce Kate again to that pale, spineless chit that she'd known just a month before. The Earl had been quiet since her arrival, attending to her every word with obvious interest, so it seemed, and had not appeared to be at all disinclined to accept her passionate embrace. Indeed, Sarah was emboldened to believe the Earl had been on the verge of succumbing to her. Had it not been for the untimely arrival of his country mouse of a wife, she would have won. Perhaps she would still win. "I don't believe you judge the situation quite correctly, dear," Lady Sarah said. "You speak so easily of fondness and affection. Why, everyone knows that you don't even sleep with your husband of 3 months, that you don't allow him near you." Oh, God, she couldn't stand it. But she had to. Everything came down to this conversation, to his view of her now. She stiffened almost imperceptibly as Lady Sarah continued smoothly, picking up speed in her growing confidence. "Doesn't it make sense to you that Julien would most certainly grow impatient with you? Which I understand is usually the case when one forms attachments outside one's class. Don't you think it time for you to own up to the mistake? Don't you think it time to release him? Don't you think it wise, dear, to return to your quiet country life, where surely you will understand things better and be more comfortable?" Kate wondered briefly how bunches of the lady's blonde hair would look wrapped around her fisted hand. Am I more comfortable in the country? I do wonder about that. However, I'm touched by your obvious concern for my welfare. However, again, I find you and your observations a dead bore, though I must admit to being a bit curious at your overly lively imagination. Now, if you please, I find your presence quite fatiguing, and must ask that you leave. I am here now. I am home. I wish to be with my husband, alone. Julien, tell her to go away. Tell her not to talk to me in such a way. You intrude upon my comfort, Lady Sarah. Leave my house this instant, else I shall personally boot you out. I can too, you know, for I was raised in the country, and I'm nearly as strong as my husband. You fool! Your house? I think the Earl must have other opinions on that subject, don't you, Julien? Well, half the house is mine, and indeed, this salon is in the very center of my half. Julien, would you cease this senseless charade and send her packing? Sarah grabbed his arm and gave it a light shake. There was a sudden silence, and Kate found that she couldn't meet his eyes. She had absolutely no idea what he was thinking, for he'd acted the interested but detached onlooker since she entered the room. She wondered with a sinking heart if the unmeasured words she had flung at him their last night together had finally driven him away from her, and if indeed he now viewed her as Lady Sarah had painted her. Did he now want to be free of her? She forced herself to look up and saw that he was looking at her with an oddly keen expression that she couldn't begin to fathom. She wondered dispassionately if he would allow her a dignified exit. "Sarah," he said finally, "I do believe the Countess is in the right. The parlor is indeed in the very center of her half of the house. Regrettable as it may appear, her logic is persuasive." Kate blinked, thankful for once that no words were required of her. "By God, surely you don't mean that, Julien. Surely." "Yes, Sarah. Shall I ring for George?" "No man dismisses me. How dare you? Just look at you, besotted by this provincial girl who has changed, and I hate the changes, just as I hate her, and always have." She was so angry, so outraged, that she couldn't move. Julien turned to his wife, who was looking, to his amusement, quite bewildered. He said softly, "Perhaps you're right, Sarah. I'm quite besotted, and have been ever since the first time I saw her, dying dramatically in a duel at my very feet. I hope you will not live to regret this action, my lord. Actually, I hope you will." She picked up her skirts and walked, with what dignity she could muster, from the room. They could hear her angry breathing as she stomped down the corridor. "Close the door." Without a word, Kate turned and pulled the door closed. "Now, come here." He grinned at her. "Please come here. Perhaps I should ring for tea, my lord? What happened to my protector, my mouthy wife, who quite routed Lady Sarah? Surely a novel experience for her." "I don't know. It's different now. We're alone, and you're not my enemy." "That's true enough. Surely tea isn't such a bad idea?" "It's the very worst idea I've heard. What I would most prefer is to have my shrew of a wife in my arms. I'm not a shrew, curse you." However, she walked into his arms without hesitation. He hugged her tightly against him, his hands sweeping up and down her back. Finally, he lifted her chin in his palm. She was staring up at him, as shy as a nun. He leaned down and kissed her. She'd been so afraid, so very afraid, but the moment his mouth was on hers, she knew it would be all right, and she arched up against him, bringing his mouth closer, accepting his tongue, wanting more and more. When he released her, her eyes darkened with disappointment. He grinned down at her, absolutely delighted. "The servants, sweetheart. Remember the servants. With Lady Sarah tearing down those stairs, doubtless hurling curses back at us, poor George must think we need him."
"Do you want him flying in here to see us making love?" She gave him a look that made his hands clutch her shoulders. "Why not? A very good point. However, before I have that lovely gown off you and throw you to the rug in front of the fireplace, I want to talk to you. I don't know if that's such a good idea. I'll kiss you while we talk, but it's important, love, don't you think so? If you insist." She was silent a moment, then, to his surprise, laughed. "You should have seen poor George. I've never known him to be so bowled over. I quite marched all over him, you see. He must have believed that murder would be done in this house, for he knew I was capable of it, I know. And I was." He sighed, even as he kissed her again, and then again and again. "Being that my wife is a shrew, a very beautiful shrew, but there you have it nonetheless, I see I have to agree. Yes, murder at the very least, had I not intervened. Intervened? Ha! You stood there like a stick. I didn't know if you would send me out or not. It was horrible. Oh God, Julien, I was so afraid." She threw herself against him, holding him tightly. "Shush, love, it's all right. Come now and sit down, else that rug will be under your back in a second flat, and I'll be on top of you." She sat beside him, actually more on him, her cheek against his neck. "I treated you so badly at St. Clair, so very badly." She slowly pulled away, fixing her eyes on an elegant Dresden figure above the mantelpiece. "You were speaking of the times you abused me," he said. "There were so many times. Could you be a trifle more specific?" Then he squeezed her hands, grinning. "Ah, you jest with me, but it must be said. There was only the one time, really, and, well, you know it, just that once. Well, the other times weren't all that well done of me, but those, I think, were very understandable, given what you did." German bandit? Huh. I would appreciate it if you would contrive to forget that man and what he did. He was a fool and stupid and altogether an idiot. I'm sorry for that, Kate, very sorry. But it made me remember, and even though it was dreadful and so frightening at first, well, you did help me, Julien. You got rid of the ghosts. He looked at her closely. Are you certain? She nodded. Yes. Just 3 days ago, I rode Astarte to the cups. There was nothing there, Julien, nothing at all. It was just a place. There wasn't any more pain, any more terror. Jesus, he said, and pulled her against him again. Thank you for coming back to me. You did it with panache. Now, tell me just one more thing. Yes? Tell me you love me. I love you, Julien, more than anything I could ever have imagined feeling in my life. You're part of me, deep inside me. I'll never let you go away from me again. And I will have to cock up my toes and pass to the hereafter before I leave you, sweetheart. Sarah was right, you know. I'm utterly besotted with you. That's good. A man should be besotted with his wife. Excellent. Now that we've cleared that up, let me kiss you again. Lord, I love your mouth and your ears and your shoulders and your breasts. She laughed, then sighed softly when his mouth covered hers. Then he kissed each smiling dimple. He kissed her until she pulled away, gasping for breath. By all that's foul, you don't know how to kiss. All right, I can see that you need me more than you can begin to imagine. Shall I teach you how to kiss properly now? Do you really want your wife to kiss you with as much skill as your many mistresses? Ah, all those charming females, a thing of the past. Since they are, then you will have to oblige me, don't you think? Yes, but first I must ask you something. The Haverstokes ridotto? I know it wasn't well done of me, but I couldn't help it. Why did you take Lady Sarah out onto the balcony and make love to her? Who are we talking about? Lady Sarah at the Haverstoke ridotto. Ah, you saw that. You really were eavesdropping on that most affecting scene. No, that wasn't well done of you at all. I'm thinking of fetching a pistol, Julien. Although he didn't let her out of the circle of his arms, he was silent for a moment, frowning thoughtfully. Then I guess I don't understand. How could you have ever doubted me if you overheard what I said to Sarah? Given she did wrap herself around me, but that was over quickly. You were a witness, weren't you? But I saw her kissing you. I heard her speak so meanly about me and our marriage. I wanted to kill her, and you. But most of all, I wanted to erase myself. I didn't do any of those things because I got vilely ill. That was humiliating, too. So you got sick, did you? Then you didn't see how I handled the situation. No, I didn't. But I would say that your splendid tactics didn't carry the battle. After all, the lady seemed most sure of herself this evening. Alas, I have this fatal charm. He laughed and kissed her. I'm relieved that I now have such a fiercely faithful wife to protect me from such temptations. Women, they're always throwing themselves in front of my caracal, fainting on my doorstep, dropping their handkerchiefs at my feet or on my boots. Ah, be quiet, you toad. You believe yourself so irresistible, do you? She paused and studied his face. Her fingertips traced over his mouth, his cheeks, smoothed his eyebrows. You are, Julien. You please me very much. Does pleasing have to do with pleasure, as in what I'm doing to your earlobe right now? Perhaps it does, she said, her hands caressing his neck and shoulders. Will you forgive me for all the pain I've caused you? Yes, I didn't know of any other way. But there was my anger, so uncontrolled, so unfair. And I lost our child, Julien. That's quite enough about that. Look at me. Your miscarriage was an accident, Kate. If there is to be blame attached, it must rest upon my shoulders. Do you understand me? Oh, no, that isn't right. Do be quiet, Katharine. No more guilt for either of us, all right? We must both of us bury all the ghosts, else we'll spend our days in silent recriminations. I'm sorry for the child, but my first concern was and always shall be with you. He touched his fingers to her mouth to silence further protests, and added in a lighter voice, If you wish a future Earl of March and many beautiful daughters, you may be certain that I shall most willingly oblige you. Will you?
You know these things take time, Kate, many times, all of them fun, all of them filled with joy and laughter and pleasure. Shall I give you your second lesson? What lesson? Breathing, so you may kiss me properly without swooning from lack of air. Or at least, if you do swoon, it will be from the pleasure I give you. He pulled her against him and kissed her. When he released her, a few moments later, she looked at him and said with a sigh, "Oh, dear, it seems I'm so very slow to learn some things. Perhaps, in this instance, you won't find my backwardness a trial? With your lovely mouth, soft and warm? No, I think not, sweetheart." He traced the curve of her lips with his fingertips. "All right, Julien, now you must answer my question. You really didn't, you know. You just went ahead with your kissing lessons. What question?" She kissed him and began to busily unbutton his white shirt. "I hope you won't think me too much a hussy if I remind you of your promise to most willingly oblige me." "Oblige you in what, exactly? I can't seem to remember. I must ask George for a pistol, my lord. Now I want you obliged for many times. We have a duty to perform, and I think we should begin to attend to it." "Ah," he said, as he helped her unbutton his shirt, "the future Earl of March." George chanced to look up and see the Earl and Countess of March emerge from the parlor and stroll arm in arm down the long carpeted corridor. His lordship's fair head bent close to the Countess's cheek. If he wasn't mistaken, his lordship's shirt was unbuttoned. A slow smile spread over his face as he watched them disappear from his view. He decided that he should inform Francois that the succulent sirloin of beef, so lovingly basted with herbs and red wine, would undoubtedly not be called for this evening by the Earl of March 3. Julien awoke later than intended the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself looking up into his valet's perturbed face. "Good God, Timmins, what a face to be greeted with after a pleasant night's sleep. Go wash it or something." "Good morning, my lord," Timmins said, his voice as stiff as Julien's Malacca cane. He gave an audible sniff of displeasure and helped his master into his dressing-gown. "Come, then, surely things are not so bad as all that. I assure you that even though my hessians and coat have suffered in your absence, you won't find them quite beyond repair. They were awful, my lord. I have already expended a goodly number of hours endeavoring to restore your hessians, and it was an experience that I would not care to repeat." Julien paused a moment, now fully awake, and aware that the sensibilities of his stiff-lipped valet were ruffled in the extreme. He said with perfect seriousness, "Of course I have missed your fine service, Timmins. You are a grand valet, a gentleman's gentleman of exceptionable ability, whom I find invaluable. And I quite understand, my lord, indeed I do. Do allow me to assist you now in the renewed quiet of the morning." Finally dressed, Julien was at the point of escaping to his breakfast when he chanced to see the plate of muffins beside his bed, still untouched. He eyed Timmins, who was arranging his hairbrush and shaving gear in 2 neat rows on the dressing-table. A small punishment, just a bit of revenge, he thought, would be just the thing. But subtle, that was important. He cleared his throat and said, "Timmins, you see the muffins here by my bed?" "Yes, my lord, they are indeed muffins. As a reward for your excellent service this morning, I require you to enjoy at least 2 of them before allowing the maids to enter the room." Timmins darted his rheumy eyes again to the muffins, bemused by this ambiguous token of praise. He realized that his master was awaiting his answer, and said, "Yes, my lord. Thank you, my lord. It is a fine reward for my invaluable services, if one doesn't think of other rewards which would be perhaps even more tasty to the palate." Not more than an hour later, in fine good humor, Julien mounted his Arabian mare, Astarte, and rode out of the park at a comfortable canter to inspect his lands. Bright sunlight poured down through the crisp morning air, as if bending all of its brilliance on St. Clair. With a great sense of well-being, Julien turned Astarte into an open field and gave her her head. His body moved smoothly with hers, swaying in rhythm to her firm stride. The chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves and foliage were a welcome change from the ever-present noise of the London streets. Julien quite lost track of time And some time later, realizing that Astarte was blowing hard, he reined in, straightened in the saddle, and looked about him. A short distance ahead lay a large wood, forming a near circle around him. He saw with vague interest that he was no longer on St. Clair then. Come, Astarte, let us see what lies ahead. Perhaps we'll find a leftover dragon from my boyhood, still lurking in those woods, waiting for me to stick him with my sword. Julien made out a small path just to his left that led into the woods, and clicked Astarte forward. The floor of the woods was green with spongy moss that deadened the sound of Astarte's hooves. All too soon the trees began to thin, and Julien could make out a small clearing a few yards ahead. Suddenly, he knew he wasn't alone. He wasn't certain how he knew, except that his ears had grown used to the sounds of the forest. He allowed Astarte to move slowly forward toward the clearing. His vision no longer blocked by the trees, he stiffened at the strange sight that met his eyes. There, in the small clearing, not 20 yards away from him, stood 2 men, pistols raised properly in front of their faces, standing back to back. There were no dragons to slay that Julien could see. Good Lord, he thought, appalled, they're going to duel. He thought blankly that surely that wasn't right. Dueling was for dawn on a foggy morning, with seconds standing about slapping their hands together for warmth. There were no seconds. No one but the 2 duelists, who now began to pace away from each other, one man's voice calling out the paces in a loud, clear voice. 1, 2, 3. Julien gently dug his heels into Astarte's side, and she obediently moved forward, making no sound until they reached the edge of the clearing. Fascinated, Julien stared fixedly at the 2 men. Surely it was just some sort of practice. Surely the pistols weren't loaded. Surely. 8, 9, 10. The men turned in quick, smooth motions and faced each other. One of them pulled up his pistol in a quick, jerky movement, stiffened his arm, and fired. The gun's report rang through the silence of the woods. The pistols were most certainly loaded. The bullet missed its mark, for the other man remained standing. And now, in what seemed an endlessly cruel delay, he slowly raised his pistol and aimed it at his opponent's chest. Julien found himself frozen into inaction, his hands clutching the reins, simply disbelieving. The man stood proud and stiff, waiting without a sound. With a nasty laugh, the man fired. To Julien's horror, he didn't raise his pistol skyward and elope. No, he fired straight at the man. His opponent grabbed his chest, gave a loud moan of pain, staggered forward, and finally fell heavily to the ground, arms and legs flung wide. The spell broken, Julien dug in her heels, and Astarte leaped forward. He pulled her up short, not 10 yards from where the man lay, and jumped from his horse. With unbelieving eyes, he saw that the man who had committed this dishonorable murder was leaning against a tree, holding his sides in laughter. Ignoring him, Julien strode quickly to the fallen man and knelt down. He was small, slight of build. Julien gathered the scrawny body in his arms and suddenly, overwhelmed with fury, yelled at the murderer, who now stood in shocked silence, as if aware finally of the enormity of what he had done. "You damned idiot! What in God's name have you done, man?" The man raised his hand in a helpless gesture, but seemed unable to come forward and speak. To Julien's shock, the slight figure in his arms began to struggle violently, and he gazed down for the first time into the face of the fallen man. A startled care of the greenest eyes he'd ever seen stared up at him. Those moss-green eyes didn't waver from his face, but they did blink in rapid succession. Pale lips parted in surprise, and then 2 dimples peeped through on white cheeks. "Good grief, it's a stranger. Why, sir, I think you have much mistaken the matter." "My God," Julien said, so taken aback he nearly dropped her. "You're nothing but a damned girl." "Well, I am a girl, that is true enough, but I've never thought of myself as nothing. Also, I don't believe you need to damn me for it." Her damned dimples deepened. Finding himself without a word to say, Julien instinctively dropped his arms from her shoulders. With the utmost unconcern, she pulled herself away and came up to her knees, her hands resting lightly on her breeched thighs. "Harry," she called, laughter lurking in her voice, "I do believe we've given the gentleman something of a shock. Stop standing there like a half-wit and come here. Thank the Lord he didn't interrupt our duel. That would have been beyond what I could have accepted." Julien, finding that his addled senses were returning to normal, looked up to see a young man coming toward them, a sheepish grin on his cherubic face. He rose slowly and turned to look down at the girl. He was not happy. He was beginning to feel very much the fool, a condition that made his innards cramp.
His eyes narrowed on the girl's face, and he said in a voice colder than the St. Clair Lake in January, "Are you in the habit, my girl, of play-acting at such deadly games?" The dimples quivered, and his indignation grew. She turned to him and said, calm as a nun at her prayers, "When you have recovered from your very slight embarrassment and obvious mortification, dear sir, you will realize that it was not we who interrupted you. This is Brandonland, and how my brother and I wish to spend our time is certainly no concern of yours, whoever you may be." "Now, Kate," the young man said, "don't get yourself into an argument, else you just might find yourself fighting a real duel." The gentleman was understandably worried. "I did fire at you straight on. It would scare the devil out of any man." He planted himself neatly in front of the girl. To Julien he said, "I do beg your pardon, sir. Kate here must needs know all the masculine sports. I must say she did overdo it a bit. Died much too lavishly this time, with much too much drama and flourish. Come on, Kate, don't bounce around and pretend you're angry. Stand up here and pretend rather that you're a lady, if you can even begin to manage it in those wretched breeches." The girl, who had jumped to her feet with more speed than grace, now turned on her brother. "Damn it, Harry, there's no reason for you to apologize or explain anything. The gentleman was trespassing, clear as the wart on Aunt Mildred's face. I believe he should explain his presence here. And I wasn't too dramatic this time. I thought flailing the arms a bit was a nice touch. I do beg your pardon, ma'am," Julien said easily now. "Who the devil are you two?" Harry cast a quelling glance at his sister and quickly extended his hand to Julien. "Harry Brandon, sir, and this is my sister, Katharine." Julien grinned down at the young man and extended his own hand. "I'm St. Clair, you know. My lands lie not far distant from yours." "Goodness, what an honor for us. So you're the absent landlord, the most noble Earl of March." He instinctively disliked her snide tone. His hackles rose a bit, but he drew on the sang-froid for which he was renowned. He raised his brows and gave her a mocking bow. "Why, yes, I do have that honor." It was a well-delivered snub, but Julien quickly realized that Katharine Brandon didn't recognize that she'd just been slighted, or should have been, by a renowned gentleman. Her head remained cocked pertly to one side, as she said, "Yes, I suppose it could be regarded as an honor to some, perhaps to a few who wouldn't know any better." A silver glint came to his gray eyes. So she wanted to cross verbal swords with him, did she? He said swiftly, enjoying himself suddenly, "It is a particular honor to ladies of breeding." He maliciously eyed those very tight-fitting breeches of hers. He expected her to blush to the roots of her hair at the very least, perhaps even to stammer incoherently until he would graciously excuse her, for he had many times achieved this result with but the mildest of set-downs. He didn't receive even the very least, for she said in a revoltingly cheerful voice, all the while brushing leaves from her breeches, "I suppose it is difficult to evince breeding when one is engaged in a duel." She raised those green eyes to Julien's face and added as brazenly as a hussy in Soho, "But you must admit, dear sir, that breeches are much more the thing when one must fall down and play dead. Imagine what a gown would do. Why, petticoats would be spilling all over the place. You would be quite horrified, being so very proper and so dreadfully well-bred." Before Julien could come up with words, rather than just boxing her ears as his hands itched to do, she added, seeming to ponder the problem,
Perhaps it is a sad trial to gentlemen of your breeding and, advanced age and nobleness to accept with any degree of composure such trifles as ladies' dueling. For the first time in his life, Julien Edward Mowbray St. Clair, Earl of March, found himself with a tongue dead in his mouth. Kate, really, her brother said, grabbing her shoulders and giving her a good shake, but not nearly a hard enough shake, Julien thought. Sir, she's overzealous in her insults. She usually is, however. She truly doesn't mean half of what she says, particularly if she's intent on besting anyone, which she is more times than not. She cuts me up with her tongue better than the cook wields her knife. Overzealous? What a thing to say, Harry. I see it all clearly now. Just because he's a man and an earl, you're ready to spring to his side and leave me here alone. Julien looked back and forth between the pair and felt a muscle twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although he found the manners of this hoydenish girl deplorable, the situation was ridiculous in the extreme, and he could not help breaking into a grin. "Miss Brandon," he said gravely, gazing into her upturned face, "please accept my profound apologies. You look most charming in breeches, though I confess that seeing swirling petticoats would doubtless be an equal treat." She shot him a look of pure mischief and said in a demure voice, "But, sir, I could not look more charming in breeches than you do." Julien would have liked to take his hand to her breeched buttocks, but, realizing in all truth that this pleasure must be denied him, he threw up his hands and gave up the battle. He forgot about an earl's consequence, threw back his head, and gave way to a shout of laughter. "Where, Miss Brandon, have you and your brother been hiding yourselves? I count it my misfortune not to have met the pair of you before." Harry replied quickly to prevent any further impertinence from his unpredictable sister. "It's not so strange, my lord. You are not often here." "As I said, an absent landlord," she said, and robbed the words of insult by grinning impudently up at him. Julien felt a quite odd sensation, equally as vague and undefined as the nagging thoughts that had pursued him from London to St. Clair. He turned slowly to Harry and said thoughtfully, "No, Harry, I believe you're right. My visits have been infrequent and of rather short duration, up until now. It doesn't do to be absent from one's home for too long. One never knows just what might pop up in the meanwhile. Strange and wonderful things, perhaps. Do you plan to stay long this time, my lord?" Harry continued, lightly poking his sister's arm to keep her quiet. No mean feat. Julien was silent for a moment. He found himself looking at Katharine, and felt again the odd sensation that was now, without his conscious wish, spreading deep within him, filling him, making him feel quite odd, but it was a miraculous feeling, one that he didn't want to lose. She had removed her tight-fitting hat, and clouds of thick, rich auburn hair fell about her shoulders, in deep waves, nearly to her waist. She was oblivious of him, and didn't look up, being occupied with braiding her hair into long plaits and tucking them under her hat. Julien forced himself to look away from her, and said easily, "It is a possibility, Harry, an excellent possibility. It is a lovely time of year, is it not? Oh, damnation, Mannering, I had clean forgot Sir Percy and Lord Lonsdale are to arrive for dinner." Julien gave his butler a harassed look, all the while peeling off his riding gloves and wishing both of his impending guests to the devil. "It is nothing to concern yourself, my lord," Mannering said, all dignity and reassurance as he smoothed invisible creases from the tan York gloves Julien handed him. "It is merely, my lord, that Mrs. Bradshaw is hesitant to accord their lordships' chambers without your approval." Julien felt a tug of impatience. "Very well, Mannering. Have Mrs. Bradshaw allot our guests the green room and the Countess's chamber. I'll tell Percy that if he eats too much, our touted ghost of that long-ago Countess will come and torment him." Mannering nodded, then gave a discreet but quite audible cough, clearly indicating to his master that this was not his only concern. Julien, well aware of the butler's roundabout ways of securing his attention, fixed his eyes on him. "Out with it, Mannering.
I promise you I shall not fly into a great rage, just a minor one at the most." Mannering gave another cough and gazed at a point just beyond Julien's left ear. "It is the Frenchman, my lord," he said with mournful finality. He brought his focus back to his master, as if to ask instructions, his point clearly made. "The Frenchman? You refer, I presume, to Francois, my chef. Of course, my lord." A sense of foreboding descended upon Julien. He didn't want to ask, but he knew he had to. "You may tell me the truth, Mannering. Has a scullery maid fled St. Clair in terror of her life? Did he try to kill the kitchen cat?" Mannering drew himself up and said with dignity, "It is not our staff, my lord. As I said, it is the Frenchman. He swears that he cannot be expected to be an artist in such a backward, barbaric kitchen. I believe he also called our kitchens squalid, but I may have misunderstood him, what with that ridiculous accent of his. That, I think, my lord, is the gist of it. He did not add that, in his opinion, it wouldn't be at all a bad thing if his pretentious, utterly revolting excuse for a chef were to fling out of the kitchen and remove his voluble presence elsewhere, preferably far from St. Clair. Julien knew, of course, even from the restrained account Mannering had given, that Francois was on a rampage. Squalid was the key word. If Percy and Hugh were not to sit down to an empty dinner table, he must soothe his chef's outraged sensibilities. Damn, he should never have ordered Francois to accompany him here. He'd done it primarily for Percy, who always proclaimed a violent dislike for sturdy English fare. Julien recalled that he wouldn't be overly displeased if Percy and Hugh found St. Clair quite a bore, and departed post-haste. Perhaps, his thinking continued in fine Machiavellian style, it would not be such a catastrophic occurrence were Francois to leave in a huff. Having reached this happy conclusion, Julien favored Mannering with an indifferent shrug of his shoulders and said with the greatest unconcern, "Mannering, please inform Francois that if he finds his accommodations here not to his liking, he will be paid his quarterly wages and driven to Dapplemore to catch the mail coach back to London. And, if you please," Julien continued, "have a footman fetch Stokeworthy and ask cook to send me a light luncheon. I will be in the library." Mannering's jaw dropped. In that instant, his respect for his master soared to heights heretofore unknown. "Fancy," he repeated in awed tones later to Mrs. Cradshaw. His lordship was as calm as a Lord Admiral. Quite ready he was to let that repulsive Frenchman go without a blink of an eyelash. He just shrugged, that's all, just a wonderful shrug. As Julien partook of cold chicken and crusty bread, he was informed by Mannering, who was unable to contain the news, that upon hearing of his master's undisguised sentiments, Francois had abruptly ceased his French ravings and, in a burst of enthusiasm, declared that his lordship and his guests would have the finest, most exquisite repast his culinary skills could achieve. A dinner more formidable than anything these peasants, who surrounded him and clearly didn't appreciate him, could ever imagine. Julien received this news with mixed feelings. He shrugged, deciding that at the very least he would suffer no more tantrums from the fellow. 4. After he finished his luncheon, Julien made his way to the estate room, for generations the account room of the Earls of March. As he awaited his agent's arrival, he let his mind wander back to his curious encounter that morning with the Brandons. "What an impertinent girl," he said half aloud, but without an ounce of displeasure. Though he had openly derided the girl's clothing, he could not help dwelling briefly upon that quite nicely shaped figure of hers, emphasized by the tight breeches, and the long, thick, russet hair. Lovely hair. He had never seen hair like that before. He tried to remember. Perhaps there'd been a light dusting across her nose. His fingers itched now to trace over them. He was mildly surprised he hadn't until now made her acquaintance, nor that of her brother, Harry.
But then, since he was at least 6 years Harry's senior, it was no wonder that their paths hadn't crossed in his youth. They would have been but children when he left for Eton. Brandon. Of a certainty he knew the name, but until now there had been no faces to attach to it. He wondered with a questioning frown why his father had never spoken of the family, or, for that matter, seen them socially. Well, he planned to see them now. Indeed, he couldn't wait. Julien called out, "Enter," when there came a knock on the door. Stokeworthy, the St. Clair agent, appeared in the open doorway. His long, thin face, rather like a horse's, Julien had always thought, wearing an apologetic look. Julien rose. "Ah, do come in, Stokeworthy. It is certainly good of you to come on such short notice." I took the older man's bony hand in his and gave it an enthusiastic shake. "I wish to apologize, my lord, for my tardiness, but you see Mrs. Stokeworthy's niece has come down with a chill, and the house is at 6s and 7s. Very unsettling, everything is." Stokeworthy fastened his watery eyes on his master's face, hoping to see no displeasure. There wasn't any, but Stokeworthy, being conscientious, continued quickly. "Perhaps the house is even at 9s and 10s. Such noise and commotion! It would drive me to the brandy bottle if I had one." Unknown to Julien, he would have preferred to spend much more time than he did here in the estate room at St. Clair, and had welcomed his summons, albeit on short notice, with profound anticipation. He found invariably, after his visits with the Earl, that Mrs. Stokeworthy quite fell over his words. The folk of Dapplemore would pay his household unexpected visits, listening with avid attention to any tidbits of gossip he chose to relate about the Earl of March. "Given your niece's illness, perhaps you would rather return home. We could meet again in several days when you have no other worries on your mind. 9s and 10s are difficult, I know." "Oh, goodness gracious, no, my lord," Stokeworthy exclaimed, sorry that he had ever mentioned his niece. "I assure you, my lord, a man's presence is never the thing in the sick room, or anywhere near a sick room, perhaps not even in a room that is downstairs from a sick room." Julien was hard put not to laugh. "If you're certain, sir." "I am very certain, my lord, beyond certain even." He quickly pulled a sheaf of papers from his time-worn case and poked them beneath his master's nose. Julien and Stokeworthy spent the next several hours poring over accounts and calculating the sums that the estate's tenants' crops would likely fetch at market. It had been a good year at St. Clair, not too much rain and not too much snow. The county had fared well, and the St. Clair coffers would prosper, as would the pocketbooks of the tenants. Julien trusted Stokeworthy implicitly, as his father had before him. He was pleased, even more so than usual after Stokeworthy's glowing account of St. Clair's prosperity, that his father had brought this man into his employ. Many people had been surprised at his father's choice, Julien had learned not many years past. It seemed that the garrulous Mrs. Stokeworthy bore a striking resemblance to Julien's grandfather. And, if the rumors were true, Mrs. Stokeworthy was but one of his grandfather's byblows.
It occurred to Julien that his father, a man of unwavering moral standards, indeed nearly depressing moral standards, must have found it unnerving to be in contact almost daily with the several men and women who so closely resembled him. Julien had asked his father once about his grandfather's vagaries, but he had received such a stern, uncompromising set-down that he quite vowed to take his inquiries elsewhere. Although Julien had never known his grandfather, he had believed all the stories since he first looked closely at the portrait of his grandfather that hung in a darker corner of the gallery. He could almost picture his bewigged grandsire, with his full, sensual lips and the lewd twinkle in his gray eyes, swooping down from astride a great black charger upon unsuspecting village maidens. Julien was unaware that his grandfather's exploits had become romantic legend in Dapplemore, and that the locals continued to embroider upon the facts to pass the time in the long winter months. Nor would it have pleased him to discover that they compared him more often with his righteous, moral father than his dashing, amorous grandfather.
It would have been the deepest of blows had he only known about it, and doubtless, if he had known about it, he would have hurled himself into an orgy of depravity. After sharing a glass of sherry with Stokesworthy, he saw the good man off, consulted his watch, and deemed it time to change into evening apparel. A few minutes after, Julien descended the staircase, the exquisite folds of his neckcloth perfectly placed. Mannering informed him of the imminent arrival of Sir Percy and Lord Lonston. "It appears, my lord, that their lordships have journeyed together." He motioned a footman to open the great oak doors to admit them. "Good Lord, Julien, what an outlandish place," Percy said the minute he entered. "I forget how in the very middle of nowhere at all you live." "Ah, but it's a grand house, just nowhere, if you know what I mean." Mannering relieved him of his cloak and hat and stood in tolerant silence as Percy stepped forward to shake Julien's hand. Hugh appeared but a moment later, a calm smile of pleasure on his intelligent face. He bade a polite good evening to Mannering, who unbent a trifle at this gentleman's welcome sobriety, and removed his cloak and hat. "Feel as if I've stepped back into the pages of my history books," Percy continued. "Not, of course, that I ever read many of the bloody things, but rest assured that I've seen pictures, pages of pictures." "I know just what you mean, Percy," Julien said, grinning. "I, too, have seen many of those same pages, I dare say." He turned to greet Hugh Drakemore, who remarked in his well-bred voice, "A beautiful estate, Julien. We should visit more often. As you know, my great-aunt Regina lives not 20 miles to the west, and I count this like a visit home." "It's always a pleasure to have you here, Hugh. I trust this madcap here did not overturn you on your way north." "Dash it, Julien," Percy said. "Damn Hugh's eyes. He wouldn't let me take the reins until we were on the widest roads with the fewest tons. He is cowhearted. I didn't come even near to overturning him." Percy looked pointedly at Hugh. "Never one to let his friends down," Hugh said with unruffled composure. "Quite true, all of it, Julien. When Percy was handling the ribbons, why, I believe I took a nap and dreamed of the green hills of Ireland. Enough of your bloody insults, Hugh, even though they're smooth as honey. Dash it all, Julien, it's later than you can begin to imagine, at least to my stomach. I'm near to fainting with starvation." "Quite right, Percy. Why do not you and Hugh repair to your rooms and change? You see, I can't allow guests to dinner in their traveling clothes. It would be a great disservice to my consequence." "Humph," Percy said. "You're a damned dog, Julien. You wish us to change simply because you do not want to feel foolish alone in your evening clothes." Julien laughed his agreement. "True it is, but bear with me." Hugh said, "We shan't be long, Julien, unless," he cast a quizzing glance at Percy, "your exquisite here must needs dandify himself." Julien could not resist a rueful grin, thinking of the half a dozen neckcloths he had ruined before achieving his own elegant appearance. He turned to Mannering. "Lord Lonston and Sir Percy will go to their rooms. If you will, please have a footman escort them." "Very well, my lord." Mannering bowed in his most formal manner, as if to impress upon Sir Percy that St. Clair was indeed an earl's establishment. "Mannering tells me that the lake has abundant trout," Hugh said, as he walked with his friend across the east side of the lawn toward St. Clair Lake. Julien inhaled the fresh morning air and hiked his fishing gear more securely over his shoulder. "Yes, so full that those trout might just jump into our baskets. It's a pity Percy can't rouse himself, for the country air is quite invigorating." He turned his dark eyes to Julien, a smile breaking his usually composed features. Julien laughed. "What? Watch what you say, Hugh. Percy up and about before noon. Why, it's unheard of, something to be devoutly avoided. And you know that Percy can't stand to see the beasts wriggling around on the string when you haul them in." Hugh grinned, then paused a moment to look about himself. "I own you must be proud of your lands and home, Julien." "Yes, I suppose I am proud. It's so very permanent and lasting." Like Hugh, he turned momentarily to gaze back through the trees to the sun-bathed East Tower, which commanded a magnificent view of the lake and the vast meadows and hills beyond. He turned back to Hugh and added, "When I am here, I scarce ever miss the racket of London, particularly this time." "Why this time in particular?" Julien pulled the branches of a bush from their path before he turned to Hugh, a silent smile on his face that did not reach his gray eyes. It was strange, he thought, but he did not at all have the inclination to speak frankly to Hugh. As a matter of fact, he realized with a start, the vague, unsettling feelings had quite vanished. He felt content and would have preferred to be striding to the lake by himself, enjoying the quiet and peaceful surroundings. But Hugh was here, and he must be a gracious host. "Do forgive me, Hugh. I'm a sorry host this morning. What did you ask?" Hugh cocked an eyebrow and gazed intently at his friend. Never one to pry, he stayed his curiosity, saying only, "It was nothing, Julien. I hope our baskets are large enough to hold all those jumping trout." At that moment, they broke through a small circle of trees, and the unruffled blue water of St. Clair Lake greeted them. A magnificent prospect, is it not, Hugh? Yes, indeed. As Julien gazed about him, he chanced to see something move to his left, close to the water's edge. Who the devil can that be? Perhaps Mannering has informed others of the abundant trout. "The devil," Julien said. "This is certainly private land, and I intend to find out just who thinks he has the right to fish in my lake." Julien turned swiftly and strode in the direction of the trespasser. He called over his shoulder, "Stay here, Hugh. I shall be back shortly." Julien walked rapidly and quietly, the dewy, thick grass cushioning any sound his boots might have made. He drew up short in surprise, for the intruder was but a lad. The boy was sitting cross-legged, a rude, homemade fishing pole held firmly in his somewhat dirty hands. He was gazing intently at the water, completely absorbed. Concentrating on my trout, Julien thought, ready to grab the boy by his collar and shake him. There was something faintly familiar about the lad, but Julien couldn't quite put his finger on it.
He strode up behind the boy and said in a voice that was exactly like his father's at his grimmest, "And just who, my lad, gave you permission to fish in my lake?" The boy jumped in surprise, and the fishing pole fell from his hands into the water. As he tried frantically to retrieve it, he yelled, "How dare you give me such a fright? Now look what you've done. I've a good mind to box your ears, you miserable—" The words died abruptly as the boy whirled on his heels to face the Earl of March. Julien found himself gazing into the face of Katharine Brandon, dressed again today in her boy's breeches, her hair tucked under an old leather hat. "You," she said, quite as surprised as he. Julien was the first to recover his wits. "I wish you good morning, Mistress Kate." He bowed low in front of her. "I trust you find the fishing good here on St. Clair land." She scrambled to her feet. At his thrust, she had the grace to look momentarily flustered, but quickly recovered, curse her eyes. "Your agent, Stokesworthy, gave me permission to fish here. You know," she confided easily now, "it is quite the best spot in the area. So many trout are running now. It is quite remarkable. Sometimes I feel that I could merely call out to them, and they'd leap from the water and land at my feet. St. Clair is honored by your accolades, Miss Brandon." Oddly, he found himself somewhat put out by her confidence. Had she no maidenly shyness? He chanced to see her fishing basket, and said, "And just how many of my trout are now at this very moment snug in your basket? It appears to me, sir, that you are quite tight. After all, what can a few fish mean to the great Earl of March? No more tight than your breeches, madam." He should have guessed that he wouldn't be able to discomfort her. "Indeed," she replied in a confiding tone, "quite right of you to notice. You see, I have had to wear this pair for the past 2 years, Harry's breeches being now too large for me. They are, I assure you, a bit confining." She turned toward the water, shaded her eyes with her hand for a moment, searching intently, and then brought her gaze back to Julien's face. "It's a pity you gave me such a start. You see," she explained, "it took me quite 2 weeks to whittle that pole so that it was just right. Harry thinks himself far too grown up and wouldn't help me. Now it is gone. Well, I can only hope that you're satisfied." There was nothing else outrageous that she could say. Julien shook his head. "Miss Brandon, you will, of course, allow me to make reparations. In fact, my friend over there," he turned and waved to Hugh to come to them, "has equipped himself with several very finely whittled fishing poles. It is likely he can be convinced to part with one of them." "Why, that is quite handsome of you." Those damned dimples of hers were clearly evident. He wanted to trace them with his fingertips. He contented himself with saying, "What an unaccountable girl you are, Miss Brandon. You must be quite a trial to your family." It was a jest, only a simple jest, but at his words she seemed to freeze. She looked away from him, and he saw her lips draw into a tight line. What the devil had he said that upset her? He stretched his hand out in an unconscious gesture. "Miss Brandon, I did not mean to—" He didn't finish, which was probably just as well, for he had no idea of what he would have said. Hugh approached and stood beside him, gazing in some surprise at the breeched boy. He raised an eyebrow at Julien. 5. With an effort, Julien turned to Hugh and said, "Hugh, I would like you to meet Miss Katharine Brandon. Her family lives somewhat west of St. Clair." She stretched out her hand to Hugh, who, for want of something better, extended his own hand and clasped her slender, albeit dirty, fingers. Her green eyes twinkled, for she realized full well what he was thinking. Julien was relieved to see that whatever had made her unhappy was for the moment forgotten. She gave Hugh a winsome smile and said simply, "Do forgive me, sir. I fear that curtsying in breeches is quite beyond my abilities." Calling on the great aplomb and polish that he'd acquired over the years, Hugh said easily, "Do not disturb yourself, Miss Brandon. I quite understand. Though I have myself never endeavored to curtsy in breeches, I do think it would be an awkward and unpleasing sight." Julien said now, "All that, Hugh? Good God, that speech must have taken at least 4 breaths. Now, unfortunately, I startled Miss Brandon, and she dropped her fishing pole in the lake. I've handsomely offered one of yours, if one of them suits her. She's quite a stickler, you know. I doubt she'll accept just any offering. She tells me she's quite the angler." Hugh, a gentleman to the tips of his well-manicured nails, said quickly, "It would be my pleasure, Miss Brandon. Please make your selection. I have but 3 poles with me, but I have been assured by Julien that they are of the finest quality." Kate glanced at Julien with a gleam of amusement before bending over the 3 poles laid out by Hugh. After careful inspection, she rose, quite enthusiastic over her choice. "How very fine it is, and such balance! Now I shall be able to pull in every trout that takes the veriest nibble. That is, if his lordship here doesn't kick me out." Julien gave a shout of laughter. "Be my guest, Miss Brandon, be my guest. I'll do no kicking. Consider the meager contents of my lake at your disposal." She joined wholeheartedly in his laughter. "How very noble of you, my Lord Earl." Even before Mannering handed him the London Times on a silver tray, Julien's nostrils quivered at the unmistakable scent of Lady Sarah's exotic perfume. It usually amused him that he could smell her heavy musk scent at a soirée before actually seeing her, but today he found himself a bit put out. Even the letter from his mother, who found perfume an irritant to her nerves, was tinged with the divine scent. He remembered the ottar of roses he'd given her once, but she hadn't liked it, claiming it was too discreet a perfume. He had rather thought discreet was the point of the business. Julien tossed the letters on an elegant French writing table and stopped Mannering as he turned to go. "Mannering, do stay a moment. Yes, my lord. I find myself abominably ignorant about some of our local gentry, the Brandons, to be exact. The name is of course familiar to me, and I have but recently met for the first time the Brandon offspring. Quite a charming pair, incidentally. What can you tell me of the family?" Mannering's eyes lit up for a brief instant, and his thin lips curved into a smile. "Ah, yes, Miss Katharine. A most delightful young lady, if you will pardon my saying so, my lord. And, of course, Master Harry, too." Julien was intrigued by his normally staid butler's praise of any person not directly connected with the St. Clair family or household. But who are they? Mannering, who prided himself on his intimate knowledge of every noble family within 2 days' ride of St. Clair, cleared his throat ceremoniously. Sir Oliver Brandon, Miss Katharine's father, is a baronet who is considered quite an outsider here, having arrived only in the last 30 years. His family lives, I believe, in the Lake District, near Widemere. His lordship's late wife, Lady Sabrina, was the only daughter of the McClelland laird, a most powerful lord whose grandfather fought for Prince Charlie in '45. Unfortunately, my lord, I am unable to recount how the Lady Sabrina met Sir Oliver. Notwithstanding, my lord, I have been giving to understand that the McClelland laird forbade the marriage, and the Lady Sabrina and Sir Oliver actually eloped. Mannering's nostrils flared at the very mention of such an action. Sir Oliver also was cast out by his family, his father, as I understand, being none too fond of Scots. You mean, Mannering, that the McClelland laird considered the Brandons beneath his touch? Quite beneath, my lord. As you know, their union produced Miss Catherine's and Master Harry.
Lady Sabrina was never a strong lady, it was said. She died some 6 years ago, from an inflammation of the lung, most say. Most say, Mannering, well, if you will forgive my saying so, my lord, it is my opinion that Lady Sabrina died of misery, pure and simple misery. Mannering quickly added, Sir Oliver isn't a very generous or compassionate man, my lord, and Lady Sabrina's years with him were not contented ones. How she came to elope with him eludes everyone's reason. Mannering's story of Lady Sabrina brought to Julien's mind Kate's unhappy look when he had mentioned her family, but he merely nodded and said, Then why haven't I met the Brandons? If they have been here 30 years, well, I have been here nearly 28 years myself. A sense of foreboding descended over Mannering as his master fixed him with a hard stare, reminding him forcibly of the late Earl. The young Earl had drawn him out about the Brandons, and he had already said far too much to avoid answering this question. He had been silent for so many years, in keeping with the late Earl's wishes, that he found himself quite at a loss as how best to proceed. He gave his characteristic cough and began with painstaking slowness. As your lordship knows, the 2 Brandon children were too young for your notice when you lived at St. Clair. Master Harry was barely out of short coats when you left for Eden. Mannering paused, hoping for a reprieve, but the Earl gave him the eye and said impatiently, Yes, yes, I know all that, Mannering. Get to the point, man. Yes, my lord. You see, my lord, your late esteemed, very upright father did not deal well with the Brandons, rather with Sir Oliver. It seems that your lordship's grandfather was regarded by the Brandons as being of questionable reputation where females were concerned. Julien laughed. A rake and licentious womanizer is what you mean, is it not, Mannering? Until he dropped dead of overindulgence at 60. Mannering fixed Julien with an offended stare, the like of which Julien hadn't seen since he was a boy. One hesitates to speak ill of the dead, my lord, particularly when the person is one's late master and an Earl of March. I stand corrected, Mannering. He had to remember that he wasn't in London, where such colorful curses about persons living or deceased were mundane and expected. Please continue, Mannering. You say my father and mother had a falling out with Sir Oliver over grandfather's questionable reputation? If I may venture to say so, my lord, Sir Oliver Brandon is a staunch Methodist and overly rigid in his moral views. It seems that Lady Sabrina's personal maid was found to be in the family way. The girl swore it was your grandfather, the Earl, though it hardly seems likely, as your grandfather had quite a number of years already on his plate. Sir Oliver, so I was informed, beat the girl soundly, cast her out, and never again spoke to your grandfather. As you know, my lord, your own father was a very proud man, as is, of course, proper. Although his late lordship did not always agree with your grandfather's conduct, he thought it disgraceful that a mere baronet should dare to condemn an Earl of March, much less cut the acquaintance. The light dawns brightly, Mannering. Julien could picture without much difficulty how his father and mother would react to such an impertinence. It took him but a moment to shrug off his irritation at not being told all this, as he realized that Mannering would in all likelihood be able to tell him more about Katharine. As you know, Mannering, Miss Brandon is a somewhat unusual young lady. The 2 times I have met her, she was dressed in breeches, quite like a boy. As a matter of fact, she is forthright in her manners and speech, very unlike the daughter of a rigid Methodist. Perhaps I have acted precipitately, my lord, but I pray you will not believe that to be true. During the past several years, your lordship being rarely here, Mrs. Cradshaw and I have become well acquainted with the young lady, and have let her spend much time here. Mrs. Cradshaw and I have a liking for Miss Kate. As you can imagine, my lord, a young lady of her high spirits is sadly out of place in Sir Oliver's household, particularly since the death of Lady Sabrina, her mother. She is certainly not an encroaching young lady, my lord. It is just that she is much alone. She needs friends other than her brother, who now isn't often here. Also, I would say she needs friends closer to her own age than Emma and I. You are quite certain she's not an encroaching young lady, Mannering? Quite true, my lord. To Mannering's relief, his master gave a little chuckle and placed his hand on his shoulder. You have acted quite right in this matter. I only regret that my presence here prevents Miss Katharine from fully enjoying herself on St. Clair land, though she was quite at home pulling one trout after another out of the lake. Julien dropped his hand and turned his view toward the large French windows that gave a brilliant view of the front lawn. He said under his breath, "As you say, she is in need of friends, perhaps friends closer to her age." "I beg your pardon, my lord?" Mannering asked, thinking his master's low-spoken words meant for him. "It's nothing, Mannering. Don't mind me. I become as meandering as a lake in my talk. Thank you for telling me about the Brandons." Left alone, Julien again gazed out into the peaceful summer scene. So Kate had made friends with his staff, had she? Quite a feat, he thought, considering Mannering's strict adherence to propriety. A lady in breeches. A lady with the sunniest smile he'd ever seen in his life. A lady who could charm a snake right out of its skin. She was a lady, in short, who was fascinating. He realized he was smiling. Not a lazy, mocking smile, as was his habit, but a tender smile. It scared him witless, but just for a moment. Then he grinned at himself. "I must be becoming a half-wit," he said aloud, to the empty room. Taken with an impertinent, outrageous, he turned and walked slowly back to the center of the room. He wondered if Kate had ever been in his father's library. He could picture her pouring tea, dressed in a gown of perhaps green velvet, her beautiful, thick auburn hair piled high on her head. Unaccountably, he found this picture of domesticity not at all alarming or repugnant. Indeed, he was loath to let it slip from his mind. He shook his head, bemused at himself. He very much wanted to see Katharine Brandon again. The next several days passed pleasantly enough for Julien, though he and Hugh did not come upon Katharine Brandon on den Andings. For the most part, he and Hugh rode, hunted, and fished together. Percy seemed quite content with this arrangement, planning the evening's menus with Francois each morning, perusing the London papers, and napping in the afternoons. Had Hugh told Julien that he wasn't particularly good company, Julien would have been frankly surprised. He was an excellent host. He was known for being an excellent host. But Hugh, long accustomed to Julien's quickness of wit and good-humored cynicism, found it quite odd that his friend seemed distracted, his responses vague and not at all to the point. He regarded Julien covertly on several occasions and speculated on the cause of his preoccupation. Finding no likely answers, he concluded that since Julien seemed not to wish to speak of what was bothering him, his as well as Percy's presence at St. Clair was not at all what Julien needed. And so it was Hugh who announced at dinner one evening that he really must return to London. He bent a stern eye on Percy and began to enumerate various reasons why Percy also should accompany him. "After all, my dear fellow," he said to Percy, over his goblet of claret, "we have enjoyed Julien's hospitality for quite long enough. And you, Percy, have a horse running at Newmarket next week.
Since I have wagered on your horse to win, I feel it only right of you to return with me and see to his training."
He absolved himself of this harmless lie, for his motives were, after all, only the purest. Percy, who had a bite of creamed artichoke heart in his mouth at that moment, paused in his chewing and said with all the candor of a friend who knows that anything at all can and will be forgiven, "Don't take me for a damned idiot, Hugh. You know very well that Julien wishes us miles from here. Your paltry reasons have nothing to do with my bloody horse, whose name, I suspect, you can't even remember." He turned his light blue eyes on his host and added with a shrug, "Although I can't imagine why." "Why what?" Hugh asked. "What the devil are you talking about, Percy? I can't imagine why Julien doesn't want us here." "You're right, Hugh. He does indeed wish us to Jericho. He pays us attention, but he isn't really here, if you know what I mean." "Hold, both of you," Julien said, looking from the one to the other. "I assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. As for Percy's horse, Hugh, why, the nag hasn't a chance of winning. There's no reason why either of you should think of leaving so soon." Julien would have said more, but he suddenly became aware that Percy was merely staring at him with disbelief. As for Hugh, he became preoccupied with the dissection of a leg of broiled chicken. "Must be a woman," Percy announced. "Yes, no other reason for all this wretched excuses on both your parts." Julien felt a dull red flush creep over his face. He had to smile, for Percy was exceedingly acute. Percy took another bite of the creamed artichokes and pondered the problem. Upon swallowing, he said, cordial as a mother who just received a wonderful offer for her homely daughter, "Can't imagine where you met a woman in such an outlandish place, but no doubt you did. You were always a dog with women, St. Clair. Not one of them, if she's toothsome enough, can escape your eye for very long. Just fancy, a woman here who has quite besotted you." Oblivious of Julien's heightened color and a puzzled look from Hugh, he concluded imperturbably, "Do hope that Riverton has taken the fair Yvette off your hands, old boy. And poor Lady Sarah, all low in the brow because you've not shown her enough affection. What is the chit's name, Julien?" "Really, Percy," Hugh said, seeing Julien's appalled discomfort, "you go too far. How Julien wishes to conduct himself on his own lands is certainly none of your concern, or mine. We're off to London tomorrow. And keep your mouth closed and chewing on those bloody artichokes." Percy once more bent his gaze on Julien's face and said a trifle glumly, "Must be serious, Hugh. Never have I seen him make such a cake of himself over his mistresses. Good Lord, he's been miles away from us for the past 3 days. He didn't even blink an eyelash when he lost 20 pounds to you in cards last night. Yes, it's a damned woman, and he's ready to have her in his bed." Julien found himself at a loss for words, a condition he was becoming rapidly used to. Lord, had he been so obvious? He quickly picked up his glass of claret and downed it in one gulp. He met Hugh's eyes over the rim of the glass and saw the light of comprehension spread over his serious face. Only Hugh had met Katharine. At that moment, Hugh seriously questioned the powers of his own intellect, which he had always considered more than tolerable. He felt somehow that his ability to comprehend his fellow humans had grossly betrayed him. Good God, Percy was right, and he hadn't even known. Blast his heathen's eyes. A woman, Katharine Brandon to be exact, that winsome, smiling, utterly outrageous girl, had somehow turned Julien's head? He could not believe he had been so blind. He consoled himself with the fact that in his long acquaintance with Julien, he had never seen him treat any of the endless bevy of charming girls making their come-outs with anything but polite indifference. Why, it was not long ago that he had confided to Hugh that he found the chatter of young females quite beyond his limits of endurance. He had always taken his pleasure with older women who were experienced in the games of flirtation and love and were, above all, married, or with his mistresses. Hugh blinked. How could such a change be wrought by a mere girl in the country? All he could actually remember of her person was that she was quite pretty and had remarkable large green eyes. She also had a dash of summer freckles across the bridge of her nose.
But she wore breeches, and that wretched old hat pulled down over her ears. He gazed up at Julien, a frown furrowing his brow. His friend had always been fastidious in all things, and in particular in his choice of women. All knew it. What the devil was going on here? 6. Percy was quite satisfied with himself, as his devastating pronouncement had reduced his friends to silence. Having had the last word, he returned his attention to his dinner. What Julien chose to do with his women was no concern of his. He merely hoped that his friend had not been ensnared by some ill-bred, conniving wench. But then, Julien was such a proud, arrogant man. He would never besmirch his noble lineage. Julien pushed his plate aside and eyed his friends with wry good humor. He wondered if they thought him mad. He found, to his own surprise, however, that it had never occurred to him to deny Percy's comments. If he tried to do so now, he would only appear the more ridiculous. He would also be a liar. He broke the short silence and remarked in a creditably calm voice, "Have I been such poor company, Hugh? Come, Percy, you cannot say that you wish to leave Francois's cooking. Haven't you enjoyed testing his culinary abilities?" Percy lost all patience and waved an empty fork at Julien. "Damn it, man, I, like Hugh, have no desire to remain and watch you mooning after some girl. It's unnerving. It's unworthy of a man of your reputation. Maybe it's something in the country air. What do you think, Hugh? Is it the damned lazy warm air here? You're silent as a grave, Hugh. Well, if that's it, I for one certainly do not wish to catch it." "Percy," Hugh began. "Now don't you try to insult what little intelligence I have, Hugh. Wasn't it you who suggested leaving in the first place?" He sat back in his chair and regarded Julien and Hugh with an owlish stare. Hugh reddened, and a sharp set-down was on his tongue when Julien threw up his hands, his sense of humor overcoming the absurdity of this situation. "Leave him be, Hugh. It's quite the first time he is able to crow, albeit he resembles more a stuffed peacock than a lean scavenger." The tension was broken, and both Hugh and Percy grinned at him good-naturedly. "I wondered when you'd get your wits back, Julien. Damned glad that you haven't quite lost all your senses," Percy said, and loaded his fork once more. "I strive, Percy, I strive." Julien looked down at his glass and swished the claret from side to side. The deep red reminded him of her luxurious auburn hair. "She has bewitched me," he thought, his pulse quickening. He thought of her green eyes and the dimples that danced outrageously. Lord, he was completely besotted. Strangely enough, he found that he was not at all distressed by his condition. It struck him forcibly that he wanted Katharine Brandon not simply a summer idyll, to end with the coming of fall. No, he wanted her, all of her. He wanted those dimples of hers, and he wanted to take her and hold her and keep her. He wanted her by his side until he cocked up his toes. He raised his face to his friends and said matter-of-factly, "Perhaps it is better if you return to London. I would find it unnerving to go a-wooing with the two of you smirking behind my back." Ignoring the startled looks, he concluded with quiet determination, "I intend to return to London with my bride. Oh yes, Percy, her name is Katharine Brandon, and she brandishes pistols and foils and fishes, and doubtless will lead me a merry chase. Hugh has met her. You, Percy, will meet her in London."
Percy's eyes grew round with wonder and disbelief. Hugh chewed meditatively on his lower lip. Percy said suddenly, "Now, Julien, you haven't lost your wits over a simple country maid, have you? No, I can see from the blood in your eyes that you haven't. Katharine Brandon. A reasonable name. Quite charming, really. What does she look like? Shall I like her? I believe so, Percy. She's really quite—" He paused, frowning into the deep red of his claret. "She's refreshing and different and utterly charming. Do you not agree, Hugh? Of a certainty she is all those things and much more. You will find her immensely likable, Percy. She is quite lovely. It's a dashed shame that I had to spend so much time directing Francois. If Julien hadn't needed my culinary advice, I could have judged her as well. Well, nothing for it. I suppose I'll have to trust your taste in this matter, Hugh." "Thank you," Hugh said, his voice as dry as his dinner sherry. Yes, I have yet to see her equal, an altogether unforgettable young lady. He was aware that Julien was regarding him with an amused grin. Was all that, Percy said to this glowing, albeit ambiguous description. He stroked his chin and sighed deeply. Julien being leg-shackled was in itself an appalling thought, for it meant that their gay bachelor evenings would come to an end. But perhaps, he thought, the new countess will be fond of entertaining, and that will mean many delicious dinners prepared by Francois. Percy's blue eyes brightened at this prospect, and in sudden good humor he rose and thrust his glass forward. "Come, Hugh," Percy said, "let us congratulate Julien here. A toast to the new Countess of March. May she meet all of our expectations, as well as Julien's." Hugh was quick to follow Percy's lead, and the two men turned to Julien, clicked their glasses together, and drank deeply. Julien rose slowly. The last week and a half compressed itself into but a moment. A toast to the Countess of March. He silently bid farewell to a life that now seemed inordinately boring, downed his own glass, and in a burst of excitement demanded another toast. 2 vintage bottles of St. Clair claret were consumed before the 3 men finally separated and shakily departed, each to his own room. It was quite late the following morning when the 3 friends finally emerged, their eyes blurry and their heads heavy. Under the efficient command of Mannering, mountains of luggage were assembled in the hall and strapped onto Percy's great carriage. "An altogether unforgettable stay, Julien," Hugh remarked lightly, as he shook his friend's hand. "Lord, Hugh, you are never to the point." Percy brushed a speck of dust from his immaculate sleeve. "I'd say it was a deuced unsettling experience. Women can find you anywhere, even in the damnable bowels of the country. Rest assured, Percy, that the next week will be far more unsettling for me," Julien said, a confident grin belying his words. Percy leaned out of the carriage window and shouted to their receding host, "Wish you luck, old boy. If you need help, Hugh and I will be more than willing to serve as your faithful emissaries." A ghost of a smile flitted over Julien's face as he stood watching the carriage rumble down the gravelled drive and disappear into the park. He had no doubt that the most difficult part of entering into the married state would be surviving the jokes of his friends. He retraced his steps and made his way to the library. As he passed by several portraits of past Earls of March, he chanced to look up. Their painted eyes seemed to regard him with approval, their faces no longer accusatory. If he had been wearing a hat, he would most certainly have proffered them an elegant bow. As it was, he merely grinned and let his thoughts turn most willingly to Katharine St. Clair, Countess of March. His footstep was light as he entered the library and eased himself comfortably into the large chair beside the fireplace. He pursed his lips and formed a sloped roof with his long, slender fingers, tapping them thoughtfully together as he contemplated his strategy. It was but a short time later that he uncoiled gracefully from his chair, tugged the bell cord, and ordered that Astarji be saddled. "I do wish you didn't have to leave so soon, Harry. You know how wretched it is here without you." She was plainly unhappy, and her shoulders drooped pitiably. "Now, Kate, it will not be long, only until Christmas. I'll come, and we'll enjoy ourselves, you'll see." Harry clumsily patted his sister on her shoulder. "Aye," Kate said, reverting to her Scottish mother's tongue, "but it's still over 4 months away, Harry. 4 months with just Sir Oliver. It's an eternity." Harry searched his mind for sage words, reassuring words, for he was, after all, her elder brother. He could think of nothing, except the warning that he had given her many times before. "Don't forget to take care that father does not find out about your escapades during the day. You know as well as I what he would do." It gave Harry a start to see her woe-begone expression vanish and a curiously cold and hard look take its place. "Do you take me for a simpleton, Harry? Of course I know what he would do. He would beat me within an inch of my life. We both know it is quite a habit with him." Harry was appalled that she could speak with such hardness.
The picture of Kate as a child rose in his mind, her laughter, her openness, Kate tugging on his coattails, begging to be included in his games. Lord, Kate, why does he hate you so? His voice shook with impotent fury. He had argued with his father on several occasions, in an attempt to draw Sir Oliver's anger onto himself. He felt a miserable coward, for he seldom succeeded, and when he did succeed, it never lasted long, just until Sir Oliver again recalled the existence of his daughter. When Mother was alive, he was not so cruel, he said, to himself more than to his sister. Kate cut him short, her voice grim. No, Harry, he became so toward me before Mother died, of that I am certain. But why does he hate me? I don't know. Nor do I believe I really care now, not any more. Harry grasped her shoulders and in a sudden protective gesture pulled her against him. She was alarmingly stiff. He thought back to his mother's funeral and felt a stab of pain. He had been at Eton that year and had been home rarely, savoring his freedom and his image of himself as being quite grown up. It was after the funeral that he had sensed a change in his father. Kate relaxed against him, but didn't speak. It had been many years since Harry had held her, and he became aware that he was holding not just his little sister, but a woman. Maybe that is the reason, he thought. Maybe Sir Oliver finds it painful to be with Kate because she so closely resembles our mother. Kate drew back from the circle of Harry's arms and looked out over the poorly kept lawn. She despised herself for her weakness, such damnable weakness. If she lost her pride, she would have nothing else. "It's that damned religion of his," Harry said between clenched teeth. "I wish I could burn all those ridiculous musty books. They've rotted his brain and turned him into a monster, at least where you're concerned." To his surprise, Kate turned back to him and gave a mirthless laugh. "Do not curse his religion, Harry, for I, in truth, find it many times my salvation. You know, he is scarce aware of my existence, at least during the day. Even Filbert dares not disturb him in his theological studies." Harry's lips tightened in disdain as the memory of the stern lecture he had received from Sir Oliver only an hour earlier came back to him. Damnation! The only thing he can think about is his infernal wages of sin, and adjourning me to be a son worthy of his father's honor, whatever the devil that means. What claim does he have to any honor? Kate's eyes brightened for a moment in tender amusement.
"What, dear brother, do you mean that you don't intend to become a Methodist?" Kate was rewarded, for Harry gave her a twisted grin, the frown fading from his forehead. "Hold a moment, Marcham," he called out, seeing his valet emerge from the stable with their horses. At that moment, Kate felt immeasurably older than Harry. She looked at his blonde curls, brushed and pomaded into what he had stiffly informed her was the latest style. His breeches and waistcoat were of severe, sombre color, but she knew that before he arrived at Oxford he would change into the florid yellow-patterned waistcoat he had shown her one evening after Sir Oliver had retired. "My dear, poor Marcham is sadly weighted down. Are you certain that you intend to be gone only 4 months?" Her voice was sweet and light as she tugged on his sleeve. Harry replied to her jest with a perfunctory smile. Despite his best intentions, he was impatient to be gone, and, in truth, he didn't know what to say to her, nor what he could do about her future. He knew that Sir Oliver was encouraging the suit of that provincial oaf, Squire Bledoes. It was altogether ridiculous, for Kate was far too well born for such a marriage, and besides, she had told him she would have nothing to do with that miserable, boring windbag. This he had understood, but when she had blithely informed him that remaining her own mistress did not seem at all a bad thing, he was frankly shaken. She knew very well that his fondest wish was to join a crack cavalry regiment. She must also realize, he thought despairingly, that it would be impossible for her to accompany him. Lord, what a mull! What a miserable situation! Perhaps when he returned for the holiday at Christmas, he and Kate would think of something. Harry drew on his gloves and leaned over to kiss Kate lightly on the cheek. It occurred to him that there might be danger from another quarter. "Kate," he said earnestly, his blue eyes narrowing, "don't forget the Earl of March. You can't be sure that he won't tell father of our escapade. Most probably he's prouder than Wellington himself and thinks very highly of himself. Lord, we can't tell what he might do." Kate looked at him and smiled, saying in a reassuring voice, as if talking to a child, "I'll be careful, Harry. Don't worry yourself about it. I don't think his lordship would ever stoop to such paltry and petty behavior." Harry was a bit put out by her calm assumptions about the Earl of March. It was at times like this that Harry wished Kate were more docile, more accepting of her older brother's advice and counsel. He had the nagging doubt, grown stronger in the past several years, that he was no match for her quick tongue, that it was she who had the stronger will. Harry shook himself free of this not altogether pleasing image of himself. After all, it was rather stupid of him to regard his sister, a mere girl, as a possible superior to him. Was he not to be Sir Harry Brandon of Brandon Hall some day? And if Kate had not yet married upon the demise of Sir Oliver, it would be he, Sir Harry, who would arrange her life and give her direction. Seeing the rather benign smile on her brother's boyish face, Kate thought that she had succeeded in keeping their leave-taking as unemotional as possible. She said, "I think the horses grow impatient, my dear. You may rest assured that I shall avoid Sir Oliver assiduously, as well as that alarmingly persistent suitor of mine." Harry was immeasurably relieved. Kate was acting her usual self again. He quieted his conscience with the thought that before too many more months passed he would find a solution to her problem. She added, green eyes twinkling up at him, "Do read at least one book this time, and not, I pray, one of those young gentlemen's turf books. Well, don't you kill anyone with your dueling pistol." There was a sudden sound behind them, and Kate whirled about. It was only Filber, the Brandon butler, come to wave good-bye to Harry. She breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Sir Oliver would openly condemn brother and sister spending too much time together. It was strange, she thought suddenly. It was as if their father thought her a bad influence on Harry. "You did say good-bye to father?" she asked nervously, still expecting to see his tall, gaunt frame appear at any minute in the open doorway. "Oh, yes, not to worry, my dear. Now I must be off. Do keep out of trouble, old girl." She watched Harry swing himself onto his horse and signal Marcham to do the same. He kissed his fingers to her and whipped his horse about. He turned and waved once again before disappearing from sight. Kate raised her own hand in silent reply. She had certainly succeeded in cheering him, and she supposed now that she should feel quite noble. After all, it was not his fault that he was a male and therefore free to go and do as he pleased. But it seemed a cruel twist of fate. She turned away, feeling sorry for herself. 7. She stood unmoving, striving to control such uncharitable thoughts. A gentle breeze ruffled her hair. Unaccountably, she found that her thoughts turned to the Earl of March and the delightful morning she had spent fishing with him and Lord Launceston at St. Clair Lake. Her depression unaccountably eased. In an unconscious gesture, she pulled at her outmoded gown. His lordship had shown himself to be witty and entertaining. His descriptions of the sights and activities of London stirred her imagination. She had jokingly told Lord Launceston that the Earl might as well be telling her of the Taj Mahal, for London, to her, was just as remote. The corners of her mouth lifted. She remembered his laughter when she spoke whatever was on her mind. He was a delightful companion, willing to cross verbal swords with her. Perhaps she had found a friend. But for how long? The Earl of March never stayed at St. Clair for any extended period of time. She knew from Mannering and Mrs. Cradshaw that this was his first visit in 5 months. As a matter of fact, even now he might have already returned with his friends to London. She turned slowly and walked back into the hall. Her spirits plummeted. She wondered if she would ever see him again. Probably not. She was a provincial dowd, nothing more,
as unsophisticated as the trout shed pulled enthusiastically from his lake with his fishing pole. He was simply amusing himself. Ah, but she did want to see him again. That very afternoon, as she sat disconsolately at her piano, doing great injustice to a Mozart sonata, Sir Oliver unceremoniously interrupted her. He stood over her, his hot breath fanning on her face, his voice filled with cold suspicion. "I am informed, Dother, that the Earl of March is calling." He pursed his thin lips, and his rather close-set eyes drew closer together. "He calls ostensibly to bit it with me, a fact I have difficulty crediting. Would you be so kind as to tell me where you have made his lordship's acquaintance? And be quick about it. Men of his rank do not like to be kept waiting. Tell me the truth, girl, all of it, for I do not like to play the ignorant fool." Though Kate trembled inwardly, she was long used to her father's peremptory attacks, and her expression never changed. Her mind worked furiously. She could certainly not tell him the truth, for his retribution would be swift and unpleasant. She calculated rapidly that there was at least a slim chance to come through this unscathed, and if her attempt failed, the result would be the same in any case. She looked at her father, who looked about as pleased with her as the worms on her fishing hook, and said calmly, "Last week Harry and I were riding through the village. His lordship, as it happened, was visiting his agent, Mr. Stokeworthy. It would have been unforgivably rude of us not to introduce ourselves, given the circumstances. His lordship mentioned that he might call, as he had never made your acquaintance, sir," she added, embroidering the lie, because it would perhaps serve her.
Sir Oliver was vain. He believed himself stalwart and upright. He saw himself as a model of rectitude. Even the regent himself, were he to ride by, would surely stop. As her eyes didn't waver, and her improvised story sounded plausible to Sir Oliver, he merely grunted and said sharply, "Well then, girl, you might as well come along with me and perform the proper introductions. I only hope that the present Earl is not the dissolute, arrogant sinner that his grandfather was. Probably a disdainful nobleman, like his hypocritical father." He strode out of the room, Kate following on his heels, her mouth suddenly gone quite dry. She did not have time to ponder the Earl's intentions for visiting Brandon Hall. She ran her tongue nervously over her lips and, in an unconscious gesture, pulled on her gown to make it longer. Not only did she look provincial, she looked quite outmoded. At the door of the drawing-room, her father had the good manners to allow her to enter the room first. The Earl stood by the fireplace, elegantly dressed in riding clothes and gleaming hessians, looking quite at his ease. Kate forced her leaden feet to move forward. She extended her hand and said as calmly as she could, "How very kind of you to call, my lord. It's very nice to see you again, and unexpectedly, even though you said you would perhaps call, for you are so very busy and have so little time for other matters." Julien clasped her slender fingers in his hand. Before he could make a suitable response, she added quickly, "I have been telling my father how Harry and I met you at Mr. Stokeworthy's house in the village. I told him," she hurried on, not meeting his eyes, "that you expressed a wish to pay us a visit. It is delightful that you have come." Julien gave only an infinitesimal start at her story. She looked up at him then, and he saw the fear in her eyes. No, surely not fear, but nonetheless he gave her hand a slight squeeze before releasing it and turning to greet Sir Oliver. He extended his hand and said with exquisite good manners, "A great pleasure, sir, finally to meet you. I count it provident that I met Harry and Katharine so conveniently in the village, for I have long wanted to re-establish good relationships with the Brandons." Kate gazed with something akin to awe at her father, who had received the Earl's suave and fluent speech with an almost obsequious deference. His hard eyes softened, and he clasped the Earl's outstretched hand with the greatest alacrity. "Indeed, my lord," he breathed, in a voice full of awe, "I am greatly honored that you have deigned to call." He gave a slight cough that reminded Julien forcefully of Mannering, and added in an apologetic voice,
I presume your lordship is aware of the rift between our two families, an unfortunate affair, and if your lordship is willing, best now forgotten." Julien executed the most elegant of bows and replied smoothly, "I count myself grateful that you wish it to be so, sir." Kate cast a furtive glance at the Earl. She had the strangest feeling that what had just transpired between her father and the Earl had not, indeed, could not have really happened. Why, her father's very attitude was one of a condemned criminal being pardoned by royal command. It was unnerving. It made her feel inferior. She felt even more gauche and provincial. She became acutely aware of her old dress and the scuffed sandals that were all too visible beneath her hemline. Sir Oliver turned to his daughter, who was standing literally open-mouthed. He ground his teeth, but managed to moderate his voice. "Katharine, my dear, won't you see that Filbur brings in the sherry? His lordship is undoubtedly needful of refreshment. Don't dawdle now, my dear." Kate nodded and hurried to the door. In all likelihood, she thought, Filbur had already heard his instructions through the closed door and was probably even now fetching the sherry and glasses. "Yes, Miss Kate, right away," Filbur said, before Kate had time to speak. She walked quickly to a mirror and regarded her messed hair with vexation. She was trying to smooth down errant curls when it occurred to her to wonder if the Earl were here merely to mock her and her father. She felt a new wave of humiliation at her father's toadying behavior and at the thought that the Earl had seemed to find nothing amiss with such deferential treatment. She paced the floor in long, boyish strides, waiting for Filbur to bring the blasted sherry. Sir Oliver rubbed his hands together and asked the Earl to be seated. Kate was only partially right in her assessment of his attitude. Certainly, he was impressed at his lordship's courteous condescension to visit Brandon Hall, but more than that, he was aware that the Earl was as yet unwed. It did not take him long to see the Earl as a possible answer to the number of bills that lay piled on his desk. Julien would not have been at all surprised had he known what Sir Oliver was thinking. In fact, he found himself watchful of Katharine's father, hoping that he had made a favorable impression, that the natural desire of a parent to see his progeny well placed in the world, and, he thought cynically, to line his own pockets, would work to his advantage. He hadn't been deceived by Sir Oliver's deferential treatment of him. Having read the fear, and yes, he knew now that it was fear he'd seen, in his daughter's eyes, he realized that to his family, Sir Oliver was an altogether different man. The thoughts of neither of the men were at all perceptible on their faces, or in their painfully polite and mundane conversation. Bonaparte was always a safe topic, and Julien, in his most respectful manner, elicited Sir Oliver's opinion. "It has now been nearly 3 months that Napoleon has been on Elba," he began. His choice of topics seemed at first an excellent one, for Sir Oliver immediately sat forward in his chair, his eyes blazing. Would, for the safety of all men's souls, that the Allies had not allowed the monster to live. For years I trembled for fear that an invasion of those degenerate French Catholics would throw our land back into the hands of the Papists. Papists? Good Lord, Julien thought, as he tried not to blink with surprise. Didn't he realize that Napoleon was an atheist? Evidently not. Sir Oliver was suddenly moved to explode in religious fervor. I would have sought them out and destroyed them, and all their loathsome, filthy idols. You are doubtless quite right. An England returned to Catholicism after so many centuries wouldn't be acceptable to Englishmen. He wondered, now more worried than ever about Katharine, wondering if Sir Oliver were not a bit mad. Sir Oliver gave a start. Perhaps he'd been a bit too dogmatic in stating his view. He said in a more moderate voice, "We must pray that the Allies are able to keep Bonaparte on Elba. As I understand," Julien added gravely, "the French people have welcomed back the Bourbons with open arms. Louis seems quite firmly planted on the throne." Julien was greatly relieved to see Katharine return, followed by the butler bearing a rather discolored silver tray. He rose quickly, and she seated herself on a small salso facing him. While Filbur served the sherry, Julien was freed for a few moments to regard his future wife. He wasn't at all disappointed by her appearance. He'd wondered how she would look dressed in something other than her boy's clothes, and although the gown she wore was rather outmoded, her grace and bearing were clearly evident, and her poise delighted him. The rich auburn hair hung long down her back, secured with a simple ribbon. Tendrils curled over her ears. He wished he could lightly trace his fingertips over the freckles on her nose, a very nice thin nose. He wondered how she would react to her new station. As his countess, she would have anything that she wished, and he would have her. He frowned as he saw her hands twisting nervously at the folds of her gown.
She wouldn't meet his eyes, and gazed alternately from her lap to her father. There was no vestige of the spirited, self-assured girl who had crowed when she caught many more trout than either he or Hugh. There was no more poise. He felt hesitant to address even the most innocuous of comments to her, for fear that her answers would draw the wrath of her father after he left. He contented himself with simply enjoying her presence until he would have the opportunity to speak with her alone. "It is a pity, my lord," Sir Oliver said jovially as he toasted Julien, "but you have just missed my son, Harry. He left but this morning to return to Oxford. A brilliant young man, if you'll forgive a father's natural pride. He has the makings of an accomplished scholar. Doubtless he will some day make his mark in some area, perhaps in science or mathematics." Harry, a scholar? Mathematics? Julien repressed another blink of surprise, but said easily enough, "Yes, a fine young man. You say he excels at scholarly matters? He enjoys history, or perhaps religion, in addition to science and mathematics." Kate choked on her sherry, and Sir Oliver cast a look of ill-concealed dislike at her. He remarked with some reluctance, "No, it would be, of course, my wish, but Harry is intent on being in a cavalry regiment. You know boys, my lord, they wish for adventure. I hope and pray he will return to a calling for which he was meant. If he doesn't choose to, why then he is still my son and the future Sir Harry Brandon of Brandon Hall." "I see," Julien said pleasantly. Yes, Harry would become that eventually. He took a sip of sherry, which was not nearly as good as the St. Clair sherry. It occurred to him again that perhaps Sir Oliver's finances were in need of a healthy settlement, given the rather frayed appearance of the furnishings here in the drawing-room. Not at all a stupid man, Sir Oliver had seen the Earl's eyes on Kate as Filbur served the sherry. Had his lordship already fixed his interest in her? The thought seemed preposterous to Sir Oliver, indeed absurd, but nevertheless he decided to test his observation. After all, stranger things had been known to happen. He briefly saw his long-dead wife in his mind's eye. Ah, she'd been so beautiful, beyond beautiful, really, and he'd wanted her more than anything in those first months, been wild to have her, until he realized she was weak and not of his level in religious faith and scholarship. She'd also hated him in her bed after but a few weeks. She'd suffered him, damn her, when he insisted, and then Katharine had been born, and she'd refused him. And he'd watched his daughter grow up, and look what she'd become, despite all his efforts. He cleared his throat and said, "Perhaps your lordship would like to see the Brandon Gardens. They are not, of course, at their full beauty, but still they are not to be despised." He turned and trained his gaze full upon his daughter. "Kate, conduct his lordship to the gardens. Show him the roses, which will improve their appearance in but a few months." Kate looked at her father with blank surprise. Whatever could he be thinking of? The gardens? The mangy roses? They were a mess, beautiful to her, but overgrown and wild. Surely the Earl would feel abused were he forced to walk amid the tangled vines and rose bushes.